There's a rumor going around. If you like this video and subscribe, you will have to use your gathered power as it's the tournament of power. Good luck. Hi guys, this is the next and final part of What If Itachi Uchiha Was Reincarnated in the World of Fairy Tail. I hope you enjoy. A never-ending tunnel of darkness, seeming to lead nowhere. With only an unbearable heat filling the atmosphere, the air itself felt like it was on fire. The dark void made the same sound as that of a raging fire, the sound of flames flickering from every corner. Along with the flames, were the echoey sound of footsteps. Walking through this dark hot landscape, was Natsu Dragneel. His body starting to grow dragon scales, as even his fire dragon slayer body was starting to sweat from this heat. The dragon scales acting as protection to keep his body from overheating. Igneel had told Natsu to go down this path, if he wished to discover who or what he really was. A dragon, a demon, or a human, was he End or Natsu Dragneel? He was determined to find out, even if this heat nearly made him wanting to give up. Natsu's determination kept him marching on forth. He had come too far to turn back now. The deeper he went, he started hearing faint whispers all around him. Natsu groaned as he pushed forward. "I'm Lucy, nice to meet you." The whispers from the cave had taken him back to his first encounter with Lucy, but he needed to go deeper. "Maybe someday I could be your real wife." The whispers of a childhood memory with his friend Lizana followed next. "Sorry Natsu, maybe next time." The whispers of Itachi when Natsu challenged him to a fight. "Natsu, I'm Urza Scarlet, welcome to Fairy Tail." Whispers of his first encounter with the Iron Woman of the guild, and one of his best friends Urza. "He's like a little blue ray of happiness." The whispers took him back to the day his partner Happy was born. "Happiness, well, then I will call him Happy," the younger version of himself declared. The newborn Happy said his first word which would become his catchphrase. The hell you looking at Flame Brain?" The whispers of his best friend, Gray followed next. Natsu grunted as the heat not only increased, but a sudden intense surge of wind blew through threatening to blow him away. Natsu planted his feet firmly, and struggled in the face of this wind. Do fairies really have tails? Do they even exist? Like them, this place is an eternal mystery, a never-ending adventure. Through the intense wind, Natsu still heard the memory of Makarov's speech loud and clear. "You call this wind? Compared to Wendy's roar, this is nothing," Natsu smirked as he kept marching forward. And before him, a pair of red glowing lights in the shape of eyes, letting out a monstrous growl. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Itachi narrowly avoided Obito, who charged at him through some rubble. Mistogen countered the reanimated Uchiha, however, using a series of layered magic circles from his staffs, to reflect Obito's fire jutsu straight back at the Uchiha. But Obito merely phased through the fire with the use of Kamui, and with a powerful kick launched Mistogen into the air. Itachi was right, fighting against Obito was a lot harder in the outside world than it was in the Kamui dimension. But with the right timing and precision they could manage. "Itachi, can you hear me?" The voice of the guild's telepath Warren rang inside Itachi's head, causing him nearly to slip up in dodging an attack from Obito. "Warren, this isn't the best time," Itachi replied with his thoughts. "Oh, right, well, I just thought you might like an update, since you are the guild master and all," Warren timidly responded. "Very well, go on." Itachi kept his focus mainly on Obito, but he would listen to Warren's update. Itachi heard all about the attack on the guild, which he was already aware of due to having gotten his clone's memories, who was taken down by Yuri Drayar. Itachi learned how the battle went, learning that Mavis was now released from the crystal, and defeated Precht and Yuri with ease. Itachi leapt over an incoming fireball from Obito. "Very well, I shall trust the first master and her wisdom. What's happening on the other battlefronts?" Itachi ducked from a slash attack from Obito wielding a chakra rod. The two engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat. "We've lost Harjin to Demaria of the Spriggan 12. Kagura's squad has regrouped with the squad in Magnolia to hold them off. But we're still heavily outnumbered on almost all fronts. Jalal's squad is the only one which actually now has the Alvarez army outnumbered." That wasn't a surprise, seeing as the Daedalus Fairy Tail had come as their backup. And with the alternate version of himself on the battlefield, Itachi could imagine the damage they have dealt to the Alvarez Empire here down in the Southern Isles. "Very well, could you add Mest to this call?" Warren without hesitation heeded Itachi's request, and patched in Mest to their call. "Mest, it's Itachi here. I have an order for you." Itachi avoided a series of flying chains being shot towards him, as Obito summoned them from the Kamui dimension. "What is it?" Mest replied without any hesitation through the call. "I need you to divide up the Daedalus fairy tale members, summon them on other battlefronts. We need more warriors up north and in Magnolia." Itachi could hear the nervous gulp from Mest on the other end. It would require a lot of magic power on his front to teleport so many at such a great distance. "Not to worry, I have given the medics on each squad some replenishing Ethernano pills. They should help you manage," Itachi replied, having used Perliuzuka's help to create more Ethernano replenishing pills based off the ninja chakra replenishing pills he had back in his old world. "Alright, I will get right on it." And with that, the call ended and Itachi could return his focus on the battle itself. Meanwhile, the forest in Magnolia was experiencing a mighty strong heat wave radiating from Natsu's body. Perliuzuka was nearly out of ideas. All of her medicine, all of her equipment had either evaporated or melted from Natsu's intense body heat. The unconscious pink-haired dragon slayer was tossing and turning in bed, with his friends and companions Lucy and Happy at his side. "Natsu!" Happy cried. He couldn't get too close to Natsu without feeling like he was burning up. Lucy's skin was even beginning to look a little bit sunburned. "Come on Natsu, wake up." Lucy used her Aquarius star dress to create water and pour it onto Natsu. It did little good, as the water nearly instantly evaporated upon contact with Natsu's skin. Lucy was so occupied with Natsu's condition that she didn't even notice some of her celestial keys were jiggling around in her belt. However, the little blue feline next to her noticed. Happy eyed the keys of Cancer and Capricorn on Lucy's belt. They both looked like they were being pulled in one direction. "Lucy," as Happy called out, both the golden keys were flung off from Lucy's belt and flew straight out the window. What the? The sudden tug she felt on her belt from her keys flying off, gained her attention. Next, they hear what sounded like the slicing of blades, and before their very eyes Perliuzuka's house was sliced up to bits. Two familiar figures standing there radiating a golden aura. Both Capricorn and Cancer stood ready to battle from the looks of it. "Cancer, Capricorn, what's going on?" Lucy looked completely caught off guard. True, sometimes her spirits would appear by themselves, but something felt different. Lady Lucy, I'm sorry but we can't resist." Capricorn spoke through gritted teeth. Even though she died, our contracts are still valid." Cancer looked just as shocked over having been forced to attack his current contractor. Lucy gasped, seeing a third figure walking out from between the trees. And the broken key of Aquarius was flung towards this figure as well. "Hey, give me back my spirits." Lucy jumped out from the broken house, with Happy closely following. "Yeah, they are Lucy's spirits." Happy glared at this newcomer, although then the feline looked confused. T2 Lucis. Lucy was trembling, her eyes wide like saucers and her mouth gaping in disbelief. "And no, it can't be, Mom." Lucy spoke in a barely audible whisper. Standing before them was the late Layla Heartfilia, in all her glory. Just like Lucy remembered her from their family photos. Looking like a real high society lady. "Lucy." Layla looked astonished at seeing her grown-up daughter, clutching onto their family photo and all the letters Lucy had written her. All which she recovered from Lucy's now broken apartment. "I can't believe it, it really is you." Layla smiled. She would cry if she could, but Lucy seemed to have that part covered. Tears began running down Lucy's face. But how are you here?" Lucy took a step closer, although to her surprise Capricorn jumped in and struck her. "Arg!" Lucy cried as her body clashed into a tree. "Lucy!" Layla cried out. No. Get out of my head." Layla dropped everything in her hands, clutching onto her head. She was resisting Nineheart, or attempting to, at least. "You monster. I won't. Get out." Layla shrieked to the heavens. Her mind was burning up as Nineheart kept telling her one thing. Kill them. And no. Arg. Get out. I refuse to harm my daughter." Layla struggled, but to no avail. By Nineheart's command, he had Layla command the two spirits to attack. Lucy. Happy aimed to grab Lucy out of harm's way, although quickly realized that only Capricorn went for Lucy. Cancer was going for Natsu. "No, Natsu." Happy looked torn between Lucy and Natsu. Both looked to be defenseless, or so it seemed. "Happy, go to Natsu." Lucy, in her Taurus star dress, caught onto Capricorn's fist and threw a swift right hook into the goat spirit. "I got this." At the same time, Lucy summoned the giant perverted bull. and Taurus blocked Cancer's scissors with his giant battle axe. Moo. Taurus with a mighty heave sent the crab spirit flying. Cancer landed onto a tree, and took a giant leap towards the giant bull. Ebby. Cancer weaved from Taurus' battle axe and slashed his scissors at the giant bull. Hope you like your cut, Ebby. Fur fell from Taurus' body, leaving just enough fur to make it look like he was wearing a bikini. Moo. Totally not cool, Cancer. Taurus appeared to be blushing with embarrassment. Lucy gave a battle cry as she jumped at Capricorn, their fists connecting causing mild tremors. Lucy kick. Lucy took a small leap into the air, and delivered a drop kick to Capricorn. The goat man blocked the kick with his forearm, although his knees buckled a bit under the pressure, and the ground even sank into a small crater. Capricorn, what's going on? Why are you and Cancer suddenly attacking? Lucy questioned whilst she and Capricorn were locked in a fist fight. It seems with Lady Layla revived, our contract to her is still valid. By the rules of the celestial realm, we cannot disobey her. Capricorn delivered an elbow strike to Lucy, sending her skidding back a few feet. What about your contract to me? Lucy questioned and rushed at Capricorn, delivering lightning-fast jabs at the goat man who looked like he barely could block them all, yet he somehow managed. Normally we would have been unable to disobey both of you. However, Layla has a special ability that made her one of the greatest celestial wizards to have ever lived. The Ruler, a special magic ability Lady Layla invented. She could take control over the mind and bodies of celestial spirits, and force them to bend to her will. That is how I found myself serving under her. It worked wonders for Aquarius. Lady Layla was able to tame that wild mermaid in a day's time. At hearing this, Lucy was naturally shocked, especially because that meant Lucy suddenly found herself dodging the battle axe of Taurus, taking a flip over the axe and drop-kicking the cow man upside his head. Mom, you forced celestial spirits against their will? Lucy questioned in shock. Her celestial spirits were like her friends, and now she learned that her mom took control over them. Not exactly, I created that ability for a reason. Layla looked down and sighed, she had no idea how to explain it. Capricorn interjected, attacking along with Taurus. Lady Layla needed all the zodiac keys for a family project that had been 400 years in the making. However, due to certain circumstances she failed. Capricorn took a jump back from Lucy, giving Taurus his opening to swing his axe at her. Lucy took backflips to avoid the heavy blows from two of her heavy hitter spirits. Meanwhile, Happy was flying around with the unconscious Natsu at max speed trying to avoid the slashes of Cancer. Lady Layla didn't force us into the contract, she did however test her ability on us. She did it on me and my former master who she defeated in combat. After the battle, I was given to Layla who was declared the superior wizard. Cancer revealed, as he kept jumping after the flying feline carrying the unconscious dragon slayer. Lucy looked somewhat relieved, although what was this family project Capricorn was talking about? And why was she not aware of it? Lucy was too engrossed in her own thoughts, that she didn't notice Taurus bringing his axe down on her. Lucy acted quickly and caught the axe before it hit her. Star dress mix. Taurus x Capricorn. Lucy's top was replaced by a black closed vest and her cowbell replaced with a black tie. Her strength and agility having been boosted, she pushed Taurus back and moved around him to deliver a spin kick to the side of his head. Taurus was sent flying straight through several trees. What is this? Layla looked astonished at seeing Lucy's star dress ability. She can mix them. Layla couldn't be prouder at seeing her daughter's growth. Lucy, while midair, swung her whip down on the ground causing the earth beneath them to tear open in an explosion. Such power. Perliuzica herself looked astonished at seeing the level of strength Lucy was putting on display. The Ruler. With a twirl of her hand, all the remaining zodiac keys on Lucy's belt were flung into the air. Loke, Virgo, Scorpio, Aries, Sagittarius and Gemini all appeared around Layla. I see, Aquarius is dead, Layla noticed first now the broken key of the water-bearer spirit. Star dress. Aquarius form. Layla's Aquarius star dress looked exactly like Lucy's, only it also had a gorgeous ocean blue veil decorated from her shoulders and around her hips. The hell is going on? Why can't I move my own body? Loke found himself asking. Even the leader of the zodiac spirits was unable to resist Layla's, the Ruler, spell. Loki's hands glowed in a brilliant golden glow, and he rushed towards Lucy. Lucy, look out, Loke warned. Regulus impact. Lucy just in time managed to duck, and deliver a swift backhand strike to Loke. Sorry. Lucy apologized. Hey, no problem, hardly felt it. Locke smirked, trying to act all macho even as blood dripped from his lips. You have been busy, Lucy, to have gathered so many of the zodiac spirits. Layla looked amazed at seeing the number of spirits that had formed a contract with Lucy. Layla raised her hand at Lucy, feeling the energy of Aquarius flowing through her very being. Aqua Matria, a tsunami wave of water was unleashed towards Lucy. This amount of water would probably even flood the entire forest. Star dress mix. Scorpio x Sagittarius. Lucy's outfit changed into a mix of her Sagittarius star dress, with only the tail of her Scorpio star dress added to the mix. Lucy aimed the metallic scorpion tail towards the incoming wave of water. Sand Buster. The tail shot out a spiraling whirlwind of sand, the dry sand clashing against the moistening water. Lucy then also aimed her bow and arrow into the air, seeing all her spirits coming in for an attack. Star Shot. Lucy's bow fired off multiple golden energy arrows. The soaring arrows clashed with the attacking spirits, although some of them didn't let themselves get stopped so easily. Locke smacked the arrows aside with his Regulus power. Scorpio unleashed a sand whirlwind to block the arrows. Virgo began spinning like a drill and the arrows only bounced off her. With a quick turn of her tail, Lucy redirected the sand whirlwind towards the attacking spirits, blinding them a bit and giving the arrows a chance to clash into them and explode. Lucy had to quickly direct her sand whirlwind back towards the still incoming water. The water was being absorbed into the sand, and the sand was moistening and weakening. She couldn't hold back the water forever. Happy. Drop Natsu. Lucy called out to the blue feline. Happy swooped down with Natsu, his heat radiating body causing the water to evaporate upon contact with his body. There were certain pros to this. With Layla's unending supply of magic power, the water was never ending, so Natsu's body got to cool off. And with Natsu evaporating almost all of the water at once with his body heat, the forest wouldn't get flooded. Lucy, however, was still alone in the battle. Appearing on each of her sides were Ares and Locke. Wool explosion. Ares created a massive cloud of pink fluffy wool, blinding Lucy's sight. Regulus impact. Attacking Lucy from her right was the roaring head of a golden lion. The lion clasped its jaws onto Lucy, the celestial wizard crying out in pain as she was dragged away by the golden lion. The lion dragged her up into the sky and exploded with her. Lucy's body was twitching from the pain, when suddenly metal chains wrapped around her body like snakes. Sorry, princess. Virgo looked conflicted, yet she was compelled to continue with her attack. Diver. Virgo began spinning her body like a drill, and crashed the bound Lucy hard into the ground. Damn it, once I find this guy behind this reanimation spell, I will kill him. Locke cursed at his own weakness for not being able to resist this spell. How dare they use Lucy's own mother against her like this? These Spriggan 12 were despicable. Locke couldn't stop trembling with anger. He tried his best to fight it, and he wasn't the only one. All of the zodiac spirits present were struggling to regain control. Princess, Virgo carefully called out, seeing Lucy laying there in a hole in the ground. Her body not moving, and blood pouring over her face from a small cut on her forehead. Lucy, Layla, like the spirits, was boiling with rage over being forced to fight Lucy like this. But Lucy was never Nineheart's goal anyway. Taurus found himself suddenly standing over the unconscious Natsu, wielding his battle axe. Moo, Natsu, wake up, please. Wake up and kick my ass back to the spirit realm. Taurus pleaded with the unmoving fire breather. Taurus then closed his eyes as his body moved on its own, swinging his battle axe down on Natsu. But to Taurus' surprise, he suddenly felt his axe feeling lighter than before, and the handle was hotter. Moo. Taurus opened his eyes, seeing the head of his axe having melted. The sheer body heat from Natsu seemed to have turned it up a notch. Wow, the heck? Locke looked in disbelief. His spirit was sweating like crazy from the sheer heat unleashed by Natsu. Kill Natsu Dragneel. Nineheart's voice rang through Layla, who couldn't help but widen her eyes a bit. Natsu Dragneel. She knew that name, but before she could continue her train of thought, she had Locke jump at Natsu to deliver the finishing blow. Regulus impact. Before Locke knew it, he unleashed his attack at Natsu's unconscious body. Natsu may be able to melt weapons, but no way was he melting an energy blast. No, Natsu. Locke called out to his friend. Lion Maiden. An echo coming from the ground bellow rang through the forest, followed by the sound of rumbling, and multiple light pillars exploding out from the ground beneath Layla and all the spirits. The ground beneath them exploded, as a massive pillar of light, rivaling Kanna's fairy glitter in size and destructive power rose from the ground. Layla's upper body burned away from the impact, well, the left half anyway. Lucy, Layla uttered as her body was regenerating itself. Standing at the center of the now massive crater, that even swallowed up the remains of Perliuzica's house. Luckily Happy had swooped in and taken Perliuzica out of harm's way. Pebbles of rocks rained down around her. Lucy was standing tall and firm. In her star dress mix Leo x Virgo form. 6 brilliant glowing fairy-like wings of light sticking out from her back. And in her arms, was the still unconscious Natsu. I'm fired up now. Lucy took a page out of Natsu's book, her body unleashing a massive amount of magic power. She wasn't done just yet. Laying on the ground was Aries, Taurus and Cancer, all knocked out from the looks of it. Rest up, Lucy said as her 3 unconscious spirits vanished back to the spirit world. Seems even Layla's, the ruler, spell couldn't prevent spirits from retiring to the spirit world. Lady Lucy, splendid form as always. Capricorn complimented, although was quickly forced into action. Sagittarius acting as Capricorn's support shot multiple energy-based arrows at Lucy. Lucy readied herself. Diver. Using Virgo's own spell, Lucy drilled herself into the ground and out of sight. The arrows hit the area where she stood and exploded in a brilliant light. She vanished. Sagittarius blinked, and coming up from the ground behind him was Lucy. Her right leg glowing in a brilliant light. Regulus Lucy kick. Delivering a spin kick, Lucy launched Sagittarius into the air. The horseman gaping as the wind was knocked out of him when he collided with a tree. Thus, retiring him back to the spirit world. Capricorn sprang towards her aiming for an elbow strike to Lucy's face, yet due to her constant training with Capricorn predicting his fighting style was easy enough. Even with Capricorn's speed being superior to Lucy, Lucy was able to dodge all of his quick jabs. Regulus Gatling impact. Pushing Capricorn's left arm back, Lucy unleashed a flurry of blows at Capricorn. Multiple golden lions flying into the goat man, bombarding him with a series of explosions. The bruised and battered Capricorn was now free falling, smiling and giving Lucy a thumbs up for a job well done. Then Capricorn as well vanished into the spirit world. Incredible, she beat Capricorn in hand-to-hand combat. Layla was continuously amazed by Lucy's growth. Loke, Scorpio, Gemini and Virgo all gathered together and attacked Lucy simultaneously. Piri Piri, Gemini turned into a recent threat to the Fairy Tale Guild, into Agile of the Spriggan 12, though not nearly at Agile's level of power. Gemini was still dangerous in this form. And together with Scorpio they unleashed a massive sandstorm towards Lucy. Virgo drilled herself into the ground, probably aiming to flank Lucy from behind. Loke just charged along with the sandstorm. Lucy countered Loki's attacks blow for blow. The ground beneath her started to collapse, meaning Virgo was coming. Princess. Virgo attempted to warn Lucy as she popped up behind her. Thanks. And sorry. Lucy ducked, causing Loki's next punch to hit Virgo instead. Lucy then drilled herself into the ground, and allowed the sandstorm to blast into Loki and Virgo. One more time, Lucy panted as she hid underground. Lion Maiden, unleashing the mighty attack once again, with pillar of lights coming up from the ground around the remaining spirits, followed by the towering exploding light pillar carrying them. Lucy climbed out from the ground in the aftermath of the explosion. Lucy held onto her knees that were threatening to give in. She was out of breath and panting. Her star dress form vanishing, leaving her in her normal clothes. Lucy gasped however, as Virgo, Scorpio and Gemini had vanished but Loki was still standing. Loki however, smiled, his suit ruined and covered in bruises. Nice job babe. Loki then vanished to the spirit world as well, which made Lucy breathe a little sigh of relief. Lucy found herself restrained, arms of water holding onto her limbs. Lucy followed the trail of water towards her mother, who was regenerating once more from that last blast. No way, I was sure that, Lucy, I'm sorry, I can't. Layla was trembling, she couldn't believe she was forced to harm her own daughter. I know mom. Lucy sounded defeated. She knew her mom was just being controlled by a member of the Spriggan 12. Lucy could tell just how much this pained her mother, and how much she was struggling to resist Nineheart's control. I've missed you. Lucy wept tears, and Layla gasped, if she could cry, she would. I've missed you too baby, you and your father. Layla was trembling, as in her hand formed a sword of water. I won't. I won't hurt my little baby, do you hear me monster? You can rot in hell. Layla roared to the heavens, cursing Nineheart, who just cackled in the back of her mind. Oh yeah, and what are you going to do? You can't resist my control. And there is no one here to stop me. Nineheart cackled, forcing Layla to raise her hand with the water sword, aiming at Lucy. Kill this pest, and then kill Natsu Dragneel. Slash. Lucy gasped, her eyes vibrating and tears running down her cheeks as she looked at her mother. Mom, Lucy uttered. Stabbing through Layla's chest was what looked like a golden spear. Layla herself looked shocked, her body was lifted off the ground and tossed aside. The golden spear then shrank back into that of a hairpin, and walking out from the shadows followed by a massive pressure of power Lucy was familiar with. Layla Heartfilia and Lucy Heartfilia, stepping out from the shadows, was Brandish, with a menacing smirk spread across her face. Two birds with one stone. I will kill Lucy and make you watch. The sight of the country demolisher caused Lucy to tremble with fear. The water restraining Lucy vanished and she fell to the ground, nearly out of magic power, and now standing before one of the mighty Spriggan 12. Layla picked herself up, the hole in her chest regenerating and closing itself up. All that it took was one good look at Brandish and Layla recognized her immediately. You are Grammy's daughter. You're Brandish, aren't you? That's right, and I'm here for revenge. Brandish coldly declared, as her incredible power created so much pressure that neither Lucy or Layla could stand. Happy even fell from the sky with Perliuzica. Perliuzica stared in disbelief. Such a frightening level of magic power, is this one of the Spriggan 12? Happy was even trembling. This was bad, really bad. Happy looked over to the still unconscious Natsu. Come on Natsu, what's taking you so long? You have to wake up. Lucy needs help. Happy was worried for his friends, worried for Natsu and Lucy's safety. Just what was going on with Natsu? As the battle raged on within the forest of Magnolia, Natsu was walking aimlessly within his own mind. The dark space around him, surrounded by a thick foggy mist. Natsu didn't even know which way he was going, but at the same time it didn't even seem to matter. The further he walked, the clearer the whisperers he heard around him. Ah! Natsu gasped as he heard a child's laughter. It felt so familiar. He walked towards the source. He was drawn to it. Breaking through the fog, Natsu was met with a wooden door. Natsu looked to a wooden platter nailed to the door that read, Dragneel. Natsu panted a bit, as he heard what sounded like the collective laughter of a family. Natsu felt his heart beating as he reached for the doorknob, his breathing growing incoherent almost like his body wanted him to run away, to forget about the door. Feeling a deep pain in his chest as he slowly twisted the doorknob. He was scared of what he would find on the other side. Natsu took a deep breath in, and pushed the door open. Overcome with a bright blinding light, Natsu closed his eyes as they stung. Natsu pushed through, and walked right in. And then the light died down, and Natsu's nose suddenly picked up a scent. A delicious scent he felt he hadn't smelled in a long time. In fact, he was at first shocked as he couldn't recall this scent. Natsu opened his eyes and was met with the sight of a family of 4, sitting at the dinner table. The source of the smell, a hot beef stew that a woman with long black flowy hair tied into a bun, placed on the table. Natsu was captivated by this woman, her eyes and smile so gentle and kind. And for some strange reason, so familiar. Who? Natsu uttered, but of course no one reacted. They couldn't see him, because this was all but a memory of a distant past. But, Natsu couldn't remember this scene playing out before him, and yet it was a memory within his own head. Mother, I wish to help set the table. The polite voice of a young black-haired boy approached the woman whilst holding a salad bowl. My little sweet Zirf, always so kind. The mother beamed with a warm smile at the young little Zirf. Natsu was instantly alarmed. This little innocent-looking child was the black wizard Zirf. Daddy, arm wrestle. Natsu's head snapped to the other two by the table, and looked absolutely flabbergasted. There sat a slight younger child than Zirf from the looks of it. A little pink-haired boy filled with energy. Natsu was looking at a child version of himself. Oh, wanna go little Natsu? Sure. A man with a short-cut pink hair smiled at the young Natsu, placing his muscular arm on the table. The young Natsu did the same, and placed his tiny hand in the big gruff strong hand of his father. The young Natsu snickered and gave it his all to push his father's arm down, which of course didn't budge. His father smiled warmly and chuckled at seeing his youngest son struggle. Come on little man, you wanna grow up to be a warrior like your old man don't ya? Yes, the young energetic Natsu declared as his face was turning red from the intense struggle to beat his father in an arm wrestling match. The mother gave a sly smirk to the father, who gave a sheepishly chuckle. The father relaxed his muscles, his arm resting, to which the young Natsu managed to push his arm down. "Oh, nice one, that's my boy," the father snickered and lifted the young Natsu up onto his shoulder. "Yeah," the young Natsu cheered as he smiled happily sitting on his father's shoulder. "Hey," the older Natsu couldn't help but smile at the sight of this happy family. His family, huh? The room suddenly started to rumble, and Natsu looked to the young Zirf, who was looking out the window with a curious look on his face. Then, Natsu heard the earth-shaking roar of a dragon. Both parents gasped, and the mother instantly grabbed Zirf, pushing him away from the window. "Zirf, Natsu, get down now," their mother cried as a bright light was seen from the window. "Huh?" The young Natsu looked perplexed, as his father rushed to push him down to the floor. The older Natsu gasped, as a fire breath attack blasted into the family home. The whole house exploded and burst into flames. Natsu shakingly walked through the burning rubble, his mother laying crushed beneath the rubble. His father standing tall, but his body was burned to a crisp as he had attempted to protect his family. "Mommy, Daddy," the cries of the young Natsu echoed. "Ni-chan," Natsu called out for Zirf. "Natsu," the weak voice of the young Zirf called out, to which both young and the older Natsu rushed towards the source. The young Zirf was covered in a few bruises, and breathing heavily. The young Natsu cradled in his brother's arms, crying at the sight of their parents being dead. "Natsu," the young Zirf gasped, as the young Natsu had a big wooden shard stabbed into his back. The young Zirf panicked, and began crying out for help, but all the other adults from the village just fled, ran away out of fear for becoming a dragon's meal. "Ni-chan, it hurts," the young Natsu cried, his body looking paler. Zirf kept calling out for help, too young to understand what to do to save his little brother. All his crying was for nothing. The young Natsu died before the sun rose the very next morning. The dragon attacking the village had somehow ignored the two brothers. Natsu grunts, holding his right hand to his temple, his mind feeling like it was burning up. The scenery before Natsu suddenly changed. He was in some sort of laboratory, and before him was an egg-shaped container filled with some liquid. And in the egg container was the young Natsu. The young Natsu opened his eyes, and walking through the older Natsu was Zirf, as Natsu remembered him from today. A lot of time had passed since their village was attacked by a dragon. Zirf was much older, and already cursed with his immortality. "Finally, after all these years, my little brother, Natsu." Zirf smiled whilst crying tears of joy. "It's me, Zirf. I am your big brother." Zirf hugged the egg container containing young Natsu. The scene changed ever so slightly, as the egg container was broken. Natsu looked around, and spotted his younger self carrying a tray of tools. "Ni-chan," the young Natsu smiled as he handed the tools to his brother. "Thank you, Natsu." Zirf beamed with joy, as he was dissecting a body of some sorts. The older Natsu gasped as he recognized the body. It was Kisame. His body was hooked up with tubes, and pumping into his body from those tubes was a mass of darkness contained within a simple jar. The young Natsu walked around the laboratory, and suddenly stopped before a big egg-shaped container. "Huh?" Tilting his head, the young Natsu stared at the shape within the container. The older Natsu followed his younger self and gasped as within the container was the body of Itachi. Although Itachi was younger, and his skin and hair were pale white like when he was in his E form. Young Natsu stared at E with fascination, the eye of the demon of extinction cracking open, his Rinnegan eye meeting Natsu's gaze of fascination. "Yo, I'm Natsu, let's be friends." The young Natsu enthusiastically held his hand out, with a big smile on his face. E merely stared at him, not responding. "Come now, Natsu, E needs his sleep." Zirf grabbed onto the young Natsu's shoulders, leading him away from E, who quickly fell back to sleep. "Besides, it is time for your lessons." The scene switched to a bored young Natsu sitting at a wooden school desk, as Zirf stood before a chalkboard, with complex sentences written on it. "Ni-chan," the young Natsu whined, to which Zirf stopped and looked to his younger brother. "I don't understand it," Zirf sighed, no matter how hard he tried. Natsu refused to learn anything. Zirf's teachings were just too complex. Heck, even the older Natsu watching this memory didn't understand what Zirf had written on the chalkboard. No matter what Zirf attempted to teach Natsu, a written word, a spoken word or even a magical chant, the young pink-haired boy refused to learn. Zirf's level of intellect proved too much to teach someone like Natsu, who required a simpler form of learning. Both brothers were currently out in the middle of a field in the wilderness, looking for herbs Zirf required for his studies. Natsu had to pick them, as if Zirf touched them they would wither away and die instantly. Recently Zirf's price demon, E, had contracted a rare lung disease. Something Itachi Uchiha had died off, it seemed to be resurfacing in E's growing body. Luckily, Zirf knew how to cure it, but the herbs he required were hard to find, especially the rare blood vein flower. It seemed the flower didn't grow well within an area filled with Ethernano, which was a problem indeed. The young Natsu happily skipped his way through the field and looking for the herbs his brother had described. When suddenly, he noticed Zirf had stopped in his tracks. Huh, why am I here again? Zirf found asking himself, to which Natsu looked worried. He knew his big brother had these episodes where he would act strange, or have certain bad thoughts as the young Natsu would describe them. Ni-chan. Natsu ran up to his brother, who instantly turned his attention to the hyper-pink-haired child. Ah, END lovely, are you here to kill me? There his brother went again, asking Natsu these strange questions like if he is going to kill him, or when, and calling him END. Natsu didn't understand what his brother meant by it, but Zirf had explained to Natsu before that he is a little sick in the head. Which the young Natsu understood, he would get sick every now and then as well. Poor Ni-chan. Natsu gave a weak sigh, and grabbed a hold of Zirf's hand. Ni-chan, we're here to pick, Natsu pondered within his mind, forgetting what the word was for these strange plants and flowers. Ah, herbs. We're here to pick herbs for E. Zirf tilted his head. Herbs. For E? Why? Zirf then noticed he was holding a list of certain herbs in his hand, looking puzzled as to why. He had no recollection of why he needed to collect these herbs for E. Zirf clutched his hands onto his temple, seeming to be in agony. What? Arg. A pulse of darkness exploded from Zirf, as he released a death wave, killing all life around him. All the plants, the trees, the animals, all but Natsu were affected by the thick sickening black wave of death. Oh, no, Natsu sighed as the herbs he had collected in his basket were all withering away to dust. Natsu dropped the basket and looked in defeat. He held firmly onto Zirf with his tiny hand and lead him back home to Zirf's laboratory. Ni-chan, let's go. Zirf didn't protest, too busy crying over seeing all the animals that had died because of him. Zirf kept muttering apologies under his breath for every animal carcass they passed. The older Natsu watched the memory in awe, seeing just how close his younger self appeared to be with Zirf. The older Natsu watched the death happening around them, as Zirf with his curse killed all but the young Natsu in his path. Days went by, and things only seemed to be getting worse. Zirf's curse of contradiction seemed to be slowly driving the Black Wizard insane. The young Natsu would sometimes wake up to the sound of his older brother crying, screaming, laughing like a madman. Then one day, Zirf said he had someone he wanted to introduce to Natsu. The older Natsu watching the memory unfold looked in shock, whilst the young Natsu in the memory looked on in awe. Before them was a massive red-scaled fire dragon. Before them was the fire dragon king, Igneal. This is the little demon, huh? Igneal for the first time since Natsu knew him, didn't look upon Natsu with love. Rather with some intrigue over Natsu's hidden power as END. Wow, so cool. The young Natsu beamed, the childlike fascination showing in his eyes. Seeing something as big as Igneal was truly an amazing sight in the young boy's eyes. Indeed, this is Natsu. Natsu, this is the fire dragon king, Igneal. He will be your teacher as of today. Zirf introduced the two, and Natsu looked on with childlike wonder. While Igneal looked at the boy himself with little interest, although Natsu's hidden power could prove useful to the dragon. Anything I should be on the lookout for? Igneal turned to Zirf, his longtime friend. Natsu has a rather problem with learning and listening. He is such an unruly child. Zirf spoke with nothing but love for his younger brother, and Igneal just sighed and seemed annoyed. Oh, you meant anything dangerous? The dragon in response nodded. Well, there is a small chance if he enters his END form he will go on a rampage. But in his current state, I would say you could manage to handle him just fine. I see, very well. Natsu, was it, From today on, I will teach you Dragon Slayer magic. I shall also teach you about the outside world, and human knowledge to the best of my abilities. I am a rather strict instructor, think you can handle it, runt. Smoke emitted from Ignil's jaw, the fire burning in his belly. Natsu still smiling with childlike wonder at the challenge Ignil proposed. Yeah, bring it, Natsu spoke with enthusiasm which seemed to please the Fire Dragon King. The memory went on, and Natsu witnessed memories he couldn't even recall having with Ignil. The dragon would often scold him for getting things wrong, sounding quite harsh. Yet the young Natsu would just brush it off or pout, challenging Ignil to do the same assignments. Which of course made the dragon sweat drop. He was after all the one who made these assignments for the young boy to complete. Was the boy that stupid? Time went on, several hunting trips, several lessons, and the more time they spent together. Ignil was beginning to warm up to Natsu. In fact, he grew quite fond of the little hyperactive pink-haired boy. Which made things troubling. Ignil sat by himself, grumbling. He knew very well what Natsu was. A false experimental demon created by Zirf. Although he and Zirf were friends, well sort of friends. Ignil knew very well what Zirf was, and what his plans were for damn it. Ignil cursed under his breath, he was getting soft on the little demon. Ignil, the young Natsu called out, dragging a dead boar by the tail with him. I got lunch. The young boy smiled with pride, holding his hands in a peace sign. Ignil stared in silence, as the echoing voice of Zirf rang in the back of his mind. He is a demon of the Book of Zirf, once he kills me, he will die as well. Ignil knew, the boy was fated to die one day in order to save Zirf. But, the thought of such a burden being placed on such a young child. It didn't sit well with the peaceful Dragon King. But at the same time, Natsu was supposed to be a demon, one of the most vicious demons Zirf has created. Ignil. Without Ignil knowing, the young boy had walked up to him and placed his hand upon his tail. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine kid. Anyway, hurry and cook your lunch. We'll be meeting the other dragons with their kids soon. Ignil had told Natsu of other human children that had been taken in by dragons, and ever since Natsu had wanted to meet them. So, today Ignil had promised to introduce them to Natsu. The older Natsu watched his memories unfold, he had never seen Ignil acting so distant. It hurt the young dragon slayer a little bit on the inside, although from the looks of it the dragon that he would one day view as a father was warming up to him. The memory changed into that of an open field. Ignil stood together with the young Natsu looking up in the sky. Violent winds blew around them, as several dragons flew in the skies above, their mighty flapping wings sending such powerful winds that the young Natsu was knocked off his feet. 4 dragons landed around Ignil, one was Metallicana the Iron Dragon. Followed by Grandini the Sky Dragon. Wislegia the White Dragon and Skiadrum the Shadow Dragon landed next. It's been a long time, Fire Breather. Metallicana gave a light chuckle at seeing Ignil. Hey, watch it or I will burn your metal ass. Ignil threw back with what appeared to be a smirk on his face. Seeing the Iron Dragon and the Fire Dragon interact, truly reminded the older Natsu watching this of himself and Gajeel. Settle down boys, the children are here. Grandini went in between the 2 dragons, she lowered her body as coming sliding down from her feathery wings was a young little Wendy. The little girl giggling happily from feeling the ticklish feathers of Grandini's wings. The Sky Dragon looked lovingly at the child, leaning her head forward so the young Wendy could attempt to hug her snout. This cute little darling is Wendy. Hello, the young Wendy looked a little nervous and timid standing before these other dragons. Metallicana hummed, as they all heard what sounded like snoring coming from his back. Metallicana then humped his body a little, and the snoring figure was flung into the air and crash-landed into the ground. This nasty-eyed brat is Gajeel. Metallicana introduced, as the young groaning Gajeel landed on his head and slowly fell onto his back. Ow, what was that for? You stupid old man. The young spirited Gajeel glared at Metallicana who merely sighed and ignored Gajeel's tantrum. Ha ha ha. The young Natsu started laughing at seeing the young Gajeel having been flung into the air, even the older Natsu watching this memory couldn't help but bust out laughing. What are you laughing at Pinky? Gajeel went up and headbutted the young Natsu, Gajeel's thick skull proving to be even thicker than Natsu's as he was knocked over. Ouch, what the hell is your problem Iron Jerk? The young Natsu snarled as he threw an uppercut to Gajeel knocking him on his feet. Wanna go bastard. The 2 young boys then locked hands and heads, glaring daggers at each other. Oh, a fight. Jumping from Wislegia's back was a young Sting, followed by a young Rogue jumping from Skiadrum's back, seeming eager to join these two slightly older boys in a fight. The blonde one is Sting. Wislegia introduced with a humorous chuckle at seeing the young boys all looking so lively. This one is Rogue. Skiadrum introduced the slight shy and timid Rogue who looked like he wanted to join the brawl, but was a little nervous at meeting all these new people. The boys were quickly interrupted in their fighting, at the sound of someone crying. They all looked towards the young little Wendy bawling her eyes out. Please don't fight. The poor little young girl, having been told she would make friends here today, hated seeing them already fighting. All the boys stiffened up, neither knowing what to say at seeing a little girl crying. One thing is for sure, they hated the feeling they got from it. We aren't fightin' anymore. Little Natsu had no idea what to say. He hadn't seen a girl since his mom died. HMPH, and they are supposed to be our hope. Igneel couldn't help but chuckle, seeing all the boys stiffen up like that from a little girl merely crying. They had a long way to go before these young children would grow up, to become the very warriors that would bring down the dark legacy of their race. The rest are here. Skiadrum looked up, seeing at least 15 other dragons arriving, all carrying human orphan children of their own on their backs. The older Natsu watched in awe. He had no recollection on who these other 15 dragon slayers were. He just watched the scene unfold, where all the kids introduced each other, ran around playing while their dragons discussed important stuff. However, to the older Natsu, watching the scenery began to change. The cheerful laughter of children turned into screams of horror. Natsu's eyes widened. The peaceful scenery turned into war zone. The forest was on fire. New dragons had arrived at the scene and began fighting Igneel and his group. Igneel and his other dragons made up a total of 20 dragons, but the ones attacking heavily outnumbered them by at least 50. You traitors want to make more like Acnologia. Like we would stand idly by and allow it. A large gray dragon covered in scars unleashed a breath attack that annihilated one of the dragons on Igneel's side. These runts will make a fine snack. A dragon with really long claws picked up the children one by one, stabbing them onto her claw, giggling at the sound of their pained cries and pleas for help. Once there was no more room on her claw, she opened her massive jaw and dropped the stabbed children into her mouth one by one. The sound of her teeth crunching on their flesh and bones, along with the quick sickening echoes of their cries as they were squashed in her fangs. The young Natsu, Gajiel, Wendy, Sting and Rogue were all cradled behind Igneel, their eyes filled with fear. Igneel unleashed a mighty fire breath attack that incinerated more than 10 enemy dragons. Natsu, you and the rest climb on my back. Don't leave my side. Igneel had the remaining children climb onto his scaly back, which consisted only of Natsu, Gajiel, Wendy, Sting, and Rogue, as the rest had been eaten by the anti-human faction dragons. These are mere children, you bunch of monsters. You will burn for this. Igneel roared as he, Metallicana, Skiadrum, Wislegia, Grandini all charged like a group. Their raging emotions and superior power crushed the other dragons. Although the anti-human faction dragons still heavily outnumbered them, Igneel, Metallicana, Skiadrum, Wislegia and Grandini all might be stronger than the average dragon. But even they couldn't take down 50 other dragons by themselves. Their other fellow dragons had all already fallen along with their human children. We'll kill all of you, and those children, and then Acnologia. The dragons own the skies, and the earth bellow. This is our domain. The leading gray-scarred dragon roared, as he and his fellow dragons all charged up a breath attack. Looks like you could use some help, old friend. All dragons turned their heads, as a lone human walked onto the battlefield. This human was none other than Zirf himself. Sorry, but one of those kids is my beloved younger brother Natsu. And I will not allow any of you to harm him. Zirf snarled in anger, his body unleashing a sickening black mist of death. Hey, a human, what could you possibly do against a dragon? The female dragon who ate most of the other orphan-to-be dragon slayer children, charged at Zirf. Human. Zirf grew a sickening smirk, the smell of death and battle bringing out the darkness in him. As the dragon came close enough, her heart suddenly ceased its beating, her eyes lifeless as she crashed to the ground. All the other dragons flinched in shock and looked startled. I stopped being human a long time ago, kill him. The gray-scarred dragon ordered, and all the angered anti-human faction dragons charged at once. I am neither alive, nor am I dead. Zirf took a step forward, and unleashed a sickening black wave of death. The dragons were dropping from the skies like dead flies all around him. "I am a cursed being," Zirf smirked, his death energy going to new levels as the dragon corpses around him all began rotting away. The nauseating smell of rotten flesh of the dragons filled the air. What are you?" The gray-scarred dragon unleashed a mighty breath attack at Zirf, the blast connected in a brilliant explosion. The gray dragon took a few deep breaths to calm himself. This weird human was dead now. "I am immortal," the gray-scarred dragon gasped in terror. Zirf walked out from the burning smoke, his flesh burnt, the left side of his face showing just the bone of his skull. His flesh melted showing the bare bone. Then in an instant, all those injuries healed and Zirf looked unharmed. "I am Zirf Dragneel, I am the Black Wizard." The gray-scarred dragon panicked, and tucked tail and ran. "And you should repent while you still can." Zerif's eyes turned red, as he glared at the fleeing dragon. Anxarum Formula 8. Death Warp. The space around the fleeing dragon began warping itself into a black mist of death. The dragon began screaming in pain as his joints were torn off, his limbs and body shredded into pieces. In the end, nothing was left of the dragon but ashes. Igneel was the only one who appeared calm, as his dragon friends looked absolutely frightened. There had been no human like this in all of history. Zirf was death incarnate, just by being close to him you would die. Ni-chan. The young Natsu sprang towards Zirf, who awaited the young boy with open arms. Metallicana was about to protest, but they all flinched as Natsu hugged Zirf and was still alive after. Zirf hoisted the young boy in his arms, and looked with a loving smile at his younger brother. "It's okay now Natsu, I am here." Zirf gave the young Natsu comforting pats on the back. As the others were about to approach, Igneel stopped them. "Stay back, or you're dead," Igneel warned his fellow dragons, and their children. "Natsu is the only one who won't die from touching him, the rest of us would die in a heartbeat." Igneel knew he was strong enough to stand close to Zirf without dying, but even he knew himself he couldn't physically touch Zirf without dying. But Igneel was confident he could overpower Zirf in combat, as long as he kept his distance. Even though those anti-human faction dragons weren't that strong, Igneel would probably say that the gray-scarred dragon was a bit weaker than Igneel's old friend Atlas Flame. Zirf, due to all his knowledge and his curse, was far more powerful than them. Igneel knew for a fact he himself and Acnologiau are amongst a few dragons that were stronger than Zirf. "Igneel, why can your kid touch Zirf without dying?" Metallicana looked serious as he glared at Igneel. "Demon DNA." Zirf revived his brother using demon DNA, from the Sacred 13 no less. Due to that, Natsu can survive the curse of Anxarum. As Zirf himself had explained to Igneel before, Natsu's demonic DNA makes him have powers no mortal has. Demons, gods and their angels were all viewed as non-mortals, therefore they could survive the curse of contradiction. The Sacred 13, Grandini looked in fear. The title of that demon elite group was enough to make any dragon tremble in fear. Although they themselves haven't had the pleasure of meeting them, they have heard stories from older dragons, especially of the group's captain. "Careful, calling their name out is bad luck." Igneel gave a light chuckle and jab at Grandini. The sky dragon huffed, whilst Metallicana, Weislegia and Skiadrum couldn't help but look concerned. "Igneel, is that why you picked that child?" Metallicana asked his old friend. "It is, his hidden potential will be just what we need to kill Acnologia." Igneel was confident in the hidden power of END within Natsu. Igneel begins to tell the other dragons his plan. Natsu's hidden END power combined with the might of a dragon slayer, would be just what they need to end Acnologia for good. Plus, Igneel also raised Natsu to one day get rid of Zirf as well. As it was per the Black Wizard's request that he trained Natsu to one day kill Zirf and end his suffering. And as a result, END or rather Natsu would die as well with Zirf. The other dragons looked unsure of the plan as they looked at their leader and friend. "Igneel, you're raising that kid like a lamb to the slaughter. Are you saying that for our plan to succeed, and for the world to be at peace, the boy must die?" Metallicana couldn't help but snarl in disgust at Igneel, who only solemnly nodded his head. "Yes, he must die. Thanks to Zirf creating him into END, he could never have lived a peaceful life anyway, and the world needs Zirf gone for there to be peace. You saw what his power made him capable of." Igneel looked with some regret over the fact he was raising Natsu to one day march to his own death. "Igneel, he is a child." Grandini looked judgingly at the Fire Dragon King, who once again solemnly nodded and looked at the crying pink-haired boy who was embraced in Zerif's arms. crying over all those friends he had lost today. You see his tears, his sorrows, his grief over his dead friends. Can you honestly say he is anything but a child? Demon DNA or not? What other way is there? Igneel asked, sounding a bit defeated judging by his tone of voice. His mind going over these past few weeks with the young Natsu, how the cheerful little boy struggling to learn basic language, how to read, and to do basic math. No matter how much the young brat failed, and how much Igneel scolded him, Natsu always kept up his smile and went right back at it. Igneel was beginning to feel a warm fuzzy feeling in his heart. The dragon snarled and looked away from Natsu. He looked down on Gajeel, Sting and Rogue all hugging the still crying Wendy. All the friends they had made today were gone just like that. These normal human kids were crying just like Natsu, grieving like Natsu. Igneel, Metallicana looked at his friend. It was easy for the Iron Dragon to see when Igneel was thinking. He was making such a strange face whenever he thought about something heavy. It was unmistakable. The plan is still in the mere planning stages, it can still change. We'll find a way. Metallicana went to comfort Gajeel, who looked angry whilst crying. He was angry over all those anti-human dragons who killed his new friends. A few years passed. Natsu was a little more grown up, but from the looks of it he hadn't entered his teens just yet. The time frame was a bit confusing for the older Natsu watching this memory. He had no idea how much time had passed or when this was. For he had forgotten all about this life. Currently the young Natsu was sitting with Igneel, who was laying on the ground with his eyes lazily opened. And a beautiful blonde woman who shared a striking resemblance to Lucy. And there we go Natsu, a scarf made out of Daddy Igneel's scales. The woman smiled brightly, as she handed over Natsu's signature white scarf made out of Igneel's fallen scales. Oh, hell yeah, the young Natsu smiled brightly, although flinched as the woman gave him a stern look for using such language. I mean, awesome, thank you Anna-sensei. The young Natsu looked flustered and sheepishly smiled at this Anna woman, who smiled back and gently ruffled his hair. You are welcome little Natsu. Anna giggled a bit at seeing the young Natsu struggling from escaping the hair ruffling. Why would you want a scarf made out of dragon scales anyway? Igneel found himself curious of Natsu's decision and decided to ask. Huh, so I can be like you dad. Now I have cool scales as well. The young Natsu smiled brightly at his surrogate father and teacher, who looked flustered and turned his face away from Natsu to hide his embarrassment. Is that so? Igneel mumbled a bit, having grown attached to the little Natsu over the years. Something he dreaded as he knew what was waiting in this young boy's future. Anna gave a light chuckle at Igneel's flustered behavior, causing the Fire Dragon King to grumble. Later it was time for school, and Natsu was seated at his desk with Gajeel, Sting, Rogue and little Wendy all around him. Natsu actively paying attention to Anna's classes and teachings. He wasn't focused on what they were learning but rather Anna herself. Her scent was sweet and calming to the young dragon slayer. Gajeel snickered a bit at seeing Natsu's expression. The young Pyro was smiling brightly and his eyes glistened from looking at Anna. You have a crush on Anna-sensei, Gajeel sang in a whisper voice to Natsu, causing the Pyro to look flustered as his face turned beet red. And no I don't, Natsu shot back at Gajeel, although his sudden increase in volume earned the whole class's attention. Is something the matter Natsu? Anna stopped in her lecture and looked at the flustered young dragon slayer. Natsu intently looked at Anna's big brown eyes, her beautiful long blonde hair and pretty face. No, sorry Anna-sensei. Natsu lowered himself back in his seat, hiding his blushing face behind his book. Gajeel, Sting and Rogue all chuckled at this while Wendy looked clueless as to what was going on. The older Natsu watching, couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed himself. This Anna reminded him so much of Lucy, in fact she even smelled like her. Natsu couldn't help but wonder if he bonded with Lucy so quickly was because she shared Anna's scent. The young Natsu was currently rushing home to visit his brother Zirf. Natsu hadn't been home for a while, having been busy with training with Igneel and learning academic stuff from Anna-sensei. Natsu saw a big black-looking castle in the horizon of the dead forest. To most children this scenery would frighten them. But Natsu looked at with joy as this was his home, his brother's home and laboratory. Natsu entered the castle, excited to show Zirf his new backpack and scarf, and show how far he had gone in his studies. Ni-chan, I'm home, Natsu called out, although strangely no one responded. Ni-chan, Natsu ran around the castle looking for his older brother. Ni-chan, Natsu halted as he walked by his brother's laboratory. There was Zirf, and he was talking to the shark man Kisame. I'm telling you, you should take this opportunity. If you are going to revive Sasori and Kakuzu, you might as well take Itachi's soul as well. If you add it to I's body, without a doubt he would have no qualms about killing you. Itachi is just that type of man, he even killed his own parents. Kisame advised to Zirf, who looked like he was contemplating the idea. Is he really such a brutal killer? Zirf asked with intrigue. Yes, and with I's power I'm certain Itachi can end your suffering. Kisame revealed, to which Zirf looked with glee. Having no idea, the shark man was secretly planning to run away with Itachi. After all, if they killed Zirf they would all die. Kisame didn't want to openly admit it, but he missed his little Uchiha buddy. It would be just like old times, the shark man kept thinking. Alright, let's begin. Zirf stood over a small pool of green misty water, moving his hands while chanting the magical chants of the god of death. Zirf's eyes glowed red, and the green mist grew thicker to the point where the floor wasn't even visible. The young Natsu quietly looked in awe, and then, 3 blue orbs flew out from the pool of water, and into Zirf's grasp. Bring the artificial bodies for these two, Zirf instructed, and Kisame brought forth the bodies of Sasori and Kakuzu. Zirf placed 2 of the blue orbs into their bodies, causing both bodies to rise a bit as they took in a deep ghostly breath. Then they froze in an ice spell. Anxarum Formula 8, Death Freeze. Now for Itachi-san, Kisame presented the sleeping body of I, who looked like he was in his teens now. Yes, now, time for my strongest creation to be born. Zirf snickered as he lowered the last blue orb into the body of I. The demon of extinction gasped, and stared to breath steadily. Zirf then froze Itachi as well, and looked to Kisame. Be a dear and put I back in his pod. I still have a few tweaks I need to work out with these 3. After that you can go back to sleep as well. Very well, Kisame nodded, although snarled a bit under his breath. He carefully carried the body of Itachi, his best friend, back into I's pod. Zirf then, with a wave of his hand, had Kisame sealed back into his book. Thanks for your hard work. Zirf put Kisame's book back on its shelf, and only first now noticed the little Natsu standing in the doorway. Natsu, I didn't hear you come in. Zirf casually greeted his little brother. What was all that green smoke? Natsu asked, and Zirf only tilted his head at the question. Green smoke? Ah, you mean from the spell I just performed. Just a little experiment, nothing more. So, did you have fun? Zirf seemed quick to change the topic. Yeah, Natsu without further questioning presented his scarf. Anna-sensei made this out from Igneel scales. Pretty cool, right? A scarf made out of dragon scales. My, that is quite a rare garment. Zirf smiled warmly at seeing his younger brother's excitement. Anna-sensei and Igneel taught me all kinds of new words. See, Natsu presented his notebook, containing basic words young children would learn during kindergarten. Yes, I see, well done. Zirf gave light pats to Natsu's head, praising him for his accomplishments. Anna heartfully, to think I only first sought out her help with a project, and suddenly she is your teacher. Yeah, Anna-sensei is amazing, nice, and very pretty. The young Natsu whispered that last part. Zirf heard him but paid no mind to it. Time went on, and the scenery changed to the young Natsu sitting between Zirf and Anna. Anna was sitting at quite the distance from Zirf to avoid his curse. The Eclipse Gate project is in the works. I have written in my will for this diary to be passed down my family bloodline. My daughter has agreed to the plan and wishes to pass it on to her future child, and so on. We can use the eclipse to send the children approximately 400 years into the future. Which, going by the way Acnologia is currently slaying dragons, will be the perfect time era for the children to grow. That time era will have a ton of Ethernano for them to absorb and grow strong enough to end Acnologia. As things stand now, even if Igneel teams up with the other dragons they cannot defeat Acnologia. Zirf nods to Anna's explanation. Yes, I agree, and with how passive I have been lately, I fear my powers won't be much of a help in defeating Acnologia. I have Mai who possibly could kill Acnologia. Although, he needs to grow accustomed to his new powers first. And there is his current developing sickness as well. That demon of yours, I'm not so sure about him. He is a danger to all of humanity. Anna looks concerned. The topic of scared her. Not just because of the demon itself, but because she had no idea how Zirf would react to her criticizing his latest masterpiece. or rather soon-to-be masterpiece. Not to worry, once he kills me, he will fade away from existence as well. Zirf casually said in front of Natsu, who looked a bit sad at the thought of his brother dying. If you say so. Anna still didn't sound convinced, but decided it was best to drop the subject for now. But is the gate ready? As long as you have your celestial spirit zodiac keys, then yes, it's ready to be opened and used. Zirf removed a curtain behind him, revealing the eclipse gate in all its glory. Now, Natsu needs to prepare for his journey. I don't wanna go, Natsu pouted, earning the attention of the two adults. I don't wanna leave, I wanna stay with Ni-chan and Igneel. Anna looked a little heartbroken, not wanting to force Natsu away from his family. But at the same time, she knew it was for the best with how unpredictable Zirf was, and in order to stop Acnologia. Natsu, don't worry, Igneel will always be with you. And I will wait for you on the other side. I'm immortal after all. Zirf put his hands on Natsu's shoulders and gave a reassuring smile. It wouldn't be goodbye forever. It would be like, see you later, type of thing. You know, like when you go to school. We will see each other again. The young Natsu begins to cry, and hugs his brother tightly. Be careful Ni-chan, don't let the bad thoughts get the best of you. Even a little knucklehead like Natsu understood 400 years was a long time. And he also knew of Zeref's personality-changing episodes. Yes, you be careful as well. Zirf begins crying, enjoying this warm embrace as it might be the last time he would enjoy the warm embrace of another person for centuries. But when the time comes for Natsu to leave, things changed. Natsu stood by the eclipse gate along with his fellow dragon slayers Gajiel, Wendy, Sting and Rogue. Now due to the effects of the eclipse gate, you might forget certain things, like that you are from the past and stuff. Which is a good thing, because then you would be able to blend in better with the current times. Anna explained to the young nervous and slight frightened children. Meanwhile, inside Zeref's laboratory the black wizard was clutching his head in immense pain. His eyes glowing bright red. Natsu, M-my-N-N, my E-N-D, my salvation. Zeref's eyes begin vibrating, a dangerous smirk spreading across his face. He didn't want his prized END to leave, END was needed to end his suffering. Anna was making her way through Zeref's castle, gathering last minuet luggage for the kids. Anna peeked into Zeref's laboratory where the now crazed Zirf loomed over E. My precious E, with you, I shall destroy this world that keeps rejecting me. But first, we must save END, I will not let them steal my property from me. His tone sounding dangerous, Anna dropped what she was holding and in fright ran back outside. There was no time to waste. Who goes there? Zirf snarled and exited his lab, looking around for the intruder. Zirf ran straight past what appeared to be an old grandfather clock. Once Zirf was out of sight, Anna stepped out from the old grandfather clock. Thank you, Horologium, any time my dear, the grandfather clock replied and vanished back to the spirit world. Anna had no time to waste. She entered Zeref's laboratory and went straight over to the pod containing E. I can't let Zirf keep this demon, he will wreak havoc and could destroy humanity faster than Acnologia ever could. Anna made up her mind, although with this she would sort of betray Zirf. Anna opened the pod, and lifted the naked teenage body of an unconscious Itachi. Itachi groggily moved, appearing to be near waking up. Anna snuck out of Zeref's castle, whilst the black wizard was still occupied looking for an intruder. Anna rushed outside carrying E, seeing Igneel having already started sending the kids into the eclipse gate. All the dragons looked near dead, having taken a serious beating from Acnologia beforehand. The dragons merged their souls with their individual dragon slayer child, and their bodies dropped dead on the spot. And then they were sent flying. The young Natsu, Gajiel, Wendy, Sting and Rogue flew through the gate. Anna! Zirf roared from behind. Anna gasped and turned around, seeing an ooze of darkness emitting from the angered black wizard. E belongs to me. Anna was quick. She tossed the unconscious Itachi into the eclipse gate. The young Itachi groggily opened his eyes, catching a quick glimpse of Anna and Zirf, before he flew through the gate. No! Zirf roared and unleashed a death wave at Anna. To survive, Anna quickly jumped through the gate herself. And just as the crazed Zirf reached the door, the zodiac keys were flung out from it and scattered now that their contractor was gone. And thus, the gate closed before Zirf could reach. No! Zirf roared to the heavens, surrounded by the corpses of Igneel and the other dragons, and left with the closed eclipse gate. The older Natsu looked flabbergasted, taking in the sight of time and space as he flew with his younger self and the other dragon slayers through a blue vortex that appeared never-ending. And tailing behind him were Itachi and Anna. Air. Itachi woke up screaming, his demonic power acting up from the environment around him. The massive power of darkness causing a rift in the time vortex to open. Anna tried to reach Itachi, trying to calm him down. Although Itachi's body fell through the rift, Natsu caught a glimpse of what was outside the rift. The ocean and the Tower of Heaven. So that's how Itachi ended up there, Natsu uttered to himself, looking in awe at how Itachi ended up in the Tower of Heaven, and how he met Urza. And the next moment, they were taken in by a bright light. Natsu and his fellow Dragon Slayer children shot out like rockets from an opened eclipse gate in the year X777 on July 7th. Standing by the gate was Lucis' mother Layla Heartfilia, looking exhausted. Natsu and the other young Dragon Slayers shot out into the sky and scattered across the continent. Due to this being his memory, Natsu followed only his younger self and could only stare as he was separated from the rest. The young Natsu crash-landed in the wilderness a bit outside of Magnolia. It took some time, but the young Natsu finally woke up to a morning, all alone. The young Natsu looked around, confused. Like Anna said, he had forgotten everything about the past, only one thing still fresh in his mind. The last thing he saw before entering the Eclipse Gate, Igneo. "Dad, where did you go?" the young Natsu asked, and just like that the scenery before Natsu vanished. And he appeared in a white empty void. Natsu stood there speechless, hearing the sound of flapping wings. He turned around to face Igneo. "Now, do you have your answer? What are you, human, dragon, or END?" Igneo asked him the question that had been bothering Natsu in his mind since his battle with Zirf. Natsu looked to be gathering his thoughts of his regained memories. He thought back on all of it, on his parents, Zirf, Igneo, Anna, Fairy Tail, Lucy, and he had his answer. "Human, dragon, END, I'm neither of those things. It doesn't matter," Natsu answered, and looked up at Igneo with a smirk, flexing his arm showing his fairy tail symbol. "No matter what, I will always be Natsu Dragneo." Igneo narrowed his gaze at Natsu. The once little frail, weak and energetic boy stood now before him as a fully grown man. "Hey," Igneo smirked, and gave a nod of approval. "Would you look at that, you finally answered a question correctly. Time to go, son." "Yeah, I have to help my friends, thanks for everything, Dad." Natsu smiled at his dragon surrogate father. Igneo faded from his vision and everything went black. Natsu's eyes opened, overcome with the bright light of the sun. His eyes taking time to adjust, he was taking in all around him. He smelled smoke, he heard fighting. Once his sight had adjusted, Natsu saw the sight of Lucy, standing before her reanimated mother Layla and the member Spriggan 12 Brandish. Natsu's mind drifts over to his brother Zirf, and one thought crossed his mind. "Ni-chan, I swear I will end your suffering." Brandish smiled at the sight. Her vengeance was finally here. She took in the sight of Layla's horrified frozen facial expression, standing there helpless as Brandish threatened to kill Lucy. "No, Brandish, wait," Layla tried to stop her, but Neinhard restricted her movements. "Who am I to deny Brandish the sweet satisfaction of revenge?" Neinhard cackled, enjoying the show before him. "This is for my mother, die." Brandish snarled and once again, expanded the size of her sharp hairpin. Lucy gasped as the blade was nearing her chest. Everything in her vision began moving in slow motion. Was this how she was going to die? Lucy's mind was racing with over a million different thoughts. She had so much she still wanted to do, things she wanted to say to her mother now that she had the chance, more adventures she wanted to go on with her friends. But one thought stood out, one she hadn't considered before, and it even shocked her. "I wanted to tell Natsu how I feel." Lucy then suddenly felt heat. A fiery fist came swooping in an uppercut fashion. Natsu looked with anger, his fist burning in a blazing fury. The flames clashed into the expanding and growing hairpin and melted it upon impact. "Natsu." Lucy smiled at seeing the pink-haired pyro finally being awake. Happy as well looked overtaken with joy. "TCH." Brandish hissed in anger. Natsu turned to Brandish, raising his still burning hand, and with a mighty punch he launched a blazing wave of fire at Brandish. Brandish quickly grew a mere pebble before her, to the size of a house. The violent fire clashed with the rock, smoldering it as it shot around it like a freight train. Brandish looked at the rock as it was being torn apart, and gasped as Natsu plowed right through it and smacked her with a heavy punch, sending her skidding backwards a great distance. Brandish looked at her forearm, seeing it was bruised and slightly burnt. You got a problem with Lucy? Natsu threw his vest aside, standing there shirtless with his white scarf flapping in the wind. You got a problem with me? Natsu exploded with a fiery rage, flames burning brightly around him. His Majesty's little brother, the very forest was trembling as Brandish unleashed a bright green aura. I will be sure to apologize when I send you to him in a body bag. Natsu, be careful, she has the power to change the mass of things and people. If you let your guard down, she can shrink you to the size of an ant, or make your inner organs burst like balloon. Itachi managed to discover she can only change the mass of things one at a time. Lucy quickly warned Natsu of the danger that was Brandish's power. Okay then, thanks Lucy. Natsu have a toothy grin as he glared at Brandish. I'm fired up now. Natsu stomped his foot to the ground, and hard, knocking up a piece of earth with it. Natsu grabbed onto the massive piece of earth, catching it ablaze with his flames before chucking it straight at Brandish. Brandish quickly shrunk the size of the burning rock coming her way, although gasped as Natsu unleashed a mighty breath attack as well. Fire Dragon. Roar. Brandish quickly tucked and rolled, dodging the incoming wave of fire. Not done yet, Natsu latched his hands onto a tree, and ripped it right out of the ground. Burn baby burn. Natsu set the tree in his hands on fire, and tossed it towards Brandish. You annoy me. Brandish snarled and once again tucked and rolled out of the way. Brandish then slammed her palm into the ground. Command T. Expansion. The ground exploded as a spike of earth and stone shot up and crashed into Natsu. Natsu grunted as the spike continued to grow until it was at the size of a mountain. Fire Dragon. Demolishing Fist. Natsu threw a mighty fire punch, the flames spreading into the mountain and burning it from within. The flames spread quickly, and causing the mountain to explode like a volcano. The flames popping the top of the mountain off in a mighty explosion. Fiery rocks rained down from the sky, and Natsu used his magic power to direct all that fiery rain at Brandish. Brandish smirked, and with a twist of her hand the fiery rain started dispersing so it fell all around the forest. My own magic power was infused into those rocks as well, I can redirect them just fine. Brandish dangerously eyed Lucy, sending a fiery rock her way. Although before it could hit, the rock exploded as the fire expanded in it. Natsu then leapt down from the destroyed mountain, the whole forest now burning. Natsu groaned a little in frustration, his unhappy's house was in this forest. Natsu was sweating, and he even began breathing a little heavier. He still hadn't fully recovered from his fight with, his ears began twitching, hearing the swirling sound of water coming his way. Natsu grunted as he did a 180-degree turn catching an incoming wave of water. The mighty spray of water pushed Natsu back a few feet. In order to halt himself, Natsu dug his feet deeply into the ground. Fire Dragon. Wing Attack. With a twirl of his arms, Natsu created dancing wavers of fire that clashed with the water. The sheer heat of Natsu's fire not only evaporated the water wave, but also the water restraining Lucy, who fell to the ground. Damn it. Layla cursed that once again her movements were controlled by Nineheart. Stop it. Stop making me attack my daughter and her friends. Layla trembled, desperately trying to fight back against Nineheart's control. Nineheart. Brandish shouted, spikes of earth stabbing through Layla's body, restraining her in place. Interfere with my revenge again, and I will kill you. Brandish snarled. Layla's body froze, and her chestnut brown eyes turned white, her voice changing, sounding manlier. And here I was just trying to help you, Brandish. Besides, I need to kill Natsu Dragneel. He is a danger to His Majesty, even though His Majesty doesn't acknowledge it. Hey you coward, instead of hiding behind Lucy's mom, come and fight me yourself. Natsu challenged Nineheart, who only chuckled at the pyro's outburst. One does not win a war by sending a resource to the battlefield. That is what I am, a resource. I can revive the dead, and provide the Empire with an endless army of the undead. I don't have time to waste my time going out into combat. I bet you just scared. Can't fight yourself, is that it? Natsu tried to annoy Nineheart, hoping to draw him out from hiding. Your friend Itachi might have fooled me once, but there is no way I will fall for such childish slander like yours. Itachi, alright then, I will just take this chick down, and I will make sure Lucy's mom gets some rest. Natsu smirked, a blazing inferno flaring around his entire body. If Itachi knew where Nineheart was, it would only be a matter of time before that punk is dealt with. Take me down. Brandish's lips crooked themselves into a smirk, her hand reached out towards Natsu, giving off an ominous vibe. Your sorry lot manages to take down one of the 12 and suddenly you are so confident. Command T. Expansion. Natsu quickly reacted, sensing imminent danger, but then a small golden glint caught his eye and was tossed in between them. Before Natsu and Brandish grew a gigantic golden broken key, formerly that of the celestial spirit Aquarius. Brandish averted her gaze to whoever threw it, and her gaze landed on Lucy. Enough already, Lucy shouted. She was sick of this. Her family had some secret 400-year-long project she didn't know about. Her mother had been brought back to life and forced to fight her. And Brandish claiming she wanted revenge on Lucy's mother for something that happened to Brandish's own mother. Just what is your connection to my mom anyway? Lucy looked straight at Brandish, who in return glared back. Very well, my mother Grammy was one of your mother's disciples. Brandish revealed, which shocked Lucy a great deal. There weren't many who used to work for her family that she didn't know of. But she had never once heard of this woman named Grammy. Layla, seeming to have regained her consciousness, witnessed this little discussion. Brandish, seeing this, continued the tale. When your mother gave up on being a celestial wizard, she entrusted her keys amongst 3 of her servants. My mother, Grammy, was entrusted with Aquarius key, and my mother loved and looked up to Layla. She was so devoted to her task, she used to polish the key until it shone without fail, every single day. Until Layla betrayed my mother. At hearing this, not only Lucy but even Layla herself looked surprised. And no, I never betrayed Grammy. She was my precious disciple and friend, I would never. In anger, Brandish flashed her aura and snarled at Layla. Then how did she come about having Aquarius key? My mother was supposed to look out for the key. She was tasked with keeping it in her care, until the day a celestial wizard worthy of it was born. Even if that wizard was Lucy Heartfilia, how come she didn't meet my mother to claim it like she was supposed to? You killed her to get the key back, Brandish accused, and Layla, who looked hurt at the accusation. No, Brandish, please listen, I could never have killed Grammy. By the time she had died I was already on my deathbed. She even visited me, and gave me Aquarius key to give it to Lucy one day. The day I heard she died, I was devastated over the loss of my closest friend. Layla's plea fell on deaf ears, as Brandish was overcome with anger. What reasons do I have to believe you? Brandish shrieked, and prepared to attack Lucy and Natsu to silence Layla's lies. The skies then suddenly darkened, with violent torrents of wind blowing all around them. Tidal waves struck across the shores, and thunder struck from the heavens. My old friend, it has been a long time. A booming voice echoed all around them, as a golden ray of light shone from the sky. And descending down, was the celestial spirit king in all his glory. I heard from Loke of the strange return of my old friend. So, I wished to see it for myself. The celestial spirit king. Lucy sounded shocked at the appearance of the mightiest spirit in the celestial realm. What, the king of all celestial spirits? Brandish looked in awe, as this was her first time seeing the giant king. Your Majesty, it's been a long time. Layla greeted the king with a smile, who returned it happily. Now, before anything, let's rid you of that horrendous Reanimator's control. Celestial light shone from the king, and a beam shot through Layla's head. The light beam then retracted, and pulled some sort of sealing tag out with it. The tag burnt within the grasp of the celestial light. Meanwhile, on board Nineheart's ship, the Spriggan 12 member recoiled back in shock with visible sweat running down his forehead. What was that? What the hell just happened? Confusion visible on his face, Nineheart found himself panicking. How did I lose my connection to Layla? I can't sense her. Was she destroyed? No, it can't be. I would have felt it. Madara-sama assured me the only way to break free from my control was either through the use of a special Sharingan Genjutsu, or if the reanimated warrior knows how to break the reanimation contract from their end. But Layla couldn't have possibly known about it, only me and Madara-sama know about it. And no one in that group had a Sharingan. What is going on here? Nineheart snarled in rage and frustration. Back within the burning forest of Magnolia, the flames were near extinguished due to the sudden appearance of the Celestial Spirit King. His presence sending such mighty winds, that the flames were snuffed out. Layla found herself able to move freely, even freed from the restraints put on her by Brandish. But in return, she also felt her consciousness fading. Her body slowly falling apart. Apologies, my old friend. But by releasing you from the caster's control, it seems your spirit is letting go and preparing to become one with the stars once more. Layla smiled at the celestial spirit king as he lowered his head to her. It's okay, thank you. I'm just thankful I won't be forced to harm my daughter anymore. Perhaps I could also repay, by assisting in showing this troubled child the truth of the events surrounding the parted Aquarius key. The celestial spirit king raised his massive armored hand, his finger letting out a sphere of light that resembled a star in the night sky. At hearing this, even Brandish looked intrigued. Can you do that? Lucy asked the giant celestial spirit king. Indeed, through the archive of Aquarius star sign, an archive woven by celestial spirits and their contractors for generations, the glowing star sphere expanded into a bright light, a veil of darkness overcoming all their surroundings, making it look like they were all floating in the vast emptiness of space. What is this? Where are we? Brandish hissed, uncertain if she was walking in a trap by the enemy. The memory archive, young troubled one. You can think of it like being inside dream, only that all you witness is the absolute truth. Natsu and Happy eagerly looked around at the shining stars. Lucy, Layla and Perliuzuka looked on with intrigue. Brandish, however, looked to be on guard. As they soared through the starry space of darkness, the stars started forming themselves into an image. Hey, something is coming into view, Lucy pointed out, as the stars formed the image of a blonde-haired woman identical to Lucy and Layla. That old friend is the one who helped orchestrate the 400-year project in your family. Your ancestor, Anna Heartfilia, the greatest celestial spirit to have ever lived. 400 years ago, Anna and the man known as the Black Wizard Zirf, and the Fire Dragon King Igneal, came up with a plan. The stars showed images of Anna meeting with Zirf and the Fire Dragon King. All but Natsu and Layla looked surprised. The Emperor, Brandish, knew that Zirf was immortal, but she had no idea he had been involved with the ancestor of Layla. And Igneal, Lucy looked astonished at seeing Natsu's adopted father being involved in all this. She looked to Natsu, and was further surprised at seeing Natsu didn't appear shocked at all. It was a plan to send 5 powerful warriors to the future, all for the purpose of defeating Acnologia. The image changed into what looked like shooting stars, only they weren't stars, but young children. And Lucy noticed one of them looked like Natsu. Natsu Dragneel, Gajiel Red Fox, Wendy Marvel, Sting Eucliffe and Rogue Cheney. Were these 5 warriors, all orphaned children, raised by dragons to one day defeat the dragon race's dark legacy, Acnologia. Wait, Natsu, did you? Before Lucy could even ask, Natsu frowned a bit. I found out today, from Zirf. Natsu clearly looked to be holding certain things back from Lucy, like him being END and him also being Zerif's younger brother. Using the Eclipse Gate, Anna opened it, and also passed down a diary through her bloodline, instructing to wait for the perfect era blooming with Ethernano to send the children for them to grow. Your mother, Layla, was the one who opened the gate on her end. Unless the gate were open in a different time period, the children would have traveled to a random location in time. The date of this was July 7th in the year X777. However, certain complications occurred. The images changed into that of a simple homestead, where a green-haired woman resembling Brandish sat drinking tea. When suddenly a young little Brandish came running in. Brandish in that moment showed a hint of emotion at seeing her mother again. Layla had been unsuccessful in gathering the 12 zodiac keys, having entrusted the keys to her loyal disciples, and retired from being a celestial wizard, all to take care and raise young Lucy. The image changed into Layla standing before the Eclipse Gate. Lucy looked to her mother, who looked with sadness over reliving these memories, trying to gather as many celestial wizards as she could to aid her in her task, and also contacting her disciples that she had entrusted her keys to. Yet problems kept popping up. Grammy wasn't able to be contacted in time, having traveled the world, and landed on the western continent of what is known as the Alvarez Empire. Grammy didn't get Layla's message in time. In compensation for the missing keys, Layla used her own life force to open the gate. She went that far? Brandish questioned. She was starting to feel sorry for Layla, but the answer of her mother's death still remained unanswered. Although it was successful, Layla herself ended up suffering from magic deficiency disease. 7 days after Layla getting her diagnosis, Grammy received the news of Layla. The image of Grammy sitting by Layla's bedside, crying as she held onto the dying woman's hand. Miss Layla, after all the kindness you have showed me, I have inflicted such pain upon you, for that I will never forgive myself. Layla gently stroked her finger across Grammy's hand. Do not worry, it is nothing to get yourself worked up over, Grammy. Despite Layla's kind words, Grammy shook her head and held out Aquarius key. I am no longer worthy of possessing this key which you so graciously entrusted to me. Please take it in your hands once more. Layla shook her head, pushing the key back into Grammy's hands. In this state, I can no longer wield celestial spirit magic, then please, allow me to give this to Miss Lucy. Surely she will become a splendid celestial wizard like you. Brandish and Lucy couldn't help but look at each other, seeing their mothers being such close friends. Whilst as they were opposing enemies. The duty of opening the Eclipse Gate, which has been passed down in the Heartfilia family for centuries, has finally been fulfilled by my generation. For that alone, I am eternally grateful. My only wish was for my daughter to be able to live freely, and now it has been granted. Which reminds me, how is young Brandish? Still full of energy. At this, Grammy giggled and smiled warmly. Of course, although without Aquarius I am sure she feels a tad bit lonely. She's around Lucy's age, isn't she? That's right, I'll be sure to bring her along the next time I visit you. I do hope they'll become great friends. The two mothers giggled at the thought of their daughters getting along. They will, I am certain of it. Grammy cried bitter tears, knowing this might be the last time she would see Layla. Yeah, just like us. Layla, however, smiled without any concern or malice towards Grammy considering her situation. On her way from home, Grammy was wiping her tears. Not noticing the menacing figure approaching her from behind. She didn't notice until a knife had been plunged through her back. Mother. Brandish gasped at seeing her mother getting stabbed. Even Layla gasped in terror at the sight, especially considering who the murderer was. Zoldio, Grammy uttered, recognizing her fellow disciple of Layla. And Lucy recognized him as the member of Grimoire Heart who had taken control over Capricorn. It's all your fault. Miss Layla is dying because of you. Zoldio wept tears of rage and anger. Stop. Stay away from her. Brandish desperately cried at the memory, as if she could change it and save her mother. Indeed, you are right. It is my fault. This is what I deserve. Grammy trembled as her blood dripped into the earthy soil beneath them. I beg of you, Zoldio. My daughter Brandish, please spare her life. In exchange for mine, could you grant me this final wish? Zoldio pulled the knife out, and backed away trembling in terror. Almost like he was in disbelief of his own actions. He watched as Grammy fell to the ground in a pool of her own blood, and then ran away. Mother, please don't leave me, Brandish cried, and suddenly found herself in the warm embrace of Lucy. We may be a little late, but maybe the two of us could become friends. Just like our mothers, Lucy cried for Brandish, and Layla looked touched at seeing this scene play out before her. They were then brought back to the forest outside of Magnolia, and the Celestial Spirit King looked like he was about to fade away. It seems I have done what I can in this realm for now. My best regards, my old friend. Your daughter has become a splendid celestial wizard. The Celestial Spirit King paid his respect to Layla. Thank you, old friend. Layla smiled as the Celestial Spirit King vanished back to the celestial realm. Layla then eyed the family photograph, and all the letters from Lucy addressed to her, that she had dropped at the start of the battle. Layla approached them in silence, looking at the photo of herself, her husband Jude and her young daughter Lucy. Layla opened the letters, one by one. The words she read, the tales of adventure and all the friends Lucy had meet on them. Her adventures with Natsu, Gray, Urza and Happy. Her days in Fairy Tale. Lucy had broken free from the shackles of the rich dream Jude had wished for them. And gone on her own adventure. She also read of what had happened to her husband. How he became obsessed with greed, and after Layla's death neglected Lucy. And not until he one day lost his wealth, did he redeem himself to Lucy. And how he had died living a peaceful life. Layla couldn't help but notice Natsu getting mentioned a lot in the letters. Reading of the life of her little girl and her adventures, created a feeling of peace in her heart. Layla felt she could rest in peace. Layla smiled warm-heartedly from reading these letters, and at seeing the woman her daughter had become. But then, Layla noticed her body was falling apart. Lucy, Brandish, the two girls looked up, noticing that Layla's body was falling apart. Mom, Lucy was in tears. Her mother was vanishing before her very eyes once again. I do hope the two of you could become friends, Brandish. Grammy would have been really proud of seeing how much you have grown. The two of you look exactly like we did when we were young. Brandish looked with guilt over having blamed Layla for her mother's death all these years. Mom, please don't go, I have so much I want to tell you, Lucy cried and ran up to hug her mother. I know, I read all about it. Layla smiled, showing Lucy the letters. You've had quite the adventurous life. Just like I wanted you to have. I couldn't be prouder. Lucy's eyes were bawling with tears as she hugged her mother tighter. I love you, Mom, and Dad, despite his flaws. Lucy trembled. Layla smiled warmly and embraced her daughter for what would be the last time. Layla lifted her gaze over to Natsu and Happy. Thank you, for taking my daughter to Fairy Tale. Please, take care of my little lucky star. Layla in particular looked at Natsu, having figured out from the way Lucy talked about him in her letters that she liked him. Natsu, despite being a little weakened from the battle with Zirf, and the small bout with Brandish, gave a thumbs up, and a big grin. Yeah, I will. Layla smiled as her body dispersed into several pieces of paper, and rising from them was her soul and spirit. Taking one last look at Lucy, Brandish, Natsu and Happy with a big smile on her face. Lucy looked at her mother's spirit as it faded into the heavens. Goodbye, Mom. Lucy fell to her knees. She wept salty tears at having lost her mother once again. A hand then reached out to her. Lucy looked up at the smiling Natsu, who pulled her up. She was a great mom, huh? Natsu wasn't quite good in these situations, unsure of what to say, unsure of what would be comforting or sympathetic. Natsu just said what first came to his mind, the truth. Yeah, the best. Lucy smiled and hugged Natsu. I'm so happy you are okay. Hey, who do you think you are talking to? Ain't no way something like that would kill me. Natsu patted the top of Lucy's head and smiled brightly at her, making her feel like everything was going to turn out okay. Yeah, Lucy giggled a bit. Pardon the interruption, but what about her? Ryuzuka pointed over to the broken-looking Brandish. Just take me back to my cell. I don't care. Brandish mumbled. We don't have to do that. Lucy tried to reason with Brandish, maybe even getting her to help them against Zirf. Our nations are at war, don't be a fool. I don't want to fight you, but I do not want to betray my country. You will all be better off just locking me up. At this, Lucy couldn't help but ask her a question that was nagging at her mind. Why do you follow Zirf? From Lucy's point of view, Zirf was a threat to all mankind, pure evil. How could someone like Brandish serve him? His Majesty wishes to destroy this reality and create a new. I agreed to help him, because I have nothing left in this world. And if he is successful, he would create a reality where my mother is still alive. That is why I have sworn my loyalty to the Empire, and to His Majesty the Emperor. Brandish revealed her reasoning for siding with Zirf and his plans. What about now? Lucy hesitantly asked. I do still want that reality if possible. But now, I'm not so sure. My mother's last wish was for my life to be spared, and to get along with you. Just put me back in my cell, before I change my mind and kill all your friends or whatever. Brandish seemed to be in deep thinking, and sounded rather annoyed. Lucy complied with her wish, and together with Natsu and Happy escorted Brandish back to Magnolia, and back to the Guildhall. All the while, down in the southern isles of Ishgar, explosions of fire raged through the islands. Itachi taking chase after Obito, who was wielding chakra rods as weapons. Itachi, in his stage 2 demon transformation, punched his darkness-cloaked demonic fist at Obito. The sheer size of the fist being bigger than Obito's torso. Yet it made no impact and only slipped right past the reanimated shinobi's body. Obito in response sliced the chakra rod downwards towards Itachi. Obito's arm slipping past Itachi's darkness that attempted to block the strike. Once Obito had a clear strike of Itachi's chest, his body solidified itself and the chakra rod slashed a gashing cut on Itachi's chest. Itachi gave a light grunt, and threw a kick to Obito's chest, sending him skidding backwards. Obito puffed his chest, his hands flashed in the Tiger Hand seal. Fire style. Grand Fireball. Obito spat a gigantic blazing ball of fire that made Itachi look like a tiny moon before the sun itself. Itachi activated his Rinnegan, and was quick to absorb the blazing inferno. If I attack Obito with ninjutsu, he would use his Rinnegan to absorb it. I need to rely on my demonic power in this fight. First I need to buy time for Mistogen to charge up his Kamui. As Mistogen didn't have an Uchiha's body that goes with the Sharingan, using the Kamui drains a lot from the King of Edalis. Currently Mistogen was on standby charging up, with a clone of Itachi to guard him should any Alvarez soldiers decide to attack. How much longer? Itachi's clone sounded a bit impatient as he asked Mistogen, who was sitting in a lotus position. I'm nearly there, just hold on for a little longer. Mistogen calmly replied. Itachi slashed his arm that had formed into a demonic sword of darkness at Obito, yet every attack slipped right past the reanimated Uchiha. Now I know you are planning something, it's not like you to attack blindly like this. Obito commented during the exchange. Normally in a fight like this, Obito would try to grab onto his opponent when they least expect it, and send them to the Kamui dimension where they would be trapped. But even if he traps Itachi, Mistogen would simply teleport in after him and get Itachi out again. And Neinhard knew this, which is why he had Obito fight in a more direct style than he was used to. Itachi carefully eyed Obito's patterns, reading them and predicting when and where he would attempt to strike. Obito jumped at Itachi, and passed straight through him. Obito was aiming to attack him from behind. Itachi swiftly took action, whilst Obito solidified himself and aimed to stab Itachi in the back with the chakra rod. Itachi quickly entered stage 3 of his demon transformation, his partially transformed state. Creating a cloak of darkness going over his back, Itachi turned the end of the cloak into a spear and stabbed it through Obito. The darkness like a tentacle hoisted Obito into the air, and Itachi created a sphere of darkness in the palm of his demonic claw of darkness. Extinction of life. Itachi fired off a blast attack of darkness at Obito, who was quick to use the chakra rods as a shield by holding them in an X formation. The blast of demonic power, however, destroyed the chakra rods as if they were mere sticks. Shinra Tensei. Obito flashed his Rinnegan eye, creating a gravitational blast around him to push away the blast. At least until his Kamui was ready to be used. The blast, to even further surprise Obito, broke through the gravitational push. Obito's Kamui, however, was ready, and he slipped right past the wave as it engulfed his body. Out from the blast, shot out Obito's hand towards Itachi's face. Itachi merely gave a hum as he saw Obito's body slip past the blast. Obito's hand then latched itself around Itachi's neck, holding him up. Neinhard cackled. I got you now. Hey, of course. Obito smirked as the Itachi in his grasp exploded. Obito was flung out from the explosion, both his arms blown off. Exploding shadow clones, you knew I would slip past that attack and prepared a trap once I solidified myself. Obito's arms regenerated, and as they were he flashed a series of hand seals. To me, that frightening mind of yours was what was in my way, not your power in itself. But now, even your power is frightening to me. Obito puffed his cheeks, and his chest puffed out. Fire style. Flames of Fire Mountain. Obito spewed out an ocean tidal wave of fire towards Itachi. Despite its magnificent size, Itachi used his Rinnegan to absorb it nonetheless. And once the fire disappeared, 10 Obitos jumped at Itachi. Wood style. Wood clones. The Obito clones surrounded Itachi, each wielding dual wield of chakra rods. Itachi created demonic blades of darkness and began dueling with all 10 clones of Obito at once. What made it more infuriating to Itachi was that he himself couldn't touch the clones. Whenever he attacked one, his attack just slipped right past it, whilst the others attacked him. Itachi's back, his shoulder, his torso was covered in slash marks from the chakra rods. Itachi's demonic power couldn't keep up with healing his injuries, as more would just appear by the second. Shinra Tensei. Itachi tried a last-ditch effort to gain some space, yet all the clones used Kamui and the gravitational push itself did nothing to them. Once the gravitational push ended, the Obito clones solidified themselves again and resumed attacking Itachi. Itachi grunted in frustration. If he used the Susanoo, the clones would just teleport inside it and resume their attack. If he used Amaterasu, they would just suck it into the Kamui dimension. Using a powerful attack from his demonic arsenal would just be a waste of energy. And Tsukuyomi was out of the question, as not only was Obito a reanimated shinobi, but he also had the Mangekyo Sharingan to break free. Itachi was kicked in the chin by an Obito clone, struck with a palm strike to the stomach by another, having the back of his head kicked, knocking Itachi to the ground. Blood leaked from Itachi's nose. This was starting to get annoying. In the flying hurricane of fists and kicks, Itachi still tried to read Obito and his clone's movements. If he could just predict which clone would have to solidify itself to attack him, Itachi could strike and destroy the clone. Itachi analyzed the patterns of Obito and his clone's attacks, and a clone was about to punch the back of his head. Itachi titled his head aside as Obito's clone's fist flew by. Itachi elbowed the clone, feeling the blow connect. Itachi followed up with a swift decapitation with his blade of darkness. The headless Obito clone withered away like dying wood. Okay, that's better. Itachi sighed as he caught the fist of another clone, and kneed the clone in the chin, sending him flying a bit over the ground, and Itachi quickly cut him in two straight down the middle. Another clone attempted to kick Itachi, who did nothing as the foot of the clone passed right through Itachi's head. Whilst another one threw a punch that Itachi blocked with his wings of darkness. I'm starting to get the hang of this. Itachi smirked. Using his eyes, Itachi searched after the slightest hint of muscle movement in Obito and his clones, and predicted which would fake an attack, and which would actually attack. The real Obito leapt out from the crowd, his eye warping the Kamui dimension open, as one of the dimension's many white gigantic pillars fell out and down onto Itachi. Itachi didn't even look faced, as in an instant he created the giant spectral skeleton of his Susanoo to slice the pillar in two with the Totsuka blade. Now, whilst Obito was occupied bringing this object from the Kamui dimension, Itachi stabbed forward the Totsuka blade and pierced straight through Obito. Only for that Obito to wither away like dead wood as it turned out to be a clone. I can't believe you fell for Genjutsu. Obito teleported into Itachi's Susanoo and stabbed him with the chakra rod. I can't believe you did. Itachi threw back, as this Itachi exploded into a murder of crows. Small subtle Genjutsu might work on both of us, even if only for a second. The real Itachi appeared behind Obito, and slammed his elbow straight into his face, sending the reanimated Uchiha flying straight into a massive boulder which collapsed onto him. Oh, what irony! Obito rolled his eyes, as the collapsed boulder covered the entire area of his body that got crushed by a boulder when he was young during the Third Great Ninja War. Obito, however, stood up as his body slipped right through the boulder without any issue. Mistogen's eyes shot wide open, his Sharingan morphing straight into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sorry for the wait, I'm finally ready. Mistogen then used his Kamui, the warping space sucking both him and Itachi's clone that was with him into Kamui space. Obito calmly looked at the spot where Mistogen used to be, and then over to Itachi. Well, I suppose it will all be over soon, most likely. Itachi remained as stoic as ever. Itachi slashed his demonic blade at Obito without a second's thought. The blade itself passed straight through the reanimated Uchiha, although as it did Obito's body was suddenly sliced in half from the waist and down. In the Kamui dimension, Mistogen was preparing the next step. His magical staff stabbed and lodged into the surface of one of the giant pillars. Whilst Itachi's clone sliced through a part of Obito's lower body with his demonic blade of darkness. One end fighting outside, and the other fighting inside was the best way to deal with Kamui. With one attacking from the outside, and the Kamui user sending parts of his body into the dimension to avoid the attack from the outside end. All the while the ones in the Kamui dimension attack the parts of the body the Kamui user sends into the Kamui dimension. Obito reattached his lower body. Itachi expanded his demonic fist to the point where it nearly outsized Obito's body. Itachi threw a heavy punch, and Obito once again used Kamui to slip right through. Obito like a ghost flew straight through Itachi and leapt behind him. Then suddenly Obito's upper torso exploded in a fiery blue explosion. In the Kamui dimension, Itachi's clone slammed into Obito's body with a Rasengan. Obito grunted as part of his body was blown apart. But he wasn't frustrated, he wanted Itachi to win anyway. Neinhardt on the other hand, was biting his nails in frustration. Obito leapt at Itachi, wielding chakra rods. Itachi blocked the chakra rod slashing down onto him, using his right forearm. Itachi then pushed Obito off and threw a series of punches into the reanimated warrior. Each punch tearing a hole through Obito's reanimated body. Obito summoned chakra rod stabbing out from the ground, piercing straight through Itachi's limbs. Itachi groaned in pain as he was restrained by Obito's chakra rods. Neinhardt then had Obito throw a series of punches into the restrained Itachi. Itachi however used his demonic darkness to create multiple demonic arms, plucking out the chakra rods, and Itachi then headbutted Obito. Itachi tossed the chakra rods straight back into Obito, severing the reanimated Uchiha's right arm, and into his shoulders. Obito skidded backwards. Itachi followed up by unleashing an energy blast of darkness. Obito used his Kamui to slip right through the wave, although then had his other arm severed by Itachi's clone in the Kamui dimension. Obito stepped backwards. It truly seemed like he was caught in a corner. especially as his right arm didn't regenerate whereas the left one did. Itachi of course caught onto this, especially seeing that the penetrated holes in Obito's body from the chakra rods weren't healing either. I see, so these chakra rods prevent a reanimated warrior from regenerating. The spiritual powers of the sage's chakra in these rods must be the cause of it. Itachi, now knowing another weakness of the reanimation, took a giant leap at Obito, creating chakra rods out from his own palm. Obito looked at the incoming Itachi, and using his Kamui, Obito launched massive purple flaming chakra chains attached to chakra rods. The chains wrapped around Itachi's body like snakes, the chakra rods stabbing into Itachi's body, keeping him restrained in place. Obito smirked as he saw something Nineheart didn't. The restrained Itachi turned into a murder of crows that scattered across the battlefield. Amaterasu. The black flames of a blazing inferno appeared on the chains, all being burnt and melted away in a near instance in the face of the massive sea of black fire. The flames in face of Obito cleared away, and Itachi appeared holding his dominant arm up with powerful winds tearing through the very fraction of space around him. What looked like black lightning crackled around the palm of Itachi's hand, creating a sphere of darkness. Itachi generated a massive black sphere of demonic energy, rings rotating around the sphere at an intense rate. Dark Solar. Itachi chucked the black sphere of demonic energy at Obito, the sheer size of it making Obito look like an ant in comparison. Obito smirked, knowing the caster would have no choice but to make him use the Kamui to avoid this destructive attack, or else Obito would certainly be destroyed. And so, he did. Nineheart made Obito slip right through the destructive sphere. Obito was standing in the Kamui dimension, and looked around, seeing he was surrounded by magical staffs, and multiple layers of magic circles hovering over him. And Mistogen was ready for Obito's arrival. 5-layered magic circle, sacred song. Coming raining down from the magic circles, was a bright purple beam of light. Obito was pressured to the floor, the pillar beneath him was cracking under this intense pressure as well. In fact, it was near falling apart and plunging Obito into the abyss of the Kamui dimension. Then, however, in what seemed like a mere flash, Obito was back out in the real world, although his body restrained from the effects of Mistogen's spell. Obito widened his eyes, looking down, seeing a massive flaming sword stabbed right through him. And with this, Obito finally felt like he was free as Nineheart lost control over Obito's body. No, goddammit. Nineheart cried out in pure anger. One of his prized fighters was out of commission. Damn that Itachi Uchiha, I only have one other that could possibly contend with him, one even stronger than Obito. But my magic power is not enough to control him. Nineheart was trembling, not only out of rage, but fear. At this rate he would be forced to face his majesty as a failure, not to mention he would have to grovel to August and Irene to grant him more power. He didn't know what was worse, the humiliation or the punishment he would suffer from the Emperor. Obito meanwhile was restrained by the effects of Mistogen's spell, and was easily stabbed by the Totsuka blade. Obito's body was falling apart. He looked to Itachi with a hint of regret. Itachi, as I am going away now, could I part away one last message? Obito felt he needed to try and make things up for Itachi, after everything he did in their times in the Akatsuki. Plus, he thought what he had to offer Itachi might make up for it, if even only a little. Very well, I shall humor you. What message? In response, Obito flashed his Sharingan. Itachi felt his heartbeat increase as he was being placed in a genjutsu. Itachi saw all of Obito's memories from after the Edo Tensei was undone. He saw Obito getting unmasked by Naruto, Kakashi, Killer Bee and Might Guy. He saw Madara and Obito unleashing the Jubi onto the allied shinobi forces. All the previous Hokage reanimated, with the Edo Tensei appearing to fight against Madara, Obito and the Jubi. But then, what Obito really wanted to show Itachi was the late arrival of Sasuke. Sasuke declaring he was going to protect Konoha, and become the Hokage, which even came as a shock for Itachi himself. Itachi couldn't help but smile, as he saw the sight of Naruto and Sasuke fighting side by side against Obito, even as he became the Jinchuriki for the Jubi. Obito's eventual defeat to Naruto, and Madara's betrayal of Obito by making himself into the Jubi's Jinchuriki. Obito clinging onto life after he had used Rinne Rebirth to bring Madara back to life. Sasuke getting the Rinnegan, and Naruto the powers of the Sage of Six Paths with the Truth Seeker orbs. The infinite Tsukuyomi casted onto everyone on the planet except for Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura. the fall of Madara, who was betrayed by Black Zetsu, the revival of Kagaya. And finally, Obito giving his life to save Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi. Then things changed, strangely from Kakashi's perspective, as he temporarily gained Obito's Sharingan once again to use the perfect Susanoo, giving Naruto and Sasuke the window they needed to seal and defeat Kagaya. Itachi was then brought back to reality, looking at the smiling face of Obito as his body was beginning to get sealed by the Totsuka blade. It may not be good enough, considering all the things I have done. But I hope this at least can bring you some peace in regards to Sasuke's future. I owe you that much. Itachi stared at the fading form of Obito Uchiha in silence, stunned silence. You are forgiven, Obito. Obito looked in shock at hearing Itachi say those words. He looked up to face the gaze of the younger Uchiha, and Itachi was smiling at him. Thank you for showing me that. May you rest in peace. Hey, thank you, Itachi. Obito closed his eyes as the Totsuka blade pulled him into the jar, sealing him away and allowing Obito's spirit to rest. Itachi stood a few moments in silence, wondering what became of Sasuke's life after the battle with Kagaya. Did Sasuke start a family? Did he become Hokage like he said he would? Did he protect Konoha along with Naruto until his final days? Itachi for sure was at ease that his brother appeared to have escaped from the darkness and the cycle of hatred. Itachi's train of thoughts were interrupted from the sounds of explosions coming from a few islands down. Explosions of light and darkness raging across the isles from Jalal battling Zirf and Inval. Then coming out from the Kamui dimension were Mistogen and the clone of Itachi. Itachi's clone quickly vanished, however, and Mistogen walked over to Itachi's side. So, shall we go help my counterpart? With any luck we could end this war. Itachi nodded as he and Mistogen leapt towards the battlefield, towards Zirf. If they put an end to the Black Wizard, this war would end much faster. The fight still raged on in Magnolia, although with enough effort and with the backup from the survivors of the squad in Harjan. Laxus' squad in Magnolia had been able to push the remaining members of the deceased Agil's squad, and Wall Ito's squad to the edges of Magnolia. In the front lines leading a charging spirit group of fairy tale wizards, was Elfman using his Weretiger beast soul form. With his now enhanced speed he tore through the Alvarez troops. Following her brother, was the youngest Strauss sibling, Lizana, using her animal soul cat form, and her claws to shred through the armor of the Alvarez knights like a hot knife on butter. We need to push them back before their reinforcements arrive. Mikao and Wakaba joined the siblings, Mikao sending a whip of purple fire and Wakaba sending a torrent of smoke fists knocking into the Alvarez knights. Where the hell are Wall Ito-sama and Brandish-sama? The sound of panicking cries amongst the Alvarez knights made victory seem certain for the fairy tale wizards. So certain, that even Jet soared through the knights with ease, and Droy's plants grew into gigantic size beneath several magic mobiles knocking them over. The two said Spriggan 12 members hadn't been seen or heard from in a while, making the troops lose face without the might of their generals to guide them. Whilst Brandish was currently in the woods near Perliuzuka's home, Wall Ito was still on board his airship. Wall cackled as he watched the battle through his binoculars. Look at all those chumps getting destroyed. Hilarious. Yes sir, those are our very own men. One of the crew pointed out to his general, although Wall didn't seem to care one bit. We need to provide backup. With your power, sire, we annihilate those fairy tale wizards and claim the Emperor's prize. Huh, oh yeah, his former lover's body, I wouldn't be so sure. You saw that destructive pillar of light, right? I mean, of course you did. It probably shot itself all the way up to space. Wall Ito snickered, the memory of seeing Maviz's fairy law blasting into the heavens still fresh in his mind. Wall knew that it had strengthened the hope of the Ishgar forces from seeing that pillar of light, shining like a beacon of hope. With Brandish and Demaria's help, sure we could take this stinking town no problem. But Brandish is MIA and Demaria is still on her way. If I go in now, well, I would look worse than that fool Agil and get myself killed. But, we can't just abandon our own men, the knight stuttered. The enemy had someone even Wall Ito admitted he couldn't defeat by himself. He had never heard his general ever praise an enemy in such a way. Not to worry, I called in a small favor from Nineheart. And I sent the men the second best thing. Blitzkrieg should be able to hold those fairy tale chumps busy long enough until Demaria arrives with reinforcements. Wall chuckled with confidence as he continued watching the show from afar. Back on the battlefield, even little Romeo was doing his part. using a flame-coated fist like Natsu, and knocking down a couple of Alvarez knights. I'm all fired up, Romeo smirked, as he charged with a mighty blue fire-coated fist. Only for the flames to be snuffed out by an ice-cold blizzard coming soaring in from the enemy's side. That is far enough, whelp. A tall figure, towering over even the likes of Elfman, came landing down onto the battlefield. Romeo, get behind me. Mikao quickly stood before his son, and Wakaba joined him. What the hell is that thing? Wakaba looked to be near panicking. Standing before them was a towering man, no, a machine. A giant bulky robotic figure armed with giant rocket launchers on his shoulders. And dual cannons on his back. His robotic armored plating a mix of silver and purple. And his face looked icy blue. His eyes glowing red, with his left eye being bigger and looking like a red monocle. The name is Blitzkrieg Vermin. I am the second in command of Master Wall Ito. His face suddenly shifted into a shade of fiery red with a stronger looking jawline, and his voice sounded more hot-tempered. Remember it, cause it's the last thing you're gonna hear before I. His face shifted again into black, with red glowing eyes and a mouth like a jack-o'-lantern. Express my feelings in song. He sang out, following by the maddening cackle of a madman. One thing all faces shared, was that accent of his. The center of his chest glowed. It was a lacrima unleashing a tremendous amount of magical power. Falcon kick. Coming soaring in was Jet, landing a kick straight into the side of Blitzkrieg, although the robotic giant didn't budge an inch. Knuckle plant. The plants beneath Blitzkrieg's feet grew into giant fists that bombarded into his chest, yet he didn't flinch. Jet and Droy stood before Mikao, Wakaba and Romeo, now trembling in fear. Blitzkrieg changed back into the icy blue one, smirking down on the members of Team Shadow Gear. More insects. Good thing I have my bug spray. The cannons on his back aimed down towards Jet and Droy, charging up an ice beam. Wind style. Tornado fists. A sudden fist of a raging whirlwind tornado clashed into Blitzkrieg's face, knocking him over. Shortly followed by a tsunami wave of mud coming crashing into him. Earth style. Mud flood. Coming crashing in, was something that made Jet, Droy, Mikao, Wakaba and Romeo's jaw drop in disbelief. Landing before them, in contrast to the skinny Jet and the fat Droy they were used to, were a Jet and Droy that looked like they were on steroids. Both jacked up with muscles, and even cool scars. I brought back up. They all looked up, seeing Mest teleporting in with several familiar faces. A big, yet still less muscular looking Elfman. A ladylike looking Kana. Nab, Ritus, Wakaba without a cigarette in his mouth, Mikao wearing glasses, a cuddly couple that were Biska and Alzak. And the most shocking of all, a grown-up looking Wendy with big boobs. Who are these guys? Romeo blushed slightly as he couldn't help but stare at the grown-up version of Wendy. Daedalus Fairy Tale. Attack. Daedalus Jet let out a war cry, that was shared with his fellow guild members as they all joined in on the fight. Daedalus Fairy Tale. Mikao gasped, as they all remembered the Daedalus kingdom they heard from Natsu, Itachi and the rest 8 years ago. These were the Daedalus versions of themselves. The Earthland fairy tale wizards weren't the only ones who were shocked from seeing their counterparts. Smoking. Really? Daedalus Wakaba looked with disgust at his Earthland self. Oh my, why aren't you dressed? Daedalus Kana squealed in terror at seeing her Earthland self. Huh, what do you mean? I'm wearing clothes. Kana looked a bit disturbed at seeing her Daedalus version looking like a high society lady. In contrast to her just wearing a swimsuit top and shorts. Lizana. Daedalus Elfman cried as he embraced the Earthland version of his deceased little sister. It's good to see you. Lizana smiled warmly and returned the hug to the more fragile Daedalus counterpart of her brother. Oh oi, what the hell is this? Elfman on the other hand looked mortified at seeing any version of him crying like a child. But the most shock to anyone had to be for Daedalus Jet and Droy. Both staring in disbelief at the sight of their Earthland counterparts. Why am I fat? Daedalus Droy found himself asking. Hey, this is all muscle. Droy shot back, looking heavily insulted at having his weight brought into question. Why do we look so weak? Daedalus Jet paled, seeing their Earthland counterparts seemed to have traumatized him a bit. Oi, Droy, yeah, Jet. Why do I feel like we owe Elfman an apology? Daedalus Jet and Droy looked both equally mortified, and they now knew why every enemy they have encountered in Earthland had underestimated them. Hey, don't be rude. Jet and Droy both looked near tears at being insulted by the Daedalus versions of themselves. More insects. My, this is really troublesome. Blitzkrieg rose from the mud, his red glowing eyes making him look like something straight out of a horror movie. You dirtied my glorious body, punishment for this is death. Bring it creep. Daedalus Jet and Droy both powered up with a bluish fiery aura. We'll throw you to the scrap heap where you belong. Daedalus Droy slammed his palm to the ground, and the earth beneath Blitzkrieg shot up into a giant earth pillar. Daedalus Jet ran up the pillar, gathering a torrent of wind at his feet. Eat shit. Daedalus Jet flipped Blitzkrieg off, as he jumped high above him in the rising earth pillar. Daedalus Jet began spinning, the wind around his legs taking the shape of a giant drill. Wind style. Falcon Talon. Daedalus Jet crashed down onto Blitzkrieg, and the earth pillar shattered as a result. Daedalus Jet kept using his attack to push Blitzkrieg into the ground, as Daedalus Droid prepared another attack. Daedalus Jet could only gasp however, as the mechanical hand of Blitzkrieg shot up and grabbed onto Daedalus Jet's face. Blitzkrieg rose from the ground, his face fiery red as he smashed Daedalus Jet into the ground. The ground tore open, rocks being flung into the air like it was from an explosion, forming into a crater by the sheer force of Blitzkrieg's attack. Earth style. Mud Dragon. Daedalus Droid was quick to aid his best friend, having the mud from the dirt beneath them blast up. The mud gathered into the shape of a Chinese dragon, and latched its jaws into Blitzkrieg pushing him away a great distance. Jet, you okay? Daedalus Droid jumped into the crater, helping Daedalus Jet back up. Daedalus Jet hissed in pain, as a bloodied gash opened at his forehead causing blood to run down over half his face. I'm fine, let's kill that bastard. Hey, you guys need help. Earthland Jet and Droid tumbled down into the crater, causing their Daedalus counterparts to sweat drop. No offense, but you would just get in the way. Daedalus Jet spat out some blood to the side, his teeth dyed red from his blood. Yeah, go and fight those soldiers, we got the big guy. Daedalus Droid nodded as they stared down Blitzkrieg, who tore open the mud dragon and was now marching towards them. You little pissants ready to die. Blitzkrieg's hot-headed temper was showing, as his now red face was scowling at the Daedalus duo. Blah, blah, come on you oversized washing machine. Fight us. Daedalus Jet smirked, despite his bloodied teeth and face he used of confidence. Hey, maybe Levi can find some use for all these spare parts we can gather from this hunk of junk. Daedalus Droid cracked his knuckles, looking ready to tear Blitzkrieg apart piece by piece. I love you humans, get a few lucky hits in and you feel invincible. It makes things so much more fun, when I put you through Z-Meat Grinder. Blitzkrieg launched 4 rockets from the rocket launchers on his shoulders, 2 homing missiles for each of the pests. Gathering the wind beneath his feet, Daedalus Jet took off in an attempt to outrun the missiles. Although even with his speed, they were gaining on him. Daedalus Droid however attempted to shield himself, bringing up a wall of stone before him to take on the missiles. Blitzkrieg cackled at seeing their pathetic attempts of escaping. Daedalus Droid gasped seeing the missiles do a U-turn around the wall and about to crash at him from both sides. Then to his surprise, 2 giant plant hands shot up from the ground grabbing onto the missiles. The plant hands grew high up into the air carrying the missiles, giving them a good tight squeeze causing them to explode. Daedalus Droid's earth wall crumbled from the force of the explosion, and he was knocked over. Staring in disbelief, as the explosion clouded the sunny skies. You okay? To Daedalus Droid's shock, it was his fat Earthland counterpart that had saved him. Yeah, thanks. Daedalus Droid wiped the sweat off his brow, he almost died back there. Meanwhile, Daedalus Jet had made his round around the battlefield twice already, and the missiles were still hot on his tail. Damn it, Daedalus Jet cursed, his energy running low and the winds beneath his feet ready to give in. Falcon Rush, zooming in, was Earthland Jet, pushing his Daedalus counterpart aside. Now, Droid, and then plant hands shot up and grabbed onto the missiles, pushing them up in the air before making them explode. You good there? Jet panted as he held onto his Daedalus counterpart. Yeah, you're pretty fast for a skinny weakling. Daedalus Jet smirked a bit, seeming to compliment his Earthland counterpart. Jet was a little ticked off at being called a weakling, but decided to brush it aside and take the compliment. Insects saved by weaker insects. Such a pathetic display. Blitzkrieg mocked them, as the cannons on his back pointed towards them. Charging up the roaring sound of blazing fire. Burn you cretins. Like a flamethrower, Blitzkrieg unleashed a wave of destructive burning fire towards the pairs of jets and droids. Earth style. Mud wall. Daedalus Droid, slamming his palms to the ground summoned a tall wall of earth to shield all four of them. The flames blasted into the wall, and shot around them. All four of them were sweating bullets from the intense heat. The fire seemed to be burning through the wall as it started to crumble. "I can't hold it," Daedalus Droid grumbled as the fire burnt straight through the wall. Both jets grabbed onto their droids and at full speed took off to escape the burning fire. Blitzkrieg cackled, his face having switched into the jack-o'-lantern looking face. "Hope you can skate." From his hands shot out a freezing breeze. The ground started to freeze and be coated in ice. The sudden slippery ground caused both jets to trip. The jets and droids all rolled onto the icy floor, all as Blitzkrieg aimed his cannons, unleashing another spray of flames. "You are so toast." Blitzkrieg cackled at his own pun, although stopped as a hammer made out of rocks slammed into the back of his head. The head of the hammer broke into several pieces, and Daedalus Jet and Droid were left amazed as they glanced on the one who struck Blitzkrieg. "Elfman," Daedalus Droid uttered, as the cowardly elfman they were so used to mock for his weakness. "Just saved their lives." Daedalus Elfman was trembling out of fear. He bit his teeth together tightly and clenched his fists. "PP pick on someone your own size." Daedalus Elfman stuttered. All he heard from Blitzkrieg was the buzzing sound of a machine. "Dead meat." Blitzkrieg's face shifted into his red, hot-headed persona, throwing his metallic fist in a right hook towards Daedalus Elfman's jaw. Although the scaly hand of Lizard caught the fist, Blitzkrieg turned in confusion towards the owner of this hand, seeing a giant lizardman monster. The monster then smashed his scaly head right into Blitzkrieg's face in a headbutt. "Fear my manly spirit, you damn machine." Elfman threw a right hook into Blitzkrieg, knocking him back a few feet. Elfman didn't let up, and tackled the massive robot to the ground, proceeding to pummel his hard scaly fists into Blitzkrieg's face. Elfman's punches actually looked to be doing some damage, as Blitzkrieg's face started to crack with electric sparks shooting out from the cracks. "Way to go, Elf Nichan." Lizana cheered for her brother, and at hearing this Daedalus Jet and Droid looked puzzled. This massive lizard monster was Earthland's Elfman. "Wow, he's really amazing, huh?" Daedalus Elfman gave a sigh of relief that he didn't have to fight Blitzkrieg, and stared in amazement at the sight of his counterpart. Such strength, such spirit, to think he could have possibly been so brave, so strong. "Takeover magic, I see." Blitzkrieg's chest opened, revealing the lacrima as it fired a blast of fire straight into Elfman, launching him into the air. "Too bad for you." Blitzkrieg turned icy blue, as she shot a blast of ice at Elfman. The ice blast hitting Elfman in his torso, and freezing him stuck onto the side of a building. "You need more than brute force to kill me." Shooting out from his robotic wrist, a blade made out of ice. "A manly gentleman such as yourself wouldn't feel much pain if I harmed you. No, you would feel much more pain if I hurt others." Blitzkrieg in a swift motion turned towards the ones who humiliated him earlier. Jet and Droid both gasped, not having managed to pick themselves up yet from the ice. The ice blade shot out from Blitzkrieg's wrist, and flew at the speed of a bullet towards Droid, his size making him a perfect target in Blitzkrieg's eyes. Jet's eyes widened, as he picked up the speed and rushed towards Droid, aiming to push his friend aside. Jet was fast enough to reach his best friend, and rolled Droid over to the side and out of harm's way. But the blade now threatened to pierce Jet. "Damn, guess I can't outrun this one." Jet closed his eyes, tears leaking from his closed eyelids. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed around the darkness as Jet had his eyes closed, yet he didn't feel any pain. And the next thing he knew, something hot and wet sprayed across the side of his face. Jet opened his eyes and gasped, seeing the sight of his Daedalus counterpart having jumped in front of the attack. The ice blade stabbed straight through Daedalus Jet's chest. Jet." Daedalus Droid cried out for his friend, as Daedalus Jet's body hit the curve in a thud before Earthland Jet. And no, Daedalus Elfman looked pale, seeing one who was revered in his guild as one of the strongest, laying in a pool of his own blood, whilst choking on it, blood gurgling out from his mouth. "You bastard!" Elfman roared and broke through the ice, slamming his fist into Blitzkrieg. The robot's face shifting into the black jack-o'-lantern, and cackling like a lunatic as he caught Elfman's fist and headbutted him. "Running little mouse, ran into a trap," Blitzkrieg sang creepily. Little Mouse's legs went snap. Blitzkrieg blasted missiles into Elfman, the protective scales of his lizardman form shielding him from most of the damage. "Now Z Little Mouse takes Z eternal nap." Jet hurriedly crawled over to his Daedalus counterpart, cradling the bleeding version of himself in his arms. Why did you do that? And now we're even. Daedalus Jet hurled up blood, his eyes twitching in pain. Jet and Droy had saved their lives earlier from those missiles. Hey, P promise me something. Jet froze up, it was strange sensation. Seeing a version of yourself dying like this in your own arms. Name it. Daedalus Jet's eyes seemed to grow heavier as they threatened to close for good. P promise me to grow stronger, K. You and your Droy, don't continue to seem like a joke. Look at me, look at my Droy, you could be this strong too, we're the same after all, hey, and we're from the inferior Daedalus. Daedalus Jet spoke with sarcasm at that last bit. Why you two could become way stronger, yeah, I can see it now, MMPH. Daedalus Jet smiled, and with that his eyes closed for good, and his head fell down to the side. I promise, Jet cried between his gritted teeth, holding onto the hand of his dead Daedalus counterpart. Daedalus Droy limped towards the corpse of his friend, his leg a little twisted from the fall on the ice. Daedalus Droy stared through his sunglasses, looking at the smiling face of his oldest friend. His entire being trembling, rage bubbling up to the surface. Daedalus Droy clenched his fists so hard he drew blood, his eyes falling to the ice blade still stuck in Daedalus Jet's chest, and then trailing towards the cackling Blitzkrieg locked in a fist fight with Elfman. Go, Daedalus Droy mumbled, causing Jet to look up. Go, and take the fat ass with you, this fight is mine. Droy limped towards Blitzkrieg and Elfman, leaving the bewildered Jet behind. Wait, Droy called out to his counterpart, grabbing a stick and placing it against Daedalus Droy's twisted ankle. Wrapping the stick onto his legs with plants, keeping Daedalus Droy's foot steady. Thanks, Daedalus Droy gave a thumbs up at his Earthland counterpart, and continued walking towards Blitzkrieg and Elfman. Staring at the back of his Daedalus self, and remembering what Daedalus Jet said with his dying breath. Really got Jet and Droy thinking. Could they be as strong as them? Blitzkrieg was sent flying, as a mud dragon dragged him away from Elfman. Elfman was panting, a little exhausted, he looked towards the approaching Daedalus Droy. The two men exchanged a single look, and they instantly understood each other. Elfman exited his lizardman form, taking on the familiar form Daedalus Droy was used to. Well, except for the different hairstyle, and the more muscular body. Elfman stepped aside, as Daedalus Droy continued walking towards the direction Blitzkrieg went flying. You know he can't beat that thing. Daedalus Elfman looked at his counterpart, seeing the firm strong figure of his Earthland self with his head held high. Yeah, I know, Elfman was panting, his stamina and energy nearly drained from having fought all night and morning. Messed, Elfman called out to the teleporter, who was about to make his way back to the Southern Isles. Pass me one of those replenishing pills, will ya? I will need it to help Daedalus Droy fight that thing. Alright, but I only got 2 left. I've been teleporting around the continent to bring reinforcements around. Mest tossed Elfman one of the Ethernano replenishing pills. Elfman grabbed the tiny pill and swallowed it in one go. Elfman took a deep breath, feeling his Ethernano and stamina replenishing itself as his body got filled with adrenaline. Okay, time to bust that bucket head. Although as Elfman stood up, an air cannon suddenly launched itself into him. Elfman tumbled over, with his Daedalus counterpart, and Lizana quickly going to his aid helping him get back up. Not so fast, loser. A snickering voice halted Elfman in his steps. Elfman growled as he saw a familiar face. It was Rustyros, a member of Grimoire Heart and one of the Seven Kin. Accompanied by Kane, a fellow member of the Seven Kin. Both reanimated. Elfman recalled it all too well, how Rustyros had beaten him in Evergreen on Tenro Island 8 years ago during the S-Class trails. A bit further away on the battlefield. Z-hell was that? Blitzkrieg crawled out from the puddle of mud, his circuits a little fried as he stared down at the approaching form of Daedalus Droy. Ah, the other little mouse. Daedalus Droy slammed his good foot into the ground, a surge of chakra exploded from his feet sending several giant-sized rock projectiles flying into the air. The rocks suddenly started to rotate at an intense level of speed around him like if he had his own gravitational field. Earth-style. Rings of Saturn. The rocks around Daedalus Droy divided into 2 separate rotating rings. With a heave of his arm, Daedalus Droy sent the first ring flying at Blitzkrieg. Ah! Blitzkrieg cried out as a rock slammed into his face. The rotating ring of rocks pummeled into his mechanical body. Blitzkrieg's body began denting from the intensity of the rocks slamming into him. Daedalus Droy then tossed the second ring, and thus doubling the beating Blitzkrieg was receiving. You think this can stop me? Blitzkrieg charged the rocket launchers on his shoulders, With his twisted ankle, Itachi would have a hard time to dodge. But Itachi wasn't about to let up on his assault as he quickly flashed a set of hand seals. Earth style. Mudslide. The solid ground under Blitzkrieg's feet began to liquefy into mud, and thus causing the massive robot to slip and his rockets fired into the skies above. Earth style. Moving earth core. The ground beneath Blitzkrieg turned solid again, as it raised itself up into a massive rocky tower carrying Blitzkrieg. Earth style. Earth pillar explosion. The earth pillar carrying Blitzkrieg then exploded in a flashy display of fireworks. Itachi panted. Releasing so many jutsus at once was draining, but he wasn't going to give up. Earth style. Earth and stone dragon. A rocky dragon made out of earth and stone flew itself out from beneath the earthy soil and straight towards Blitzkrieg. The earth dragon snarled itself around onto Blitzkrieg's body like a snake, squeezing him hard. "I am going to smash you to pieces, you damn tin can." Itachi created stone fist gloves around his hands and jumped at Blitzkrieg. Not showing any mercy to the second in command of Wall Ito, Itachi began pummeling the mechanical monster with his stone fists. Blitzkrieg, unable to raise his arms as the stone earth dragon had him trapped in its grasp, could only take on the beating from Itachi. Adorable, Blitzkrieg cackled, and shooting straight out through the earth dragon, and through Itachi's chest was a beam of energy coming from Blitzkrieg's lacrima core. Itachi's face began twisting in agony, yet he latched one of his hands onto Blitzkrieg's face. Holding his available hand in a hand seal. Earth style. Earth King's stone spear. Shooting up from the ground beneath them, a massive sharp spear made out of stone and earth soared its way into the sky. Blitzkrieg's face shifted into his icy blue persona. "Are you crazy?" Itachi's stone spear wasn't only flying towards Blitzkrieg, but it was aimed at Itachi's back. "I have to make sure you stand still somehow, don't I?" Itachi gives a bloodied smirk. He wanted to take Blitzkrieg with him to the grave. Itachi squeezed his earth hand tighter onto Blitzkrieg's face. "Fool." Blitzkrieg acted quickly. Making a sword of ice, he slashed it, cutting Itachi's arm clean off. Itachi didn't flinch, and with his remaining hand he latched and grabbed onto the fleeing Blitzkrieg's arm. Blitzkrieg snarled a bit, but before he could do anything, the stone spear stabbed through Itachi's chest and continued to advance. The stone spear reached Blitzkrieg, stabbing into the restrained arm Itachi held onto. Sparks flew as the spear severed straight through Blitzkrieg's circuits, cutting his left arm from the elbow and down. Blitzkrieg remained stone-faced like any machine, even as he watched the body of Itachi along with his severed mechanical arm freefall into the ground below. "Foolish human," Blitzkrieg snarled, landing onto Itachi's body. "Little mouse, takes the eternal nap." Blitzkrieg picked up his severed arm. Good thing about being a machine, he could easily get his arm reattached by Wall Ito. Blitzkrieg took a tactical retreat. With one arm he would be at a disadvantage. Besides, he had given the troops enough backup for now. This human had slowed him down a bit, but he would be back after having his arm reattached by his master. Meanwhile, Elfman was slammed in the face by the giant white palm of the reanimated Kane Hikaru of the Seven Kin. Dosukoi. The large black-haired man's palm thrust unleashed an air cannon that knocked Elfman back a few feet. "It seems things have really changed since our battle on Tenro Island. I mean, now there are two of you." Rustyros chuckled at seeing the two Elfmans, especially at the pathetic-looking form of Itachi Elfman. Rustyros's right arm turned into a monster-like arm, with black claws. Jet black sword. Rustyros aimed for Elfman's back whilst the giant was focused on Kane. Animal soul. Lamia. Lizana jumped in, turning her lower body into that of a giant snake. Lizana quickly restrained Rustyros by wrapping his body up with her snake body. "I won't let you hurt Elf Ni-chan." Being stuck in the tightened grip, however, didn't bother Rustyros one bit. Being reanimated, he didn't feel any actual pain. Tower of Dingir. Rustyros smirked, as a massive towering pillar rose from the ground. The pillar latching onto Lizana, dragging her off Rustyros. Lizana cried out a bit, struggling to break free from the tower's grasp. "Die." Rustyros smirked. Earth style. Stone hammer. Itachi Elfman created a war hammer made out of solid rock. The heavy head of the hammer restricted his movement, but he had a plan for that. Wind style. Speed boost. A surge of wind blew from the hammer head, and Itachi Elfman smacked the hammer into the back of Rustyros's head. Rustyros's head flew off from his body, pieces of paper flying around like they were shot from a confetti popper. And on K the tower vanished and Lizana fell to the ground. I already lost my sister once. I will not lose her again. Tears ran from Daedalus Elfman's eyes, as he eyed the regenerating head of Rustairos. TCH, get lost nobody. Rustairos snarled, even if only half his head had regenerated. Jet black sword. Rustairos slashed Daedalus Elfman across the chest with a black claw-like monster arm. Tears leaked from Daedalus Elfman's eyes, the burning sensation of pain and his red blood spraying before his very eyes. Daedalus Elfman fumbled and fell onto his knees whilst whimpering in pain. Now, onto my business with this big idiot. Rustairos chuckled at seeing the angered face of Earthland Elfman. Dosukoi. Kane slammed his palm at full force straight into Elfman's upper right shoulder. Elfman grunted in pain as his arm was knocked out of place. Unmovable Elfman suffered a second blow straight to the face. Your muscles don't compare to mine. Kane threw a series of palm thrusts into Elfman. The towering figure of Elfman was being knocked around with ease in the face of Kane's strength. Elfman's body was bruised and his muscles were sore, yet Elfman managed to avoid an incoming palm thrust. Kane's stray palm thrust soared like an air cannon, and annihilated an entire apartment complex in the blink of an eye. Beast Soul. Belcuses. Elfman's entire being changed into that of an armored beast, the sheer armor power protecting Elfman from another attack by Kane. Yet the vibration from a mere direct strike by the giant sumo wrestler-looking man was enough to nearly make Elfman buckle under the pressure. Get lost, Tubby. My muscles are the very true essence of a man. Elfman slammed his armored fist straight into Kane's face, and the equal massive towering sumo wrestler was sent skidding back a great length. Slice. Hard. Elfman cried in pain as Rustairos using his beast black-clawed monster arm sliced through Elfman's armor like butter. Remember this. The jet black sword, it can cut through anything. Even this armor you stole from my very own magic. Rustairos smirked from ear to ear at the sight of a bleeding Elfman. Now, let's see just how great this reanimation spell is. Rustairos slammed his palms together. In a flamboyant fashion he spread his arms out and with it created an army of monsters with armor identical to Elfman. Arc of Embodiment. Sacred Guardian Beast. Belusa's the Thunderclap. Elfman groaned as he glared at the laughing Rustairos. Marvelous, the revenge of Grimoire Heart is nigh. My thanks to the caster for a second chance against Fairy Tail. And also, a chance to find that man who ripped out my heart and killed me and, interrupting Rustairos mid-dialogue, was a swinging snake tail. Rustairos groaned as he was launched into the air by Lizana. Elf Ni-chan. Lizana rushed to her brother's aid, although the army of armored beasts stood in her path. Animal Soul. Kyubi. Lizana's appearance changed into a fox girl, 9 majestic white tail growing from her lower back, a pair of fluffy white fox ears on her head, and her hands turning into fox claws. Fox Impact. With a mighty swing of her 9 tails, she smacked them into the ground. The sheer impact sending a shockwave ringing across the field, and knocking most of the armored beasts to the ground. Fox Fire. Lizana continued her assault as spheres of blue fire generated around her and like a Gatling gun, unleashed a fiery barrage into the armored beasts. Lizana. Daedalus Elfman looked in awe. He was shocked at the power Lizana had displayed. So, unlike anything he had ever seen from Daedalus Lizana. I see, with a brother like that of course you would grow strong. Daedalus Elfman smiled and created a second stone hammer. Lizana. Nei-chan, Jet, Droy, and Earthland me, please lend me your strength. Taking deep breaths to help himself steadying in his steps, Daedalus Elfman picked himself up from the ground. Standing tall, standing strong and firm like a tower. I will protect Lizana. I will protect my friends. Elf Ni-chan, can you stand? Lizana did her best to help the giant frame that was her brother to stand back on his feet. Several of the armored beasts laying around them burning with blue fire. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, Lizana. Elfman seemed a bit embarrassed over Lizana having helped him out. Being the older brother, the roles should have been reversed, Elfman thought. Alright, I'm ready for these creeps. Elfman however quickly got his spirits up with a manly shout to the heavens. The damaged armor around him repairing itself. Are you though? Rustairos stood together with Kane, seeming mildly annoyed that Lizana had interrupted him earlier. In case what happened on Tenro Island didn't make things clear. Your pathetic takeover magic cannot possibly hope to defeat my Arc of Embodiment. And Kane here can easily contend with you physically. The two of you don't have any chances at victory. TCH. Elfman hissed under his breath. Deep down he was worried that what Rustairos said was true. Elfman had lost to him once, not to mention Evergreen was there to back him up back then. And they still lost, and even if Lizana had some power now, Elfman knew his little sister's limit after all the training they did with Itachi and Crime Sorcier for the past year. Good thing there is 3 of us. Daedalus Elfman jumped in and swung his stone hammer straight into Kane's plump face, sending the sumo wrestler crashing into Rustyros. Earth style. Great divide. The ground beneath Rustyros and Kane suddenly split open, and swallowed the 2 of them whole and then smacked together at great force. Yet the ground tore open, Kane using his massive strength to power through. Both Kane and Rustyros looked beaten up, missing some limbs that were already regenerating. Or should I say, there are 7 of us. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 identical clones of Daedalus Elfman suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Little rat. Rustyros was officially annoyed. Hey, other me, Daedalus Elfman whispered to his Earthland counterpart. If I keep the big guy distracted, could you and Lizana take down the little one? Don't mind us, you should go and help your droid. Elfman hadn't forgotten about Daedalus Droid, who had gone off to fight Blitzkrieg. It's too late. Droid's chakra is gone, he's already dead. Daedalus Elfman trembled, but not out of whimpering fear, no, it was out of rage. Elfman's head fell at hearing of Daedalus Droid's death. If it hadn't been for these 2 suddenly showing up, he could have helped against Blitzkrieg. So, do you think you and Lizana together can take the little one? Daedalus Elfman asked again. Yeah, it's not a matter of power. Just that my magic isn't the best counter against his. But we should manage. What about you? That Kane guy was strong enough to knock me around, can you handle him? Elfman looked a bit worried for his counterpart, even if today was their first time meeting. Elfman couldn't help but feel a connection to his Daedalus counterpart, he was just like Elfman used to be like when he was a kid after all. No, I know I can't win in the long run. My chakra level isn't that high, I'm already starting running on fumes. Those clones and some stone hammers will probably be all that I can manage. But I can keep him occupied until you have dealt with the little one. Daedalus Elfman spun the stone hammer in his grasp, preparing to jump in for the attack. Alright, Lizana, let's take this creep down. Elfman entered his weretiger form, he was going to need the agility and speed. Right, Lizana readied to pounce on her opponent like a fox, whiskers growing out from her cheeks. Her teeth turning into fangs, and her 9 tails looking wilder than before. The worms wish to try some strategy against us. Rustyros shook his head, holding back a condescending laugh. You're welcome to try. Daedalus Elfman and his 4 clones together all rushed at Kane. Dosukoi. The sumo wrestler gave a war cry as he thrusted his palm into one of the clones, causing it to explode in a puff of smoke. The clones all slammed their stone hammers into the big frame of Kane, yet it didn't matter to Kane as he fought through the pain. Kane thrusted his palm into Daedalus Elfman's upper arm and also broke the stone hammer. Despite my big handsome muscly frame, I'm very flexible. Kane threw a kick into one of the clones behind him, causing it to disappear in a puff of smoke. And a backhand strike into another clone, causing it to vanish as well. Dosukoi. Before he could land a blow on the final clone, the real Daedalus Elfman jumped in and pushed Kane's arm aside. Taking a quick jump, followed by a spinning kick, Daedalus Elfman knocked Kane to the ground. And Daedalus Elfman's clone slammed his stone hammer into the downed Kane. I may be weak, but even I know how to fight with taijutsu. Daedalus Elfman went into a fighting stance and readied himself. Kane got up looking like almost nothing happened. That tickled. Kane snickered as he and Daedalus Elfman engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Elfman rushed at Rustyros. Despite his big frame, with his weretiger form, Elfman was able to blitz Rustyros's field of vision and slash his claws into his reanimated body. Still just a big monster. Rustyros smirked, holding up a golden shield that had blocked Elfman's slash attack. Huh, Rustyros widened his eyes as suddenly the shield cracked a bit. What's this? This shield is supposed to be able to repel anything. Caught in his own thoughts, Rustyros didn't have time to react to Lizana's attack. Like a feral fox she pounced onto his body, her claws ripping into his body leaving burning blue trace marks. Tower of Dingir. Lizana rushed off of Rustyros as the massive towering pillar shot up around him. I won't fall for that again. Lizana declared and unleashed a barrage fire of blue fox fire spheres upon Rustyros. Rustyros rolled away from the burning fire, only to gasp as he saw Elfman jumping at him from above. With his powerful fists, Elfman smacked into Rustyros, causing the ground to explode into a big crater. If Rustyros had been alive, he would without a doubt have died right then and there. Pegasus wings. Decorative wings appeared onto Rustyros's shoes and he took off flying. Ghosts of Britta. Whilst mid-air, Rustyros unleashed a wave of what appeared to be ghost-like entities. The waves of ghosts surrounded themselves around Elfman and Lizana, leaving them immobilized. "I can't move," Elfman growled, struggling to break free. And Lizana seemed to be having the same problem. "I can't even use my magic." Lizana groaned as she tried to unleash some fox fire. Rustyros hovered over them with a condescending smirk. "Fools, as much as I would love to play around with you, the caster has other plans, so I'm going to kill you both right here and now." Rustyros's right arm turned into the black monster claw arm again. Jet black sword. The black beast blade arm expanded, and flew straight towards Lizana. "First I crush that manly spirit of yours." Rustyros looked with glee as he glared at a panicking Elfman. "Lizana!" Elfman roared. Unable to move, he desperately tried to gather what strength he had, trying to break free. "I will not let this happen again." Elfman thought back on when they all thought Lizana had died, at his own hands nonetheless. The massive hulking form jumped in front of Lizana, shielding her. The beast's claws pierced through his flesh and straight through his chest. However, his muscly arms grabbed onto the claw, halting its movement. Lizana looked with a horrified gaze at her saver, blood splattering onto her face as it was frozen in terror. "Edalis Elf Ni-chan," Lizana mumbled, as standing before her was the trembling, whimpering form of Edalis Elfman. Meanwhile, Cain was caught inside a massive heap of earth, keeping him restrained. The beaten form of Edalis Elfman's clone laying before him in a mere second before vanishing in a puff of smoke. "I refuse to see you die again, Lizana." Tears rolled down Edalis Elfman's face as he grimaced in pain. It was ringing in Lizana's ears, as all she could do was look in terror upon the stabbed form of her brother's Edalis counterpart. Even if their time was short, even if he wasn't her real brother, he was still Elfman. Scared and passive just like Elfman had been when they were kids. How could she not love seeing that kind side of her brother once more? It had helped Lizana getting along with the members of the Edalis fairy tale. "Oops. Sorry Cain, seems I got your opponent by accident." Rustyros gave a condescending chuckle, and with Edalis Elfman now critically injured, Cain had no problem breaking free from his restraints. "Oi, Rusty, can I take care of the girl instead?" Cain asked whilst slamming his feet to the ground like a sumo wrestler. "Hey, sure, not like I care." Rustyros shrugged. Lizana, I won't let you harm her." Edalis Elfman pulled on the arm stabbed through his chest, pulling Rustyros down from the skies as a result. As intense as the pain was, Edalis Elfman pushed through, shedding tears from the pain as he kept pulling Rustyros in. Once Rustyros was in his sights, Edalis Elfman threw a punch straight to his face. "Pointless." Rustyros snarled. He couldn't even feel any pain, so what Edalis Elfman did was truly pointless. For that, Rustyros pulled the arm out, leaving Edalis Elfman to bleed out on the ground. "Pointless, a weakling like you could never defeat me. UWAH. Lizana cried out in sorrow over seeing the bloodied and dying form of her brother's Edalis counterpart. No, it was Elfman to her no matter how you looked at it. Blue flames exploded around her, the fox fire going wild and burning away the ghost wave that restrained her and Elfman. Lizana grew more white fur around her body, resembling more that of a feral fox. "Ah, is the little girl sad?" Rustyros mocked, not even fazed by Lizana's transformation. "Takeover magic is truly disgusting." Rustyros snarled, although before his eyes Lizana vanished in an instant. "Huh," Rustyros gasped as he suddenly found his entire upper right torso torn to bits. Lizana was behind him, holding her claw out whilst it was burning with fox fire. What? Rustyros looked to be near panicking as it seemed as if Lizana would attack again. A few more attacks like that and his reanimated body will be burnt to dust. Lizana let out what sounded like an animalistic growl as she jumped towards Rustyros once more. Only this time, Cain jumped in between them. Lizana swiftly dodged a palm thrust from Cain, by wrapping one of her tails onto his wrist and spinning herself straight up to his face to slash him with her burning claws. Fox fire impact. Flames burnt around her 9 tails as she whipped them hard into Cain, the blow sending the massive sumo wrestler flying back whilst burning. While Lizana was going ballistic on the 2 reanimated Grimoire Heart members, Elfman was tending to his Edalis counterpart. "Come on, hang in there. Come on," Elfman pleaded, feeling the tears building up in his eyes. "All I ever wanted." Was to grow strong so I could this time protect Lizana, Edelus Elfman mumbled as his eyes started to feel heavy, his body having gone numb. I failed to protect my Lizana from the Edelus royal army. I was a coward, and weak, so I ran when she told me to, and then she ran the other way, whilst they chased her, until she fell down that cliff, and died. I was weak, and a coward, I couldn't even protect my little sister. Elfman clenched his fists at hearing of his counterpart's struggles. You already protected her. Elfman couldn't stop the tears from falling. I don't care what others say about you. You are no coward or a weakling, you are one of the manliest people I have ever met. Even more manly than me, Elfman admitted, seeing his whimpering Edelus counterpart so easily sacrificing his life to save Lizana was proof enough. Manly tears ran down Elfman's face as he held onto his dying Edelus counterpart. Yeah, thank you. Edelus Elfman also shed a tear. Big sis, sorry to leave you alone like this, but I did my brotherly duty, I protected Lizana. I will be sure to tell our Lizana all about it when I see her again. Edelus Elfman smiled, looking up the heavens. Tell our Itachi to please not let my big sis despair. Elfman grabbed onto his Edelus counterpart's hand and held it firmly. I promise. And with that, a sense of relief washed over Edelus Elfman as he closed his eyes and died. Back in the southern Isles of Ishgar, the forces of the Alvarez Empire were being pushed back. A lot of it owed to War World Itachi, who with his perfect Susanoo destroyed near half the Alvarez Navy fleet. And in that chaos somewhere, was Edelus Mira Jane fighting several Alvarez soldiers using Mir Taijutsu. Fighting through waves after waves of soldiers without even breaking a sweat, Edelus Mira Jane found herself halted as she sensed her brother's chakra fading. Elfman, Edelus Mira Jane froze in terror, feeling her brother's death. Now is our chance, an Alvarez soldier declared as several of them tried to jump her. But a gigantic spectral red hand came smashing down upon them, squashing them like bugs. War World Itachi jumped down, and shielded himself and Edelus Mira Jane with his Susanoo. Oi, Mira, get a hold of yourself. War World Itachi was about to scold her, but stopped as Edelus Mira Jane broke down into tears. Mira, Itachi held her close with his non-mechanical arm. He took a moment to feel it, and then he sensed it. I'm so sorry, hold on to me, cry your heart out if you must. Edelus Mira Jane cried into War World Itachi's shoulder. Cry all you must, I got you. Edelus Mira Jane held onto a medallion around her neck, cracking it open to view a picture. Seeing this picture was the only thing keeping her sane, and preventing from going on a total reckless rampage right now. Seeing this picture, she knew why she had to stay alive and return home. Her babies were waiting for her. In the medallion were two pictures. One of a little black-haired girl with big blue eyes, and one of a little black-haired boy with the same blue eyes. Her and the former commander's babies were waiting for them back home. She couldn't fall apart and die here. Back in Magnolia, Elfman and Lizana charged at Rustyros and Kane. Both nearly burnt up and destroyed. You bastards! Elfman roared, and with his speed he tore right through Rustyros and Kane, his weretiger form and its massive claws ripping them to shreds. And Lizana thus burnt their shredded bodies to ashes with her fox fire. And no, this can't be, Rustyros mumbled as his and Kane's body were burnt to nothingness. Lizana huffed with heavy breaths. Lizana's hands were shaking even as she returned to her normal form. Elfman looked worried as he looked at his hyperventilating little sister. Lizana. Before Elfman could say anything else, his sister embraced him in a hug, and broke down crying. I'm sorry, I was too weak again. Elf Ni-chan, this isn't your fault, but, just please promise me that after this war, that we and Mirane will make it. Lizana was trembling in Elfman's arms, he held her firmly, his eyes filled with determination. Yeah, of course we will, there ain't no way we're gonna lose. Even though Elfman himself knew those words might not be true, it is what Lizana needed right now. He was going to be a good big brother and protect her, and make sure that if anything she was going to make it. Lizana and Mira would make it through this, he would make sure of it. Further up on the northern battlefield, Altair along with Merity together ran through the forest. Various groans from Alvarez Imperial Knights that were taken down by the two former ladies of Grimoire Heart. The Imperial Knights of the Alvarez Empire had tried to circle around the northern Ishgar attack squad to flank them. Altair with her Sharingan luckily picked up all their signatures as they moved through the dense forest. Got 'em, the cheerful Merity declared as the last of the Alvarez Knights fell to the snowy ground, with a magical blade latched onto his back. The white snow stained red with his blood. Good job, Merity. That was the last one. Altair complimented her adopted daughter, looking warmly at the cheerful smile on Merity's face. Although Altair then quickly looked alarmed as her ears picked up a sound that grew closer. D-O-O-O-O-O-M-M-M-M-M. Look out. Altair jumped at Merity, pushing her down, and zooming over them was a wave of golden magic energy. Merity gasped as an all too familiar maddening cackle reached their ears. The sound of two people approaching made the two alarmed as they jumped up and readied themselves for battle. Yo, it's been a long time, bitches. Standing before them was the maddening Zancro and the calm Azuma. Two deceased former members of Grimoire Heart. Zancro and Azuma. Merity looked shocked at the reunion with their former guildmates. I see, like HQ informed us before we lost connection. Someone from the Alvarez Empire have revived the dead to fight for them. So, the two of you were amongst the zombie soldiers, huh? Altair didn't look that shocked, in fact she was rather calm. She outranked both Azuma and Zancro in the past, she should have no problem dealing with them as she is now. Altair and Merity, huh? Judging by the way you look, we must have been dead for nearly a decade. Azuma casually greeted, while Zancro looked to be fuming with rage. Yeah, how dare you bitches survive, when someone awesome like me had to die? As always Zancro was beyond self-important and entitled. Hey, funny, Altair smirked at Zancro, seeing as Zirf, the one who killed you, is in charge of the one who revived you. I can't help but see some irony in that. You're a slave, to a mere pawn of the man who killed you. This clearly triggered the blonde god Slayer, who blew up in a raging storm of black fire, melting all the snow, and igniting the surrounding trees ablaze. You bitch, I always hated you, Altair. Acted like you were better than me, all because Master Hades found your time ability useful. Zancro snarled. Hades has been dead for a long time. The man you admired as a god, lost to Fairy Tail. This new information greatly shocked the two reanimated Grimoire Heart members. Lies. Master Hades would never die to such trash. Zancro roared. He did lose to Fairy Tail, and later was killed by Zirf. In fact, that pink-haired dragon slayer you fought, played a part in defeating Hades. Altair said, all in order to spite Zancro further. At the mentioning of Natsu, Zancro's body trembled in anger. I see, so Master Hades also perished. Azuma however remained calm about the whole thing. I assume that Itachi was the one to defeat Master Hades. Azuma rubbed over his arm, recalling how Itachi squashed his forearm, crushing all of it, even the bone, making it look like a used tube of toothpaste. He did. Also, Altair morphed her eyes into the Sharingan, startling the two reanimated men. Turns out Itachi and I are related. And he so gratuitously taught me some new techniques. If you wish to meet a swift end, by all means, come on. Both Azuma and Zancro were suddenly overtaken by a strong surge of power, blowing at them like a mighty wind. Itachi, that monster, Zancro uttered, barely recalling the man who interrupted his battle with Natsu and Makarov. He recalled only the strength Itachi displayed on their short brief encounter. Azuma as well looked a bit distraught, yet intrigued at the same time. Merity, Azuma looked to the pink-haired girl, or rather young woman. She had grown up quite a bit since last time he saw her. I can see you have grown, and your power. Ha, the shrimp is probably as weak as she was all those years ago. Zancro refused to acknowledge Merity. In his mind she remained one of the weakest of the seven kin. I have grown stronger. Merity shot back, a pinkish aura of magical power emitting from her. To which Azuma raised his brow a bit in surprise, while Zancro growled. I have made sure Merity surpassed all the deceased members of the seven kin. You two included. Altair added salt to injury on Zancro's pride, who was beyond angry. You think that matters? As we are now, we are way stronger than before. Zancro wasn't a fool, he knew they had an endless supply of magical power and stamina. So, sensing Merity and Altair's power didn't discourage him. It more or less pissed him off that they have grown so much stronger than him. Yes, we're well aware of the perks you reanimated warriors have. But we also have been made know of your weaknesses. As long as we manage to pulverize your bodies into dust, your wicked souls will have nothing to cling onto. Altair released a mighty surge of energy. Her chakra and Ethernano in perfect harmony, forming a greenish aura of power. Mixed with the blue aura of her chakra, and the yellow aura of her Ethernano. Stuck up bitch. I've wanted to kill you from day one. Zancro enraged took a giant leap towards Altair and Merity. The madman grinning madly, looking deranged as he did so. Zancro formed black fire out from his fists, the flames stretching out and forming into a scythe. Flame God's Scythe. With one mighty swing, Zancro unleashed a wave of black fire headed towards Altair and Merity. Both quickly reacting by taking a giant leap into the sky. The flames of Zancro burning through, and nearly cutting down the entire forest whilst also setting it ablaze. Tower burst. From below, Azuma unleashed a massive pillar of destructive explosive flames. Merity gasped at the sight of the incoming tower of destruction, while Altair calmly analyzed the situation. Arc of Time. Altair formed a crystal ball before her, and suddenly the destructive pillar of fire was snuffed out in an instant. Altair having used her magic to drag the explosion into the future, where it had faded. Magil T-rays. Forming around Merity in a circling formation, were blades of pure golden energy. With a wave of her arm, Merity shot the blades flying at the reanimated Azuma and Zancro. Little shrimp. Zancro hissed under his breath, enraged that someone like Merity dared to fight him. Flame God's Bellow. Zancro quickly countered by unleashing a mighty breath attack, the massive wave of black fire reaching for the golden energy blades. Arc of Time. Then, however, the flames vanished as quickly as they appeared. And Merity's raining rays of blades came down onto Zancro and Azuma. Damn you bitch. Zancro roared at Altair as he and Azuma were stuck in the rain of magic blades. Azuma, in an attempt to shield himself, had tree branches shielding him from the blades, yet Merity's blades cut through them like butter, and thus through Azuma. Hey, well, what do you know, she has gotten stronger. Azuma snickered. The old Merity he knew could never breach through his defenses. Shut up, Azuma. There is no way that weakling is stronger than me. Zancro roared, Merity's blades having cut off his arms and split his right shoulder open. I am a god slayer. She's a nobody. Zancro snarled, his reanimated body restoring itself along with Azuma's. Altair then put her right hand that was balled into a fist, into her left palm. Altair let out a chilling ice-cold breath, the air around her shifting. Ice Make. Rosencrona. Appearing from this cold winter land, giant ice roses and thorn branches. Stretching all over the forest, the thorny branches snarling up Azuma and Zancro all at once. Both looked shocked as this was the first either had witnessed Altair's Ice Maker magic. The hell, before Zancro can even utter a single word, Altair summons forth thousands of crystal balls, all surrounding the reanimated Azuma and Zancro. Merity. Altair looked to her adopted daughter, who nodded right away, forming several teal-colored magical swords all pointing at the reanimated warriors. Time Ballade. The crystal balls began to glow in bright fiery colors. What is this move? Zancro looked panicked. This was a new move on Altair's part. Time Ballade. Both of your attacks from earlier that I made vanish. They weren't merely sent into the future. I stored them away in the time pockets that are my crystal balls. And all these are alternate realities where I did the same. Altair referred to all the thousands of crystal balls around Azuma and Zancro. Azuma's tower burst, and Zancro's flame god's bellow. I am about to throw those attacks back at you times 1,000. Altair gave a menacing smirk that made her look wicked and evil. In the eyes of her former subordinates, she appeared just like she was when she was the leader of the Seven Kin. Like hell I will lose to you. Zancro snarled, attempting to burn through the ice restraints with his black fire. But his senses and flames were disrupted, as stabbing into him and Azuma were Merity's blades. I can't focus. Zancro's flames were snuffed out with the wind, rendered immobile and unable to access his magic. Well played. Azuma, however, praised his two former teammates and accepted his fate. God damn it. Zancro roared as the crystal balls unleashed what seemed like an endless barrage of explosive fire, and an endless spray of black fire. Zancro rendered unable to eat the fire as it was his own, a weakness for all Slayer magic types. Checkmate. Altair and Merity landed back on solid ground, and with their backs turned, walked away as the explosion eradicated Azuma and Zancro. The explosion was visible from afar, as watching from a hill was Madara. He looked astonished at the sight of those ice rose thorns, so similar to Ur's rose garden spell. He watched with great interest even as the ice roses and thorns all were taken down by a massive explosion. How nostalgic, Madara hummed with a light chuckle. Without a doubt, it was the work of Ur's child. His child. Madara's senses peaked, as he sensed someone approaching. He smirked as he turned to face the incoming presence. Irene, coming flying in, sending all the snow in the area blasting into the heavens above. The snow melting at this presence as it was emitting strong heat. Stepping out from the settling dust, was the second highest ranked amongst the Spriggan 12, Irene. The scarlet-haired witch smirking at the sight of Madara. For each step she took, grass and flowers sprouted from the ground as if it was spring. Madara, and along with Irene, were her two second-in-commands Hina and Juliet. "What is it? Did Zerf send you here to fight me?" Madara in response flashed his aura, burning bright blue as it caused the whole area to tremble. The sides of Ishgar and Alvarez not even noticing as the battlefield was riddled with explosions. No, far from it. Irene, despite Madara's aura, remained calm and unfazed. She acted like she was in complete control over the situation. "I merely wanted to ask, why you have yet to join the battle? Are you that eager to lose your army?" Madara shot back with a snarky smirk as he crossed his arms. "Not in particular. Just curious." Irene didn't lose face, and remained calm. She knew Madara belonged on the battlefield. She needed to try and get him to join the battle quickly. She had a second guest arriving shortly that needed to be dealt with. And if Madara could shorten the number of Ishgar troops, it would be something. Curious as to why the legendary Madara Uchiha shies away from the battlefield, Irene's statement was like a mighty strike at Madara's pride. It became clear to Madara what Irene was doing. She was trying to rile him up. To join the battle and take down these people from Ishgar. From what Madara sensed, none of the 12 were down there on the battlefield, only normal soldiers from the Imperial Navy. Bloodman was somewhere nearby, but would probably stray away the moment Madara entered. If Madara went down there, he would eliminate both sides, and only Ishgar would suffer from the loss. Not to mention, the third party that was Aknaloga approaching their location. Oh yes, it all became very clear. "Hey, you cunning witch," Madara snickered, thinking Irene was taking him for a fool. Irene however remained composed and calm. "Era, did you find me out?" Irene smiled. The fact that she didn't flinch in Madara's presence, had earned the scarlet-haired witch Madara's respect. "Amongst the 12 you might be like raging storm of fire. Yet before my power, you are but a mere flicker." At this comment, Irene seemed a bit insulted as a red scarlet aura exploded from all around her. Her red aura clashing with Madara's blue aura, and the flicker became a flame. Madara chuckled as he got under Irene's skin. "Hey, fine witch, I will play your game. And in doing so, I will show you all, why my name is to be feared." Down on the battlefield, Minerva and Rogue of Sabretooth took a giant leap back. As they avoided the massive hulking fist of their guild's former master, and also Minerva's father, Giemma. "Minerva, Rogue," the hulking master snarled. This was sort of the second time he had been resurrected in the face of his traitorous guild members. Yet, there was only one thing on Giemma's mind. "Where is that demon E?" Exclamation mark. And that blasted shark. The memory of his humiliating defeat at the hands of Kisame, as well as how he was easily killed by E, all still fresh in his reanimated mind. "With my new power, I will crush them. Those insignificant fools shall know the terror of Giemma. And then, I will go after this trash who thinks he can control me." Neinhardt very much welcomed Giemma's anger. It made him all the more an asset to the battlefield. The former demon turned human, unleashed a mighty roar as his power flared. "As always, your arrogance knows no bounds." Rogue snarled at the sight of his former master. "Milady, let's take down this fool once and for all." Rogue flares his shadowy aura in response, surprising Giemma as he was actually pushed back a step. Minerva trembled at the sight of her father. She felt like a child again at the mercy of her father's abuse. Even though Giemma's power didn't eclipse the likes of Rogue and Sting, Minerva couldn't help but tremble at seeing the source of her trauma. Giemma merely laughed at the sorry sight of his daughter. "The two of you defeat me. Have you gone mad, Rogue? She is so weak she can hardly speak. Makes me sick that she carries my blood. I should erase her on the spot if it weren't for the fact, she still serves a purpose." "A purpose?" Rogue flinched in disgust. What kind of father talked about his own daughter like that? "Yes, to breed with the strongest man she can find, and present me the proper heir. Someone worthy to carry on my bloodline." At this, Rogue jumped at Giemma and elbowed him straight in his nose. The shock of the impact sent Giemma skidding back quite the distance. If he were alive, his nose would be broken right now. Giemma snarled in anger as he glared at Rogue. Rogue looked to be seething with anger, rage bubbling up within him. I will destroy you, and forever free her from you. With Sting now being the master of Sabretooth, it had only been Rogue, Frosh and Minerva that had gone on jobs together. The two suddenly found themselves bonding. Rogue, Minerva had a lump in her throat, hardly able to speak. Yet she looked in admiration as Rogue stood firm, his dragon force aura flaring up, and black scales growing around his body. You destroy me, you who is lesser to Sting. Giama's body began glowing in a menacing purple aura, pure bloodlust leaking from his very being as he glared at Rogue. You dare insult me like that? Giama quickly fired off a magic blast at Rogue. The sheer size of the blast eclipsed Rogue, and was all he could see in his field of vision. Yet Rogue did not despair, and quickly slipped into his own shadow as the blast flew over him. Giama, too blinded by his own arrogance and rage, remained unaware as Rogue jumped out from Giama's own shadow and body slammed him in the back with a shadow dragon claw. Giama tumbled forward, his back looking like it had been sliced by an actual dragon. This insult to his pride would not stand. Giama would not stand for someone like Rogue to cause damage to him. You keep boasting about strength, how you are the strongest. Yet you have been easily defeated by so many. Sting, Kisame, and even a mindless monster like E who only flicked you and you died. You aren't even a threat worth mentioning to us anymore. In fact, I'm starting to think you never were. Rogue's words cut deep into Giama's pride. The hulking reanimated former master of Sabretooth trembled with anger, his aura exploding, causing rubble to fly around him in mild tremors. You should know better, Rogue. This bravado of yours will be your doom. Giama snarled, and yet Rogue only smirked. Big talk coming from someone who hasn't learned that his own arrogance ended up being his doom. Rogue playfully flicked the air, aiming for Giama's chest. Giama's eyes twitched, his memory playing back to his death. Flashback. I am the strongest. Giama jumped at the newly awakened E, and the demon didn't even acknowledge him with a glance. Merely stretching his dominant arm out towards the incoming Giama, placing his index claw over his thumb. Then in the blink of an eye, followed by what sounded like a gunshot, E had flicked Giama in the chest and left a large gaping hole in him. And then, for Giama, everything turned black. Flashback, and Giama's eyes were vibrating with anger, his body twitching. And Rogue only smirked at him, flashing his own aura back at Giama. It's been more than a year since that day. And right now, you are nothing but a relic of the past. Someone who the history books won't even bother remembering. Giama looked like he just needed one more push to lose his cool. Giama, you are weak. I can't even believe our enemy decided to resurrect you. And then he snapped. Shut your filthy mouth, you insignificant trash. Giama roared and jumped at Rogue, charging up a massive source of magic power. Giama threw all the energy with a single punch at Rogue. The punch created such a destructive pillar of magical energy, creating a crater where Rogue was standing. The attack roared like a tiger to the heavens. Shockwaves blew around that knocked several onlookers onto their asses, even Minerva. Rogue, Minerva screamed. In her mind, her father's power was still something to be feared. All that childhood abuse and torture Giama would call training had drilled that mindset into her. The pillar then vanished, and when the dust settled, Minerva first saw the snarling face of her father. Pebbles raining down around the towering monster that was Giama. Minerva found herself gasping in shock, as the settling dust revealed a second silhouette. Rogue was standing firm, holding onto Giama's fist firm in place with his arm only lightly shaking under the pressure. Rogue glared at the snarling Giama, looking like a wild ferocious tiger glaring at his prey. Rogue stared him down, looking like a dragon. My turn. Rogue slammed a shadow-cloaked fist in an uppercut to Giama's torso. The sheer blow caused half of Giama's torso to explode. This time, it was Giama who gasped in shock. Had it not been for his reanimated body, he would be dead right now. Rogue would have actually killed him right there. This can't be happening, Giama snarled, his body regenerating. And Giama quickly returned to throwing a series of blows at Rogue. Yet, all of Giama's punches faced through Rogue, who materialized himself into a shadow. Meanwhile, Neinhard, watching the scene himself, was seething with anger. Almost all of his reanimated warrior had proven to be worthless. Hades and Yuri at least held their own against Makarov, Laxus and Ward before Mavis showed up. Fugaku, Makoto and Izumi were laying waste to several armies in the north, same with the Ice Witcher. And his prized warrior Obito even managed to hold his own against Itachi until that Mistogen had to ruin everything. Damn it, Looks like I need to beg Lady Irene for more power if I want to throw in my best player. No, even that wouldn't be enough to control him. Neinhardt grew more and more frustrated by the minuet, resulting in biting his own fingernails. Caster, give me more power. I demand more power. Giama's screeching voice echoed in Neinhardt's head, further annoying the self-proclaimed master of death. Shut up, trash, Neinhardt growled back. Waste of my goddamn time. Giama, still unable to even touch Rogue, found himself backed into a corner. There was nothing he could think of, other than to use his infinite supply of magic power to continuously bombard Rogue with attacks in hopes of outlasting him. This is just sad, Rogue sighed, and with a single blow obliterated both of Giama's arms. Giama's eyes widened like saucers, seeing Rogue's cheek puff as he was preparing for a breath attack. This was it, Rogue was really going to destroy him. Giama's eyes then landed on the only person he thought could help him now. Minerva, Giama cried out, prove that you are useful. And kill this fool. Minerva stood there in silence. She had heard her father's plea. And just like that, the terrifying image she had of her father shattered. Rogue was right, he was weak. Minerva then began moving her hands in a circular motion, whilst chanting. Nil wild meon ters elcanteus. The air around them all shifted, as the sky darkened with a magic circle glowing bright below Giama, Rogue and Minerva herself. This spell, don't you dare, Giama roared, although his intimidation did nothing as Minerva just gave him an ice-cold glare. Use it to kill this bastard Rogue. Minerva gave a harsh glare at Giama. Don't call my boyfriend a bastard. Minerva snarled, causing Giama's eyes to widen, but before her father could comment on this revelation, whilst Rogue just blushed a bit and vanished in his own shadow. Yagdo Rigora, Minerva summoned in the sky, a large statue of one of the 18 battle gods. The statue of the god, then unleashed a wide-scale blast upon the gasping Giama. "Mi Minerva," Giama managed to gasp out, as his own daughter annihilated his reanimated body. With nothing to cling onto, Giama's soul returned to the afterlife. Rogue appeared out from Minerva's shadow, smiling at Minerva for having gathered the courage to overcome her fear of Giama. Minerva looked at Rogue for a few seconds, both blushing a bit as Minerva remembered calling Rogue her boyfriend. It became even more awkward as members of their guild began whispering amongst themselves. Rogue, Frosh, the frog-dressed Exceed came flying down, eagerly hugging his best friend. Frosh, you shouldn't be this close to the battlefield. Rogue looked concerned. Frosh was so fragile after all. If he gets in trouble, I will just teleport him away, Minerva mumbled. Fro agrees with Lady Minerva. Frosh seemed to like that idea. Anyway, what are you all standing around for? Minerva quickly shouted at the still gossiping guild members, who all flinched at seeing the angered face of their lady. The enemy is still attacking. Get to it and fight. Why yes ma'am. Everyone quickly went away from gossiping to fighting the Alvarez Empire. Minerva gasped as she suddenly felt the warm comforting hand of Rogue grabbing onto her. Let's go and win this war. Rogue spoke with such confidence that Minerva actually felt like they could make it through this. She gave a nod as they rushed to join Sting in battle. Following the fall of Historia Tensei Giama, Zancro and Azuma, there was nothing holding Sting's squad up in the north from marching forward. Standing firmly and strong on top of a rock, Sting pointed forward where a battalion of Alvarez troops were advancing in magic mobile tanks. Charge! Sting along with his squad, let out a battle cry as they ran straight forward into battle. Responding in kind, the Alvarez soldiers also let out a battle cry, confident in their superior numbers heavily outnumbering Ishgar's northern attack squadron. However, both sides came to a halt as someone crash-landed like a meteorite in between them. A third party had arrived on the scene. The crash caused the snow around this figure to fly into the air like an explosion. Everyone awaited in anticipation on who this figure was. The snow falling, revealing a shadowy silhouette of one man. Sting, Rogue and Minerva both looked tensed up as they backed away slightly, and the rest of the squadron followed. They were not the only ones. The Alvarez Knights backed away in terror. What is this pressure? Sting, with his dragon hearing, could hear the sounds of his squad trembling in pure utter terror. The level of pressure from this one man's power was unbelievable. Was this even a man? The snow cleared, and rising from it a man with long black hair, clad in red armor. His eyes burning with an intense thirst for battle and blood. His red chilling eyes, scanning both armies. It was Madara Uchiha, in all his glory. The ghost of the Uchiha clan looked at both armies. He looked unimpressed at the sorry sight of grown men, soldiers trembling in sheer terror. Now, who wants to be my first dance partner? Madara looked around for any volunteers, but most just backed away in fright from his gaze. All but one. Sting stepped forward, giving the ghost of the Uchiha a snarl. Come on then, freak. Sting still trembled, but he still stepped up to the fight. Madara however stopped the young man right there, giving a light chuckle. Madara only shook his head at Sting. Oh, no, my dear boy, you misunderstand. What I meant was, which army will be my first dance partner? The Alvarez Empire's army, or the forces of Ishgar? The choice is yours. Raining down from the skies in the southern isles of Ishgar, were rays of golden divine-like light. Soaring in the heavens above like a jumping firefly, was Jalal, sending rays of light raining down upon the black wizard Zirf. The source of his sins, the source of the darkness that rooted itself in Ishgar, was right before him. Jalal wouldn't miss this opportunity to take Zirf down. This was his goal, his final goal. Such rage and fury, and such killing intent. It rivals even that of my Aetherius demons. My, you must really hate me. Zirf smiled as he casually weaved and dodged the rampant attacks unleashed by the rampaging Jalal. Inbal stood on standby per his emperor's command. Jalal Fernandez, once a worshipper of His Majesty. Now an enemy. It seems quite poetic for him to die at His Majesty's hand. Inbel's attention was diverted as coming rushing in were Mistogen and Itachi. Having finished off Obito, they returned to deal with Zirf. It seems Nineheart's soldier failed. No matter, I will just deal with this myself. His men backed up in terror, as Inbal unleashed his aura. This tropical island paradise started to feel like the Antarctic. The sunny sky became clouded, and a snowstorm filled the air. It seems we have another nuisance to deal with, Mistogen stated as he felt the presence from Inbal. Indeed, Itachi in return unleashed his own demonic aura, entering stage 2 of his demon form with his arms getting cloaked in darkness and turning into demonic claws. And just like that, the air got colder, as bloodlust filled the air. The King of Edelus, and His Majesty's own creation I am the Winter General Inbal of the Spriggan 12. Prepare for death. Inbel's very being was releasing this cold air. His aura changed the clear blue skies into dark and clouded in the blink of an eye. Itachi, despite his demonic aura, felt a shiver run down his spine from this cold air. Itachi didn't waste any time and flashed a set of hand seals, blood dripping from his eye as his Mangekyo Sharingan began rotating. Fire style. Inferno Fireball. Itachi spewed out a gigantic fireball, the blazing fireball cloaked in the black flames of Amaterasu. Inbal held his dominant arm out, a magic circle coming to life beneath his feet as the cold air intensified. Ice Age. Just like that, the entire island was cloaked in ice, and Itachi's fireball froze into solid ice. Despite the intense heat brought by the Amaterasu, Inbel's ice froze the fire in such a short amount of time. The frozen fireball still soared towards Inbal, who caught it with his dominant hand, and just like that it shattered into tiny ice shards. Inbal gasped as Itachi suddenly closed in the distance between them, Itachi looking more like the demon of extinction with the cold look in his eye as he lifted up his dominant arm, with the darkness morphing into a gigantic blade. Inbal created a shield of ice as Itachi swung down the demonic blade. The blade clashed with the ice shield, and shattered it in an instant. Inbal groaned as he attempted to jump back but was still cut by the blade. The cut wasn't too deep, but it went down from his right shoulder and towards his abs. Inbal sweated a bit. He had underestimated the strength of even in its earliest stage of transformation it still held quite the power. Inbal froze the cut on his torso to stop the bleeding, backflipped and unleashed a rain of gigantic train-sized ice shards raining down onto Itachi. Fire style. Demon Inferno Blade. Itachi cloaked his demonic blade with the black flames of Amaterasu, as he swung his arm to the side unleashing a spray-slash-wave of Amaterasu onto the ice shards. The sheer force of Itachi's swing caused the giant ice shards to be cut in half, as well as catch ablaze in flames. The flame-slash-wave tore through the ice shards and continued to advance towards Inbal. However, as it got closer, Inbal froze the slash waves in ice and shattered it before it got too close to him. Inbal once again gasped as Itachi closed the gap between them once more. This time Inbal was ready, however. As in the blink of an eye, the Winter General froze Itachi's entire body in a block of ice. You got too careless, Invil taunted the frozen Itachi, although then suddenly the frozen Itachi before him combusted into a massive fiery explosion. Invil flew out from the explosion, his clothes burnt and burn marks spread across his body. The Winter General rolled around on the icy floor, groaning in pain as he looked ahead, seeing Itachi standing with Mistogen. How? Invil picked himself up, cooling off his burnt body with a cold breeze emitting from his body. Amazing, in the blink of an eye Itachi created a shadow clone of himself. The first time he jumped Invil like that he tested the waters of Invil's reaction speed. Knowing full well he wouldn't fall for it a second time, Itachi sent in a clone the second time to test the strength of Invil's power. Whether Invil had frozen him or not he would have fallen for the trap of Itachi's self-destructing clone. Mistogen looked in awe as he saw how everything played out with Obito's Sharingan. Anksarum Formula 1, Death Ball. A black sphere rocketed itself towards Itachi. The sphere gave Itachi a sense of death and despair. He could feel it if any person touched this they would die. Luckily Itachi wasn't a normal person. Itachi held out his demonic claw, catching the sphere. Yet the force of the sphere was so strong that Itachi was sent skidding backwards. Itachi finally managed to push the sphere away, by redirecting it into the air. "Oh, not bad, as expected of my dearest Zirf taunted Itachi. Ju Leishing. 9 lightning-made swords swooped down and pierced into the body of Zirf. The levitating swords dragged Zirf up into the heavens, where above were magic circles in the form of a constellation. Grand Chariot. Beams of light rained down onto Zirf. The sky and the earth shook from the tremor of the explosion as Jalal continued his attack on Zirf. Your Majesty. Invil was about to jump in to attack Jalal, but found himself surrounded by various staffs lodged into the ground. 5-layered magic circle. Sacred Song. 5 magic circles formed above Invil, and unleashed a violet beam of light onto the Winter General. Invil buckled under the pressure, groaning in slight agony at Mistogen's spell. 3 versus 2 doesn't seem rather fair, does it? Zirf appeared on the ground, looking unharmed despite the ferocious attacks from Jalal. When one opponent is immortal, fair goes out the window. Jalal threw back as he stood with Itachi and Mistogen. And there is no such thing as fair in a war. Itachi rushed at Zirf. Being an ethereous demon, Itachi was the only one that could kill Zirf. Did that blue cat give you some valued intel? Zirf asked as he dodged a slash from Itachi's demonic blade. Itachi narrowed his gaze. Happy had told him essentially what was going on. And that Natsu was END according to Zirf, not to mention Natsu was also apparently Zeref's younger brother. About Natsu, yes, Itachi elbowed Zirf hard in the face, shattering the black wizard's nose. Zirf healed in a near instant, and blasted Itachi with a sphere of black energy. The sphere shredded some skin off from Itachi's shoulder, leaving a nasty scar. I see, did you find out perhaps what should happen to you if I die? Zirf tauntingly asked, and judging from Itachi's reaction Zirf could tell Itachi didn't know anything about it. As a demon of the Book of Zirf, should I die, you shall die as well. At this Itachi halted his blade mere inches from Zeref's neck, looking stunned at the revelation. That's right, all my ethereous demons are connected to my life. Should I die, they all die with me, you included. Only Madara has learned how to sever our connection. Itachi, Jalal uttered as he tried to get a look at what sort of facial expression his friend must be making. This meant that if they killed Zirf, Itachi, Natsu, Kisame, Sasori and Kakuzu would all die as well. Now then, please do continue. Zirf taunted Itachi, who stood frozen on the spot, unsure on what to do. One thing went through Itachi's mind at the moment, and that was Mira Jane. If he died, he would leave her alone, and they had just gotten married and everything. Itachi gritted his teeth, and swiftly punched Zirf across the face, launching him several feet into the air. Itachi followed up, looking like he was teleporting over to Zirf midair and smacked the black wizard with a haymaker that sent Zirf crashing into the ground. Zirf felt confident in this moment, confident that Itachi couldn't go through with killing him now. It wasn't that Zirf assumed Itachi in particular cherished his life over others. But the fact that if Itachi killed him here, he would kill his own friend Natsu as well in the process, as well as Kisame, Sasori and Kakuzu. Not to mention the fact that he would leave Madara to wreak havoc in this world with no one left to oppose him. Itachi didn't know what to do. He knew that at this very moment he could not kill Zirf. If he were to kill him at some point, it would be preferably after Madara has been dealt with. As Itachi was trying to figure out a strategy for this very battle happening right now, a set of images went through his mind. One of his clones had been taken down, and what is more he saw who did it, Madara. This was it, what he was waiting for Madara to show himself. Itachi knew what he needed to do, he needed to take down Madara. No, Itachi knew that there was one thing he needed to know from Madara first. As it was brought recent to his attention, that Madara somehow severed his life connection to Zerf. If Itachi could find out how to sever that connection, then Natsu, Kisame, Sasori, Kakuzu and Itachi himself wouldn't need to die. Warren, patch me through to Mest, I need him to teleport me right away. Huh, alright, yo Mest. Itachi needs assistance. Warren spoke through the telepathy link he had established with Itachi and Mest. Madara, I assume, I am on my way. Mest was quick to reply. In the blink of an eye, Mest appeared before Itachi, Mistogen and Jalal. Whoa, Mest looked a bit spooked as he saw Zerf and Invul as well. Why you called me to take you to Madara, right? Mest asked a little nervous, he knew he wouldn't be much help against one of the 12 or Zerf for that matter. Yes, sorry Jalal, Mistogen. But Itachi didn't like leaving the two of them behind alone to fight Zerf and Invul, especially since Itachi was the only one present who could kill Zerf. We understand, Jalal was quick to say, giving a reassuring smile to Itachi. We'll be fine, you are needed elsewhere. Mistogen added as he stood with his Earthland counterpart. Make sure you beat it out of that Madara how to sever you connection with Zerf. Mira Jane would go on quite the rampage if you were to die like that. Mistogen teased. Okay, hold on, I don't have enough to teleport us all the way to the northern battlefield. But I can get you close enough so you don't waste any energy on your own to get there. Mest informed, he could only teleport to such a long distance, and he could only teleport such a number of times. Thank you. Itachi gave a light bow, and then they teleported, making their way all the way from the southern isles of Ishgar, and all the way to the northern battlefield. Mistogen and Jalal were left behind, standing before Zerf and Invul. There was the Alvarez Imperial Army in the background as well, but they looked like they wished to stay out from this battle. Well, Earthland me, are you ready? Mistogen span one of his staffs within his hand as he stared the Black Wizard and his Winter General down. I have been ready for this moment for the past 8 years. Jalal declared as he went into a battle stance. Seems he escaped us. Invul couldn't help but feel a bit relieved that Itachi left the battle, that made things much easier for him and Zerf. Indeed, I wonder, can Itachi manage to get the information out of Madara? Zerf had a menacing smirk on his face, his fist was trembling. His body leaking with killing intent and bloodlust. The idea of Itachi severing their connection, made the Black Wizard feel enraged. Forgive me, Jalal, Mistogen, for I shall take out my anguish on you. Zerf's eyes turned red as he stared with nothing but malice at the two Jalals. In the northern continents of Ishgar, there was a long silence that followed with Madara's question. Both sides looked to be backing down a bit. Sting still shakingly stood up front, ready to engage in battle. Yet Sting couldn't help but feel discouraged at how Madara brushed him off like that. Well, who wants to go first? The Alvarez Empire, or the forces of Ishgar? Pick now, or else I will decide for myself. Madara looked between the two armies, these so-called grown men trembling in their boots like frightened children. Madara smirked, and instantly everyone flinched. Well, I will decide then, both armies come at me all at once. In that moment both sides of the conflict looked past each other, and all saw but one enemy on the battlefield, Madara. Gathering their courage, they all unleashed a mighty battle cry, both sides rushing at Madara at once. Madara stood there smirking as both armies approached him from both sides, his demeanor calm, his muscles resting at ease. Madara casually looked up seeing multiple people nearly right up in his face, and in that moment Madara widened his eyes activating the Sharingan. From the center of the pile of people echoed a sonic boom. Sting, Minerva and Rogue gasped as they saw people being flung out from the pile one by one. After a devastating shockwave from a mere attack by Madara, a mere punch or kick, a soldier either from the Alvarez Empire or the forces of Ishgar were launched out from the pile, dead. Madara avoided punches, swords that came slashing his way, grabbing onto one Alvarez knight's wrist, breaking his arm in a swift motion and taking the knight's sword out from his hand, and decapitating the knight before he even had a chance to cry out in pain. Madara casually weaved and dodged, as he hacked and slashed at people with the sword, A mage sweated in fear. Swiftly he raised his staff and fired a magic bullet. Madara leapt up and grabbed onto the magic bullet and chucked it right back at the caster. The caster gasping in fright as he, and several others were blown away by the blast. A mage came charging up at Madara from behind, with raging fire generating from a magic circle at his palm. Madara swiftly turned around, ducking whilst turning, causing the mage to launch the blast into one of his comrades, who cried in pain as he was lit on fire. Madara then threw a heavy punch into the fire mage, launching him several feet away, his upper body laying buried in the snow as he kept skidding back, his blood staining the white snow. Madara delivered a spin kick into an Alvarez knight's head, causing it to rotate at a 360 angle. Madara used the dead knight's falling body as a springboard to launch himself into the armada of Alvarez knights. Madara crashed onto a magic mobile tank, creating a massive dent in it that bended the tank in half, rendering it disabled. Taking a backflip, Madara span his body, delivering a kick into an unexpected knight, launching him into the Ishgar forces like a cannonball, knocking several Ishgar mages over. An Alvarez knight attempted to thrust a magic-infused spear at Madara. Madara yanked the spear out from the knight's grip, breaking it over his knee and throwing the spear head end into the knight's face. Using the other end, Madara grabbed a knight from the back of his head and stabbed his face through the wooden staff. Using the now dead knight as a jumping board, Madara leapt into the air. Fire! An Alvarez knight commanded as their magic mobiles fired of cannons. Out from those cannons came gigantic laser-like beams. Madara casually eyed the beam, generating his demonic marks into the palm of his hand. Madara caught the giant laser beam. The Imperial Army and the forces of Fury looked in shock as it appeared as if the laser was getting absorbed. But no, it reflected off of Madara's palm and into a crowd of mages. The laser fried and burnt anyone who got in its path. Knights and mages alike started to flee. But Madara chuckled as he dragged the beam across the ground. The beam burned through the ground and annihilated anyone it touched to ashes. A wave of fire had burnt across the battlefield, leaving a scar that would remain for centuries to come in the Earth's soil. Madara eventually directed the beam towards the magic mobiles that had originally fired them, causing the Alvarez Empire to lose its ground vehicles as they all blew up. While free-falling, Madara took in the sight of the explosion and the burning field of corpses and ashes before him. He then gracefully landed back in the center where he had begun this massacre. Any more toys you children wish to play with? Or are you ready to have a proper dance? As he said that, a spiraling swirl of magic energy knocked into Madara. Madara backflipped midair and landed a few feet away, eyeing his attacker. Minerva stood with Sting, Rogue, Rufus, Orga, Yukino and two more figures lingering further in the back who were Serrano and Sasori. Don't underestimate Sabretooth, Minerva hissed at the ghost of the Uchiha clan. Madara casually dusted off some snow from the shoulder plate of his armor. Minerva clicked her tongue in frustration as her attack clearly had done nothing. Holding his hands into a hand seal, Madara inhaled his breath. Fire style. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Madara sprayed a massive wave of fire from his lips, the blazing inferno melting away the surrounding snow. That attack is enormous. Orga backed away in terror. As the flames spread so far and wide there was no escape for anyone. Rufus rushed through the crowd. Memory Make. Lagoon. From magic circles sprayed out waves of water to clash with Madara's fire. A total of 1,000 water mages from Ishgar and Alvarez joined forces and launched their strongest water spell to counter the fire. The Daedalus versions of Grey, Juvia and Lucy all jumped before the attack as they together flashed the same hand seals. Water style. Explosive water shockwave. All three spewed out a massive amount of water, and drew water from the snow around them. Together they created a massive towering tsunami wave that clashed against the fire. Water style. Raging Sea. Sasori jumped into the mix, cannons forming out from his palms as he fired out waves of water. Thanks to his demonic power, Sasori could turn parts of his body back into a puppet at will. Sasori wasn't alone as jumping in with 3 more clones was Itachi's wood clone. Water style. Water wall. All 4 Itachi wood clones sprayed out massive waves of water that rose to tsunami-like waves. And thus, Itachi's wood clones, Sasori, Daedalus Grey, Juvia and Lucy, Rufus and 1,000 water mages had managed to keep Madara's fire jutsu at bay. As a result, a gigantic steam cloud overtook the entire battlefield. This is just too easy a second time, Madara chuckled as he remembered what he did to the shinobi allied forces. Jumping up, Madara flashed a set of hand seals. Fire style. Dragon Flame Bomb. At once Madara unleashed at least 10,000 of fire blasts onto the unsuspecting crowd of mages. Everyone, look out! Itachi's wood clones, seeing the fire blasts coming with their Sharingan, shouted a warning. Yet his warning fell on deaf ears, as the cries of several could be heard along with the scorching sound of flames bombarding into them. Madara rushed through the smoke cloud, grabbing onto one of Itachi's clones by the neck. Without any hesitation, Madara snapped the clone's neck, causing it to vanish. That should send words to him, Madara snickered as he mowed down anyone that he laid his eyes on, butchering anyone regardless of their affiliation with the Empire or Ishgar, young or old, man or woman. Madara slaughtered anything in his path. Suddenly the raining torrent of fireballs stopped. Madara gained a slight confused look as he was certain he had created enough fireballs to rain down for a total of 10 minutes. Ah yeah, let's get wild. An engine roared across the battlefield. Madara turned his attention to this obnoxious loud vehicle, with an equal loud and obnoxious driver. Daedalus Natsu rushed through in his magic mobile, as a cannon on top of the hood had sucked in all of Madara's fireballs. Fire style. Dragon's Raging Roar. From the front of the car, what looked like a metal mouth opened and spewed out fire onto Madara. Madara smirked, finding this sort of creative way to use ninjutsu to be amusing. But still, at the same time, it was mediocre at best in his eyes. Foolish child, technology can never beat the real deal. Observe carefully. Madara flashed a set of hand seals as he stared down the fire wave rising over him. Fire style. Uchiha Fire Domination. The fire unleashed by Daedalus Natsu's car suddenly split apart before Madara, making two gigantic rising walls of fire. Madara rushed through the opening, and drop-kicked the hood of Natsu's car. Daedalus Natsu yelped a bit in surprise, smoke emitting from his sweet ride as it was trashed. Ah, man, not cool. Daedalus Natsu, who usually would be terrified without his car, stepped out and shouted in rage that his ride was trashed. Looks like over the years he gained some courage and confidence. Out of the way, babe. Lucy Ashley jumped in, swinging a lightning-infused whip towards Madara. The Uchiha caught the whip, wrapping it around his hand. With a mighty yank, Madara pulled Lucy Ashley to him and grabbed her by the throat. Ah, Daedalus. Lucy wheezed out as she was getting choked. Lucy. Daedalus Natsu jumped Madara in an attempt to tackle him to the ground, but without batting an eye, Madara kicked the Daedalus mage, launching him into an incoming Daedalus Grey. The two best friends fell rolling into the snow. You want to dance with me as well, young lady? Madara tightened his grip on Lucy Ashley, holding just enough back as to not snap her neck straight away. Star Dress. Libra. A voice rang from Madara's left, and suddenly gravity began increasing onto him. Madara widened his eyes a bit at this sudden increase in gravity, his knees buckling a little under the pressure. Such an insult to his pride, Madara thought in annoyance as he quickly straightened his posture. Yukino stood before Madara, dressed like a belly dancer in the exact same style as her spirit Libra, who stood next to her. Both carried bracelets that had weights decorated onto them. Libra Judgment. The weight of the gravity around Madara increased by at least 1,000. Madara dropped Lucy Ashley to the ground, and Libra quickly acted in cancelling the gravity around Lucy Ashley only so that Daedalus Natsu and Grey could get her out of there. Then they resumed increasing the weight onto Madara. Madara grunted as the ground itself was pushed down, forming a crater. Yet Madara wouldn't even bend the knee before all this gravity. My turn. Jenny of Blue Pegasus, wearing some red mech armor, jumped in, launching rockets from her wrists. The rockets soared towards Madara, bombarding into him and the gravity field, creating a series of explosions. Foolish children. Madara's calm voice echoed from the black smoke. A speck of darkness shot out and knocked the air out of Libra as it clashed with her gut. The spirit being out for the count thus retired to the celestial spirit realm. The gravity eased a bit, and Madara was still standing tall, with black demonic marks beginning to form around his face. I am Madara Uchiha, I bend the knee to no one. Madara flashed his explosive aura, cancelling the gravity around him and knocking Yukino to the ground. No emperor, dragon king, god, can ever make me bend the knee. In fact, all shall bend their knees before me. Madara raised his arm up, and then in a swift motion pushed it down. A dome of darkness formed over them all, and the intense gravity pushed everyone face first into the dirt. Whereas Sasori, Sting, Rogue, Itachi's wood clones all fell to their knees. Now, that is a better picture. All kneeling before my might. Yukino groaned, Still in her Libra dress, she managed to use Libra's powers to cancel out the gravity Madara put around them. Oh, so, your celestial spirit gives you full control over gravity, is that it? Well, try this on for size. Madara flicked his fingers and the gravity pressure resumed, this time tenfold, to which even Sasori, Sting, Rogue and Itachi's clones fell face first into the ground. Madara listened to the Alvarez Imperial Army, the forces of Ishgar all crying out in pain. The sound of the ground cracking and breaking apart from all this pressure. Then it all stopped, as Madara removed his own demonic darkness. Why? Sting groaned. Madara could have finished them all if he wanted to, so why cancel his spell? You ask me why? Well, to put it simply, I'm simply not content with this dance of ours yet. Madara crossed his arms as he allowed all of the fallen knights and mages to crawl back up to their feet. Now then, shall we continue? Do entertain me more. I've still yet to break a sweat. Madara then avoided a blade from a knight, although something was different. He had already killed this knight earlier, yet he was still moving. What's this? Madara backflipped to avoid the knight's slash. But more started to appear, the dead were rising from the ground. Oh, I see, a puppeteer master, eh? Madara snickered. It wasn't every day he encountered a master of the art of puppeteer ninjutsu. Sasori used the steam cloud to his advantage, using it as a cover to latch one of his thousands of puppet chakra strings onto a dead person. Even if they were dead, Sasori still had access to using the powers they had when they were alive. He had several of the dead mages launch magic blasts at Madara. If you aim to tire me out, you will find it to be a useless effort. Madara, as he twirled and danced around the dead puppets, he spat a ball of fire in Sasori's direction. Sasori gasped that he was found so easily. He had made sure to conceal his chakra to his best of abilities. A wall of white-furred creatures, however, shielded Sasori as Serrano came to his aid. You alright, Sasori-Kian? Serrano embraced the puppet master. Who the hell are you calling Sasori-Kian? Sasori seemed a little flustered. His grandmother must be laughing at his misery from heaven. But thanks. Sasori thanked Serrano for the save. Quickly entering his ethereous form, Sasori used the black demonic scorpion tail to block a strike from Madara whilst shielding himself and Serrano. There you are, Sasori of the Red Sand. I have heard of you. Once feared as the greatest S-rank missing nin to ever come out of the hidden sand. And now you are a protector of some woman, I see. Madara chuckled at seeing the frown on Sasori's face. Eat shit, old Uchiha geezer. The demonic scorpion tail extended and flew with its tip aimed for Madara. Madara didn't flinch and smiled as he tilted back a bit and grabbed onto the demonic scorpion tail. The tail wiggled a bit in his grasp. Sasori growled at Madara, who condescendingly smirked at him. My, quite the vile tongue on you. Madara chuckled as he backflipped to avoid a second scorpion tail Sasori grew out from his back. Madara held his hands to his hips as he looked on in amusement. Sasori looked in shock, seeing all his dead puppet bodies having been sliced in half and lit on fire. The weakness of any puppeteer master: once you destroy their little toys, they are left wide open without any defense. Madara tilted his head to the side as he avoided a lightning-enhanced punch from Orga. You are quite the big fella, aren't you? Madara grabbed onto Orga's wrist and casually lifted his massive muscular body over his head. Orga could only gasp in fright as Madara body slammed Orga to the ground. A lightning god slayer, eh? Madara noticed the black flickering lightning, and in a swift motion he broke Orga's arm. Arg! Orga cried out in pain. Madara released him from his grip, to which Orga rolled over to the side. As he rolled, however, Orga unleashed a breath attack. Lightning god's bellow. Orga unleashed a huge blast wave of black lightning at Madara. Madara took the blast head on, not even putting in the effort to block or dodge it. Magic designed to slay a god. Honestly, some would say it is fitting to use such magic against me. However, I am far above any god. A blue skeletal ribcage surrounded Madara, as a massive blue spectral skeleton hand emerged and grabbed a hold of the black lightning breath attack. The lightning flickered and sparks dug through the ground, yet Madara with a simple squeeze from his Susanoo negated the wave. The collapsed breath attack sent a shockwave around the battlefield. I must say, you bunch are doing much worse than the shinobi allied forces from my world. I mean, at least back there I was an immortal reanimated zombie with unlimited chakra. Here I am flesh and blood. Granted, I have much more power than I used to back then, but I have been making an effort of using the same amount of force as back then. And yet, none of you have even scratched me. But perhaps I am expecting too much, you mages who hardly even know proper hand-to-hand combat. Honestly, this is why I stayed out of this war until now. Because I knew I would get bored. Madara looked over to Sasori and Itachi's wood clones. Even with 2 former Akatsuki members on your side, you managed to bore me. Itachi, hurry up and get here so that I at least can break a sweat, before I crush Zerf in his dreams, and break Aknologia's back like a twig over my knee. Or better yet, present me mine and Ur's child. At this Itachi's clones visibly flinched. Madara knew of Ultir. 2 of the clones rushed at Madara, each creating their own upper body Susanoo. At this Madara smirked. Seems I touched a nerve, so, one of those in that photo really is my child. Madara mumbled to himself, an image of the picture of and 2 young boys, one with silver hair and one with black hair. Itachi's 2 clones had their Susanoo bring down their swords at Madara. However, their orange-red blades were grabbed by blue spectral hands as Madara formed his upper body Susanoo. Clones are no fun. Madara crossed his arms as his Susanoo jabbed 2 swords straight through Itachi's clones and their Susanoo. The clones vanished, leaving Itachi's lone remaining wood clone behind. You will go no further. Itachi's clone slammed his palms together, as massive tree roots stuck up from the ground. Wood style. Deep forest emergence. The roots grew into a miniature forest that clashed into Madara and his Susanoo. Madara struggled to keep his balance as his Susanoo was raised into the air and him with it. Awaiting Madara midair, were Sting and Rogue, both reeling their dominant arm back, generating a sphere filled with a massive amount of magical power. Unison Raid. Holy Shadow Dragons Flash Fang. Merging their white and shadow energies, the 2 thrusted their arms forward and in a burst unleashed a massive destructive wave of energy. The wave clashed against Madara. The shockwaves generated even blew some nearby Alvarez Knights away with it. Sting and Rogue both looked in shock, however, as although Madara's Susanoo cracked, it sustained and brushed their attack off. The Susanoo swatted its blue arm into the air, knocking the twin dragon slayers down to the ground in a loud smash. The miniature forest pushing Madara was sliced by waves of blue energy from his Susanoo, creating a wooden platform made up out of the tree stubs. Madara's Susanoo unleashed a mighty roar that shook surrounding people to the core. They trembled in fear at the ancient Uchiha's awesome power. Madara looked to Itachi's wood clone. Compared to Hashirama, his wood style lacks the same level of durability and mass. However, for a clone this is far more impressive than I would have expected. Almost compares to my own version of wood style. Madara would never give praise out loud unless it was well deserved, like Might Guy with his taijutsu skills or Hashirama with his godlike power. But otherwise, never, not out loud anyway. My turn, Madara said menacingly as his Susanoo raised its 4 arms, each arm gained a sword. Then Madara slashed the swords of his Susanoo, sending towering waves of energy slashing throughout the battlefield. The screams of mages and knights echoed around him, as he watched several bodies rise into the air with the waves. Now, with a flick of his fingers, Madara had his Susanoo create belts of Yusaka Magatama beads. Time to end this. To end you. Sasori snarled as he pulled his arms back. Blue strings of chakra turned visible on Madara's forearm. The confused-looking Uchiha was yanked out from his own Susanoo. His tail. He attached the strings onto me when I grabbed his tail. Realization dawned on Madara, but quickly he found himself surrounded. White Dragon. Roar. Sting followed by Rogue unleashed their breath attacks on Madara. Shadow Dragon. Roar. Orga and Rufus both joined in as well in the assault. Lightning God's charged particle cannon. Orga unleashed a huge concentrated blast of black lightning onto Madara. Memory Make. A night of fallen stars. A set of golden rays of energy rained down from the sky onto Madara. Territory Explosion. Minerva created a highly concentrated explosion onto Madara. Sasori had his demonic scorpion tail open the tip, generating a blast of demonic darkness. Finishing Cannon. And finally, Itachi's wood clone jumped in with its Susanoo. Yusaka Magatama. The Susanoo chucked the spinning bead onto Madara. All attacks combined created a massive explosion that eclipsed the entire sky, and rocked the earth below. Did they do it? Did they get him? Yukino, like the rest, had to cover their eyes as the dust from the explosion blew all around them, stinging their eyes, making them a bit watery. Everyone took a moment of silence to watch the smoldering black smoke cloud in the air left by the explosion. A valiant effort. Madara's voice made everyone back away in fear. Half of Madara's samurai armor had been shattered, However, his body remained unharmed as he was covered in demonic markings. If it weren't for this enhanced durability my body gets from these demonic marks, I might have severely burned my arm. Since Itachi was the only one to use a jutsu, I couldn't use my Rinnegan to absorb your combined effort. Although, I suppose I could have always used Shinra Tensei to negate the attacks. But by taking on this combined attack, I got a good idea on how powerful you all are. And I must say, I am unimpressed. All our power, and he isn't even scratched. Sting trembled. With their master in fear, all of Sabretooth looked ready to give up. Now, don't sell yourself too short. I am scratched, see. Madara showed his forearm, which had a bruise mark as well as some blood dripping down from it. In simple terms, you lot are strong. But I am Madara Uchiha, to me true strength is in another realm altogether compared to you lot. But I will give praise where it is earned, Sasori, seeing as the Itachi here is a clone, I can say without doubt you are the strongest opponent present. And did most damage to me in this battle. Oh, and out of all you that originate from this world, those two dragon slayers down there are the strongest here. Madara's eyes then landed onto Itachi's wood clone. And you, I must say, for a mere clone you are strong. Makes me all the more curious on how strong the original has become over the past year. Madara stood there with his arms crossed as he didn't acknowledge anyone else present. They were all like mere grains in a sandstorm to him. To him, they were nothing. Grains of sand flew by Madara, black sand. Madara flinched. They were up in the snowy mountains and there was sand. Sasori took a deep breath as he stepped forward, slamming his palms together. Iron sand. Gathering assault. Black sand poured out from a ninja scroll Sasori wielded in his hand, generating into gigantic waves of black iron sand. The sand gathered through magnetic forces, forming a gigantic spearhead, a blocky hammerhead and needles. This is similar to that young Cage brat's magnetism, only it is black iron sand instead of regular. Madara mumbles as he analyzed this jutsu Sasori pulled from his arsenal. This is the jutsu of the third Cage. Rumors had it he was the strongest Cage of the hidden sand in all of history. I never thought I would witness this lovely black sand with my own eyes. Itachi's wood clone looked in amazement as he gazed towards Sasori. How long have you had this in your back pocket? Itachi couldn't help but wonder, if Sasori possessed such a mighty weapon why not use it before now? Using my demonic power, I transform my body into that of a puppet, and back into that of a human. However, that is not all there is to it. Using my knowledge from the shinobi world, I can specifically design my puppet body to be modified the way I wish. If it involves the magnetism ninjutsu of the third Cage, then I can do it. Because I have studied every aspect of the third Cage and his ninjutsu, I even knew how it worked better than the third ever did himself. However, I am still limited in my use of it. This scroll is the only one I have, containing the black iron sand. Unlike the third Cage, I cannot materialize iron sand as well from surrounding metallic iron material. Sasori's red hair blew in the wind, dragging his hand through his hair. He pulled his bangs out from his eyes as he glared at Madara. Sarano looked in awe at Sasori as he stood over her, her cheeks turning a bit red as in her eyes Sasori looked to be at his coolest in this very moment. Sarano, get back, I can't fight well if you get in the way. Sasori stepped towards Madara, whilst everyone else had backed away. Sasori walked up the colossal tree stumps, and onto the wooden platform, alone. I am your opponent, leave the rest out of it. Madara cracked a smirk as he gazed upon the massive weapons made out of the iron sand floating behind Sasori. Hey, former Akatsuki member or not, facing me on your own is an insult. I created that organization, and a mere pawn I handpicked for Obito and Zetsu to recruit, dares face me alone. Scared I might drag the name of the mighty Madara Uchiha through the mud. Sasori threw back, smiling himself as he gazed upon Madara. If you aren't scared, then come at me you shitty old Uchiha geezer. Sasori's smile faded, as his expression turned cold and stoic like that of a puppet. Little marionette, I will cut your strings for good. Madara tightened his fist, bloodlust filling the air around him as his mighty aura exploded in a blue burst of energy. Madara vanished in a flash, and Sasori quickly acted, crossing his arms as he caught a kick from the Uchiha. Sasori could hear his wooden puppet arms cracking, but as quickly launched backwards from the force of Madara's kick. Out from Sasori's body shoots out hands of demonic darkness that latches themselves onto the tree platform. The darkness holds on, as Sasori is skidding backwards, and manages to prevent Sasori from falling off the edge just in time. Through the cracks in Sasori's arms, Madara spots the hidden magnets within the wooden arms. I see, so that's how you can use magnet style. Quite cheeky, but I admire your creativity. Madara commends. Sasori pays him no mind and swings his arm down. A massive shadow forms within the air over Madara. The Uchiha looks up, seeing the iron sand hammer head coming crashing down. Madara quickly forms his Susanoo, the blue blade thrusted at the iron sand hammer. However, upon contact the blade of Madara's Susanoo breaks in half. My, it's quite denser than I anticipated. Madara's Susanoo stretches its 4 arms out and catches the hammer. The 4 spectral blue arms appear to be twitching, as the Susanoo struggles to hold the hammer back due to the magnetic force pushing it down. Sasori thrusts his right palm forward, launching the massive iron sand spear head spinning towards Madara and his Susanoo. Madara looks at the incoming spear head, and looks in shock as the spear pierced through the body of his Susanoo. Madara jumped away, avoiding the spear head, and the hammer that came crashing down. The pure density of this iron sand is stronger than that of the 5th Kazekige's sand. And added with the sheer magnetic force, and the added speed turbulence. It holds even more power than the granddaughter of Hashirama's punch. Madara thought back on his battle against the 5 Kage, and how Tsunade had managed to crack his Susanoo, and sometimes even break through. With his fist infused with demonic power, Madara countered an incoming iron sand needle with a punch, causing it to spin midair. Madara narrowed his gaze, as his demonic-coated fist was grazed by the giant iron sand needle. Madara saw the blood leak from the cut on his hand. Even with the durability of my stage 1 demon state, the iron sand still managed to pierce my flesh. Getting hit by more of those would be bad. Madara eyed Sasori, who had the iron spear head, the hammer head and the needles float back around him. He doesn't seem to have enough iron sand on him. I can either overwhelm him with clones, or up the durability of my body with more demonic power, or even with my perfect Susanoo. Or use the Rinnegan. Madara cracked a smile, seeing the many ways he could best Sasori. But this was the greatest challenge Madara had faced yet in this war, so he decided to enjoy it and play the long game. Sasori of course knew Madara was holding back. He knew not to get overconfident just because he pierced through the unarmored upper body state of Madara's Susanoo. Sasori knew his chances of winning were near zero, but that wasn't his goal. He was stalling for time. Once Itachi arrived, they could team up to take Madara down. Sasori unleashed a showering barrage of the iron sand needles upon Madara. In response, Madara unleashed the black aura of his demonic power, then unleashed a wave of darkness to catch the needles. The darkness working like an acid to melt away the iron needles. Well, what will you do now? Madara asked. Humoring Madara, Sasori responded with, what indeed? How about this? Up from the ground flew out Sasori's demonic scorpion tail, aimed at Madara's back. Madara unleashed his Susanoo once more, catching the scorpion tail in one of its 4 hands. Predictable. Madara's Susanoo yanked at the tail, only to discover it wasn't attached to Sasori. Predictable, huh? Sasori floated above Madara and smashed down the giant iron sand hammer. Madara had his Susanoo grow armor as it punched at the hammer, knocking it aside. Yusaka Magatama. Madara's Susanoo tossed multiple spinning Yusaka beads at the floating Sasori. In response, Sasori grew wings of darkness from his back, and weaved and dodged the incoming beads of destruction. Madara analyzed Sasori's hand movements, retelling the exact movements within his own mind. Left, right, up, left, forward. Madara leapt away as the massive spinning iron sand spear flew at him. The iron spear soared in the sky, and towards a nearby mountain. The spear pierced through the mountain, leaving a gaping hole in the mountainside. Sasori smiled as he weaved his arm, and the spear did a U-turn, piercing through the mountain once more, breaking off the entire top half. Madara widened his eyes, as the spinning iron spear looked bigger than before. The spear swapped down, and took the head and nearly all of the torso off of Madara's Susanoo. His iron sand didn't just get bigger, but stronger as well. Madara quickly regrew his damaged Susanoo, trying to analyze the situation. It quickly dawned on Madara when he looked to the damaged mountain. I see, the mountain. You took the iron and metal from the mountain. Madara caught on, but Sasori didn't flinch. With the extra iron and metal, he created more weapons, increasing the number of spearheads. The spear heads began spinning at a rapid speed. Sasori stretched his hands out, and launched the spinning giant iron sand spear heads at Madara. Madara responded with creating multiple Yusaka beads, throwing them into the spear heads. The iron spear heads exploded upon contacts with the destructive blue beads. The iron sand scattered around them, yet Sasori remained unfazed and stoic. I must commend you. You are stronger than I had originally thought. But for your sake, I hope you keep things interesting for me. For if I get bored, well, I think you might know what will happen. Madara mocked the struggling puppeteer master. I have just been warming up. I am a puppet master. I don't fight directly. Sasori raised his arms, and a wave of the iron sand raised along with his movement. The iron sand gathered together into one iron sand giant golem. This is my perfect puppet. My art, Sasori declared as he stood on the head of the iron giant. Hey, well, guess I will respond in kind. Madara's Susanoo exploded with an intense aura. It grew in size, grew legs as it rose to a height rivaling that of the iron giant. I am not done yet. Madara flicked his fingers, to which his Susanoo gained armor. Now then, let us see how this iron puppet of yours matches up to my perfect Susanoo. Madara's perfect Susanoo spread its wings, and drew its sword. Just by drawing the sword, mountain tops were sliced off in the blink of an eye. But that was good news for Sasori. Gathering the iron and material from the destroyed mountains Madara cut down, Sasori's iron giant grew wings and wielded a spear. We shall see. Sasori would sweat if he could. He was feeling the fatigue. Thankfully, due to his puppet body, it wasn't showing. Sasori had his iron giant fly at Madara, thrusting the iron black sand spear at the perfect Susanoo. Using the wings of his Susanoo, Madara blocked the strike. The defense power of his Susanoo is greater than before. Sasori took a leap back with his iron giant. Madara had his Susanoo swing down its blade upon Sasori's iron giant, who responded by raising its arm to block the blade. However, like a hot knife through butter, Madara's Susanoo cut off the iron giant's forearm. Ho, seems that is it for you. Madara had his Susanoo cut off the second forearm of the giant. Not yet. Sasori raised his arm, and the severed iron forearms halted midair, floating just a bit over the ground. The forearms clenched into fists, and soared at intense speed towards Madara. The fists clashed into the perfect Susanoo, knocking it back a few steps. Amazing. Sarano looked in awe at the battle between Sasori and Madara. I see, he just uses his magnetic ability to levitate the severed arms. Which means, no matter what Madara does to the giant, Sasori can reattach any severed part or use it as a weapon. Rufus analyzed the battle. Glad we have him on our side. Sting let out a sigh of relief, although did feel a bit useless at just sitting here doing nothing. But truth of the matter, anyone present would just get in the way. These shinobi are powerful. Rogue admitted. From what Itachi, Madara and the former Akatsuki members have demonstrated, they are in a class above that of mages. Then again, all of them are considered high-ranking warriors in the shinobi world, and Madara was apparently considered a god. Sasori reattached the giant's forearms, and had it swing down the iron sand spear. Madara's Susanoo blocked the spear with its sword. From the wings of the iron giant, Sasori unleashed a bombardment of spinning iron spear heads. Out of Trick's geyser, the iron spear heads at the speed they rotated, made small cracks in the perfect Susanoo, yet not enough to break through. Foolish boy, you think I cannot destroy your giant? In the blink of an eye, Sasori's puppet arms were sliced off. Sasori gasped, seeing a second Madara next to him on top of the giant, with his arm cloaked in darkness at the shape of a long blade. With his arms gone, Sasori lost the magnets. And thus, the giant began to crumble as Madara's perfect Susanoo cut it to pieces. Without his arms and the magnets, Sasori was unable to reattach or even move the iron sand. The Madara next to Sasori kicked him off the giant and down to the ground. The Madara in the Susanoo vanished, being revealed to be a wood clone. The real Madara jumped down after Sasori and landed onto the puppet master, stomping his foot through Sasori's chest. I must admit, it was fun playing around with that iron sand of yours. It is the first I have ever fought it in direct combat. But now, I think I am done toying with you. Sasori groaned, and glared at Madara. Toying with me, huh? A compartment in Sasori's upper left chest opened, revealing a magnet. The iron sand gathered over them like a tsunami wave. Madara leapt away from Sasori, landing a few feet away from him. A third magnet, eh? Madara smiled in amusement as let Sasori get back up, wanting to see what other cards the puppet master had to play. I am running low, I have enough in me for one attack. Hopefully Itachi is closer to getting here in time. The iron sand cloaked itself around the black demonic scorpion tail growing from Sasori's lower back. The head of the scorpion tail looking more like a spear. Sasori rushed at Madara at full speed, and Madara in kind did the same. The ribcage of his Susanoo forming around Madara, growing into a skeleton that later grew flesh and then armor. This is the end, Sasori of the Red Sand. I shall remember you, as the greatest puppet master of all time. Madara's Susanoo raised one of its arms carrying a sword, ready to cut Sasori down. However, unknown to Madara, the iron sand around Sasori's scorpion tail was not only denser and stronger due to all the gathered iron sand, but also packed more power from the demonic darkness that had fused with it. Sasori let out a war cry as he thrusted the demonic scorpion tail forward, the iron-headed spear piercing straight through the Susanoo armor. Madara's eyes widen in shock, as the tail advances forward and pierces into Madara's left shoulder. The tail continues to advance like a spear, and thus rips off Madara's entire left arm in the process. Sasori gains a smirk, as he was able to injure the ghost of the Uchiha. His smile didn't falter, even as Madara's Susanoo brought its sword down upon him and shattered his body to pieces. What follows is a long silence. Everyone looks on in awe as Sasori managed to take the legendary Madara Uchiha's arm off in that last strike. The ghost of the Uchiha suffered an injury for once. But one voice cried out in horror. Sasori! Sarano's shrieking voice echoed through the battlefield as she was only focused on the shattered body of Sasori. Madara breathes a bit heavily for a few moments, his Susanoo fading away as he looks to his severed arm. None have injured me this much since Hashirama and Might Guy. Madara felt a sense of respect towards Sasori in this moment. Madara walked through the parts of Sasori's puppet body, reaching down he grabbed a cylinder-shaped object. Sasori's core. You have fought valiantly. Madara squeezes the core, his intent fully on crushing it and thus killing Sasori. In that moment, fangs latched themselves onto Madara's remaining arm. Madara watched in awe, as a wood dragon sprung to life beneath him and dragged him up into the air with it. This sudden force caused Madara to drop the core of Sasori, to which Itachi's wood clone jumped in, grabbed the core and tossed it to Sarano. Sarano without question caught the core, and watched in awe as Sasori's body parts moved towards it, gathering themselves back into Sasori, although his head was backwards. Then the head span around, smoke emitted from Sasori's body as he reverted back into his human body. Damn, that was close. Sasori fell back into Sarano's arms. You okay, Sasori-Kian? Sarano hugged him close, holding his head to her breasts. I'm fine. And who the hell are you calling Sasori-Kian? Sasori groaned as he laid back to catch a breather. Madara with ease breaks free from the wood dragon, and burns it into crisps. Madara backflips mid-air as he lands onto solid ground. That surprised me. Madara had a wave of darkness come out from the damaged flesh where his arm used to be. The darkness flew over to the severed arm, connecting with it and taking it over to Madara, reattaching it. Madara rotated his wrist a bit, testing the flexibility of his arm. To think that puppet master managed to take my arm. Had it not been for my demon DNA, I would have had to live without it. Or get a mechanical one. Madara for once missed the usefulness of a white Zetsu. Madara looks to Sasori. I have to commend you. The poison hidden within that iron sand of yours is quite lethal. If I didn't have demonic DNA which makes me immune to poison, that last attack of yours might have brought me close to death. Madara said, implying he would have had a way to survive an injury from Sasori's poison. That Sasori, he is strong enough to rival some of the stronger members of the 12. If one of the 12 joined the battle, I might have had need to use more demonic power. Madara thought as he sensed both Irene and Larcade observing him from afar, and Bloodman who seemed occupied with something else. In the woods nearby, the slaughter Madara was causing on the battlefield, were a small company composed of Gray, Juvia, Leone, Gajiel, Levi, Panther Lily and now Edilus Levi. What? The main company is under attack by Madara. Gray looked terrified for a split second, and in the next he looked determined and rushed towards the battlefield. There was instantly one thing on Gray's mind. Where is Altair? We had her and Meridi along with another company scout out the southern area of the forest. She's not near Madara right now. Last reports say that they engaged 2 reanimated enemies in battle. Leone informed, neither of them in particular wanted Madara to meet Altair, both fearing what might happen if they do. And Itachi, Gajeel asked. If they were going to fight Madara, they needed their 7th guild master. His clone is with Sting's company, so he knows Madara is here. Probably informing the original as we speak. So, we can expect Itachi here soon, even though he is on the other side of the continent. Gray threw his coat aside, embracing the cold air. We'll aid the others in holding Madara off in the meantime. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. A creepy echoing voice rang around them, followed by what appeared as a black cloud. The cloud formed into this hulking monstrous hooded figure. His presence sent chills down Gray and Gajeel's spines. His magic power was on a different level. One of the 12, Gray readied himself. This hooded figure is without a doubt one of the 12. Looks like they had to get past him in order to get to Madara, but why was he in their way? Madara wasn't just slaughtering their troops, but the Alvarez Empire's knights as well. Why are you standing in our way? Madara is killing your people as much as ours, isn't he? Yes, indeed he is. The figure sounded so relaxed and calm, he wasn't bothered at the thought of his soldiers getting massacred. But we aren't losing anything we can't replace. Lady Irene instructed me to keep any interference away from the battle. Letting Madara shorten your already lesser numbers suits us just fine. We don't care if we lose a few hundred soldiers in the process. Bastard, Leon hissed, although his body was trembling and refusing to budge. The presence of this being was too much for him. How could Gray and Gajeel look so calm? More so, how could Juvia? Now, perish. The hooded man chuckled. Watch out. Levi using solid script magic slapped a mask over everyone's faces the moment this hooded figure began releasing a strange mist. It's Bane particles. He is the one Blue Pegasus warned us about, Bloodman. Oh, so, the servants of that odd bald man have already given out intel regarding my abilities. Bloodman still sounded calm and relaxed, as if this knowledge made no difference. Bane particles, Edelus Levi questioned and just ripped the mask off from her face. Sorry, but in Edelus that stuff ain't no problem. We have no Ethernano in our bodies to begin with after all, Now Bloodman seemed a bit on guard. Edelus, yes, I've heard of it. What exactly are people from Edelus doing in Earthland? What possible aid can you weaklings provide? Being immune to the toxins of Bane particles will do you little good, if you don't have power to beat me. Edelus Levi gave an annoyed glare at Bloodman, flashing a set of hand seals in the process. Bastard, who said I was powerless? You oversized bitch. Edelus Levi puffed her cheeks as she inhaled her breath. Fire style. Dragon flame bomb. Edelus Levi sprayed out fire from her mouth, like an actual fire-breathing dragon. The scorching fire clashed into a shocked Bloodman. The fact that she is like Salamander kind of pisses me off, Gajeel mumbled in the background while Levi looked in awe at her Edelus counterpart. Interesting, so Edelus have discovered a different source of energy. Interesting. Bloodman chuckled, his body having dispersed into the black mist and thus having dodged Edelus Levi's attack with ease. In any case, looks like I need to dispose of you first. Bloodman whilst in this mist form soared in the air towards Edelus Levi. You're mine. Bloodman smirked as his body seemed to return into solid form, although the moment he did a pillar of iron smacked into his solar plexus. Bloodman was sent flying straight into a boulder, as multiple iron pillars stabbed through his body. Oi, I don't care if she's from Edelus, you don't lay a hand on any Levi. I will send you to hell. Gajeel snarled at Bloodman, veins bulging around his temple with this feeling of rage bubbling within the Iron Dragon Slayer. Gajeel, Levi mumbled, her cheeks a tiny shade of pink. The hell dude. Edelus Levi on the other hand looked intrigued at seeing Gajeel turn his arm into iron. You Earthlanders got it sweet with your magic, man, I'm jealous. Bloodman chuckled, as if he wasn't bothered from having multiple iron pillars stabbing through his body. Touching me is like touching death itself. Bloodman's arm turned into the black mist and shot straight towards Gajeel. Although before it reached Gajeel, the mist froze in ice. The already cold temperature around them just dropped to sub-zero level. Gray sighed, his breath visible in the cold air. And here I thought Madara would be the only demon to worry about, but you can't escape my senses, you reek like a demon. Gray grew Black Devil Slayer marks on his body, glaring Bloodman down who flinched a little, the ice reaching up to his body, but Bloodman quickly severed his arm from his body, preventing himself from turning into a gigantic ice cube. Bloodman turned the rest of his body into the mist to escape the iron pillars restraining him. A Devil Slayer, eh? I had heard there was a Devil Slayer in Ishgar, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon. You look younger than I expected. Bloodman solidified back into his body again, this time looking on guard in the face of both Gray and Gajeel. This power originally belonged to my old man, and now it's mine, and I will use to slay you, then Madara and then END. Gray was bold enough to declare, holding his dominant arm up with the Devil Slayer mark, clenching his fist causing a snow blizzard. Slay Madara and END. Hey, how amusing, you humans are quite the comedians. Bloodman's aura felt like death itself, it was dark, cold and heavy. And the fact that he scoffed at Gray and Gajeel's attempts to attack him so far just showed the demon hadn't gotten serious yet. Although, Bloodman's thoughts suggested otherwise. Normally I would turn myself into particles, and get close to my opponents while phasing through their attacks before counterattacking by solidifying myself again. But if I get too close, that Devil Slayer boy will just capture me in ice. I need to fight from a distance, not that it is a problem. But I should definitely eliminate the Devil Slayer first before even thinking of turning into Bane particles. Then the one from Daedalus, after that there won't be anyone immune against my toxins to fight back. Then there is only a question of time, before my toxins get through those meaningless masks of theirs and kills them. But still, if I am to take the Devil Slayer down, I cannot fight them all at once. I need backup, and in an instant, a second figure jumped out from the trees into Bloodman's side. You rang, boss. The man's voice sounded hoarse, like if he was smoking frequently. His attire consisted of a black open cloak with a black turtleneck underneath. He wore camouflaged army cargo pants and boots, but his most dominant feature was the fact that he wore a human skull as a mask accessory. From the looks of it, he appeared as a middle-aged man in his 50s, as one could see the wrinkles around his jawline and cheekbones, along with strays of black hair that appeared to be losing its color, making it grayer. Yet despite his age, he appeared to be in good shape. Where did he come from? I didn't even smell the guy until he jumped out. Gajeel looked impressed, as this person had managed to escape his Dragon Slayer nose. And from the looks of it, Gray didn't sense this person approach either. That is some powerful concealment magic. Ah, Grim, yes. I need you to take on the weaker ones out of the bunch. The Devil Slayer, the one with the big hair and piercings, are mine. Bloodman instructed, and the skulled man looked amongst the rest of the group. Plenty of victims, you are too kind, master. Grim smirked. Hey, I don't care about Skullface here. I'm fighting the big boss himself. Daedalus Levy declared, pointing at Bloodman. Juvia as well. Juvia will fight by Gray-sama's side. The water mage remained close to Gray, who smiled a bit at the declaration. It seems I will be taking on these foolish women as well. Bloodman seemed carefree, 2 extra additions didn't matter. Alright, that leaves me with Sliver Boy, the big kitty and the timid twin blue-haired girl. Grim licked his lips as he looked at Leon, Panther Lily and Levy. Don't underestimate me. Leon released his aura. It was cold. Nowhere near as cold as the one Gray was emitting, but cold enough to send a shiver down Grim's spine. Lily, make sure to protect Levy at all cost. Gajeel looked to his feline companion. The gigantic hulking muscular panther nodding and held up a massive sword. You have my word, he won't be allowed to touch a hair on Levy's head, Panther Lily declared, and Gajeel looked assured. He had full trust in Panther Lily's abilities. Hey, from general of the Daedalus army, to bodyguard, Daedalus Levy threw a snarky comment at the giant panther, who appeared to smile a bit. No, from general to guild wizard, Panther Lily corrected as he went into battle position. And I will proudly defend my friends with all my might. Hey, now that is the fairy tale spirit. Daedalus Levy smiled from ear to ear at hearing that answer. Yeah, although I won't let you guys worry about protecting me. I will fight for I am too a fairy tale guild wizard. Levy declared, holding her magical pen ready. Oh, so, the big kitty is a former fellow soldier. Interesting. Grim pulled out 2 scythes from his coat. You will all die spinning anyway, as I shred the meat from your very bones. Rotating his shoulders freakishly behind his back, as if he didn't have any joints to restrain him. Grim began spinning, unleashing dual slash waves. Ice Make, Ice Eagles. Leon to counter launched 2 Ice Eagles. Leon quickly followed up with a second attack. Ice Make, Ice Giant. A massive foot of ice came crashing down onto Grim. The shockwave of the clash shook the snow off the trees around them. The snow on the ground rose into the air before falling back down. You got him. Levy looked in awe at the sheer speed of Leon's attacks. Without trouble he was able to create 2 maker spells in less than a second. But the celebration was short, as red waves shot out from cracks on the giant's foot. Jumping out spinning with his scythes was Grim, red waves emitting from the blades as he danced in the air. "Hey, little brat," Grim smirked, thinking Leon was a cheeky brat for pulling such a fast one on him. "You look like you got some meat on your bones, lucky you, and lucky me." Grim jumped into the shades of the trees, and vanished. Leon flinched as he suddenly heard Grim laughing. What freaked him out was that it sounded like it came from every corner around him. "Come out of hiding." Leon angrily swung his arm around. "Ice make. Tiger's claw." Leon created a giant ice snow tiger that swapped its massive claws around, cutting down surrounding trees in an attempt to flush Grim out. Panther Lily joined in, extending his sword to a ridiculous length, and then swinging the massive blade, cutting down a good portion of the forest. Grim, however, was yet to be seen, and continued with his sickening laughter. "I can't even smell him." Panther Lily attempted to use his superior nose to sniff Grim out, but the skull-wearing second in command of Bloodman remained undetected. "Leon," Panther Lily froze, his eyes vibrating as Leon before him had his throat slit open. "Leon," Panther Lily shouted. Hearing a gasp, he turned around, seeing Grim crouching behind Levi with his scythe. The shocked Levi suddenly split in half before Panther Lily's eyes. "No!" Panther Lily roared and leapt at Grim with his sword raised. Panther Lily delivered a heavy crushing blow, and Grim blocked the strike with his scythes. The massive tall stature of Panther Lily pushed Grim into the ground, the earth crumbling and sinking beneath Panther Lily's crushing strength. "Damn, Kitty's got moves," Grim chuckled as he slipped from right underneath Panther Lily and sliced him in the back. "Lily," a voice called out to him, and the next he knew Panther Lily gasped and breathed heavily. Before him were Leon and Grim clashing against each other. "Lily, are you okay?" And next to him was Levi, having zapped him with a surge of electricity. "Levi, I saw him." Panther Lily trembled as he shakingly held onto Levi's shoulders. "I'm fine, Lily, see, not a scratch on me." Levi cupped her tiny hands around his face. "Give it time, kitty cat. Soon what I showed you will become reality." Grim snickered as he slashed through a series of ice attacks from Leon. "There is nothing I enjoy more than bringing a soldier beyond the brink of insanity. After all, as a fellow solider you are bound to understand me, right?" He must use some kind of illusion magic. Leon created a diamond-squared ice shield to block Grim's scythes. "Nah, just telepathy magic." Grim leapt over the shield and slashed at Leon's back. Grim snickered, but then his eyes widened in shock as the Leon he slashed in half turned into ice. "Is that so? Well, let's see how effective it will be once you are frozen." Leon appeared behind Grim and slammed his palm onto his back. "Ice make. Geyser." A wave of ice exploded around Grim, encasing him in a massive geyser of ice. Oi, you got me a second time there, ice boy." Grim spoke within the enclosed ice, which in the next moment collapsed from various slash marks. "Usually, I'm not the type to play around with my food. But now, I feel like making an exception. Your food, somehow, I get the creepy feeling you are referring in the literal sense." Leon frowned at Grim in disgust. Grim smiled bitterly for a second, as he knocked his hand onto the human skull he was wearing as a mask. "This ain't fake, you know, and I am not wearing it for shits and giggles. This skull belongs to a dear old friend, and a former member of my military squad. After going to war with the Empire, me and my squad were captured. My friend and I were thrown in a pit for days without any food or water, so I ate him to survive. And Master Bloodman saw potential in me, and brought me in as his second in command." Levi looked repulsed, as did everyone else. "You ate your own friend? How disgusting. Little missy, in all fairness, you all look well fed and healthy. I bet none of you truly knows what it means to be hungry." Drool started dripping from Grim's mouth as he stared at Leon. "Oops, my mouth got all watery there, you just look so appetizing. So many muscles, and you look to be blessed with quite the amount of rich ethernano. That's great, the higher amount of ethernano in you, the more tender your meat will taste." Grim looked with crazed eyes as he stared at Leon's bare upper body. Having been driven to insanity, all he craves is human flesh. "Is that so? Well then," Leon clenched his fist, as a snowstorm exploded around him, the cold air intensifying around them. "Just try it, I will put you back in the ground where you belong, you ghoul." "Nice, I like that look on your face. No hint of fear, and an iron strong will to boot." Grim licked his lips as he spans his scythes in his hands. Makes it all the more fun. Watching you fall into despair. Gajeel speed towards Bloodman, throwing his iron-coated fist in a heavy punch at the hooded demon. Bloodman raised his arm from underneath his coat, a black demonic arm with claws. Bloodman's claws grabbed onto Gajeel's iron fist, the sharp claws even cutting through the iron armor of Gajeel. Do you have no concern for your own life? Touching me is as if touching death itself. My body is made up out of bane particles. Any mage that gets near me ends up dead. Gajeel didn't flinch, even as he saw the mist of particles that emitted from Bloodman's very being. The same particles that nearly killed Laxus during the battle against Tartaros, and the same particles that had killed former council member Ujima. Gajeel, however, growled and headbutted Bloodman, causing the demon to stumble backwards. Hate to break it to ya, but my lungs are made of iron. Gajeel boasted, although even he knew it didn't have much to say. With enough exposure to these particles, even Gajeel would die. Hey, and so they are. That is fine by me. I shall take this rare opportunity to fight to my heart's content. Bloodman cackled as his arm extended from some black mist. Bloodman swung his own claw at Gajeel like a whip in an attempt to grab the Dragon Slayer. Gajeel leapt and twirled over the incoming claw, aiming his foot at Bloodman. Iron Dragon's Lance. Gajeel's foot turned into an iron lance that shot out towards Bloodman. Yet the demon didn't move, as the lance pierced through his skull. Gajeel gasped, seeing Bloodman looking unfazed, as half his face merely turned into the mist of the bane particles. It was like fighting Juvia with her water body. Physical attacks wouldn't work. Like I said, my body is entirely made up out of bane particles. I am essentially the Reaper itself. The guide to the underworld. Thou may struggle and endure my onslaught. But what of those around you? Bloodman snickered, and Gajeel looked in panic, seeing Levi looking like she had a hard time breathing. The ground around Gajeel and Bloodman turned into cackling human skulls, skeletons digging themselves up from the snow, and latching onto Gajeel. Damn it, no. Gajeel began panicking, twisting and turning in an attempt to escape the embrace of death itself. Ice Devil's Kingdom, coating the entire landscape in a light purple layer of ice, freezing the skeletons in place like sculptures. Gray stood next to Gajeel and faced Bloodman, Gray's hair rising up, and demonic marks spreading across his upper body. Whatever particles you throw at us, I will freeze it. Glinting frozen bane particles rained down around them. And I will freeze you to death, Grim Reaper. Gray flicked his fingers, to which Bloodman flinched, discovering his extended arm having been frozen. Crafty. Bloodman didn't seem troubled, as he merely chopped his frozen arm off. We aren't going to die here. Daedalus Levi spat out a massive ball of fire at Bloodman. The Spriggan didn't even bother and had a wall of bones crawl out from the ground to catch the fireball. Gray Sama promised to give Juvia an answer after we win this war. So, Juvia will not die. And neither will Gray Sama. We'll take you down just like any other enemy of Fairy Tail. Juvia liquefied some ice behind Bloodman, sending blades of water raining down onto him from behind. Yet the attacks phased through Bloodman and his particle body. Standing before me is the equivalent of standing before death itself. Thus, your fates are sealed. This life you wish for shall not come true, as it will all come to an end here and now. Bloodman released a thick sickening black aura around him, as the landscape around them turned into a graveyard of bones. The bones rising up, and breaking free from the ice that once held them back. Gray, Gajeel, Juvia and Daedalus Levi all struggled to stand as the ground began shaking. Giant ribcage bones stuck up around them, acting like a dome in an arena. None shall escape me, I, Bloodman of the Spriggan 12. I shall prove myself as the Emperor's mightiest creation. Oh yeah, how effective can your magic be if it couldn't even do its job in killing Zirf? Gajeel retorted at Bloodman, and for once the demon flinched a bit. Gajeel had struck a nerve. Your magic, curse or whatever you call it, it wasn't strong enough to do its one job, to kill Zirf, human. It is not wise to anger death, for now, I shall rob you of everything you hold dear to your heart. Bloodman was fuming. Gajeel's hand began glowing in a brilliant glow, although it wasn't Gajeel's doing. What the? The glow around Gajeel expanded, and suddenly exploded in a flashy explosion. Gajeel cried out in pain, while Gray, Juvia and Daedalus Levi were all knocked aside from the explosion. Bomb conversion. Bloodman seemed to grow a bit taller, looking more demonic as his body looked like a giant shade with purple eyes and fangs. Thorn Garden. Stabbing up from the ground were massive thorny vines that pierced Juvia's body, and ensnared around Edalus Levy and Gray. This is. Gray looked caught off guard. What is more, he was angered seeing Juvia having been stabbed. Gray-sama, worry not, for Juvia this is nothing. Juvia assured as her body assimilated itself into water and she took flight. Water nebula. 2 columns of water that rotated around each other pushed forward, shredding through the bones that stood in its path towards Bloodman. Oh, I see, your body shares some qualities of my own, we are both untouchable to physical attacks. Well then, before Bloodman could continue, water shot up around his feet. Water lock. Juvia had successfully trapped Bloodman in a bubble of water. Now, Gray-sama. Gray froze the vines holding him and Edalus Levy, causing them to break. Thanks for setting up the stage for me, Juvia. Gray slammed his hands to the ground. Ice Devil's Deadman Parade. A massive wave of ice grew out from the ground and clashed at the water lock containing Bloodman, the water freezing over in a sphere of ice. Gotcha, bastard. Gray snarled at the frozen Bloodman. Hey, he was my prey. Go find your own Spriggan 12 member. Gajeel shouted at Gray, somewhat infuriated he didn't get to finish Bloodman off. Gray's demonic marks faded, and his hair fell back down. Hey, there are still 10 more. You will get your chance. Gray flinched as a thorn vine stabbed through his torso. Gray groaned, as blood started running down from his lips. You let your guard down. Did you honestly think I, one of the mighty Spriggan 12, would be this weak? Bloodman rose from a pile of bones on the ground, as the one entrapped in the water lock was revealed to be a massive pile of bones. Foolish children, you thought water like that could trap me, even with my curse powers. You mean you didn't figure out from those early displays I performed? A massive torrent of water exploded from around Bloodman. Gray-sama. Juvia cried out, trying to swim towards the stabbed Gray. I'm fine. Stay back. Gray shouted, the vine that stabbed him having already been frozen in ice, and Gray having closed up his wound by freezing it. Sneaky bastard. Gray groaned in pain, reactivating his Devil Slayer mode. You figured out I am a demon of the books of Zirf, you learned I was using curse powers. Yet, despite those 2 early displays, you didn't realize why I was one of the 12, instead of a member from that pathetic Tartaros guild. The water levels began rising around Bloodman, it was like they were swimming in an ocean. The water didn't reach out of the bone stadium containing them, so Leon and his group weren't affected. Tenchi Kaimai. The whole bone stadium was flooded, and Gray, Gajeel, Edalus Levy and Juvia were trapped under water with Bloodman. This power, it can't be. Gajeel widened his eyes in realization, he had faced this dangerous technique before. Torafuzar of Tartaros used this before, when Kisame had stepped in and saved Gajeel and Levy. That's right, I have the power of all the 9 demon gates. Bloodman's voice could be heard clearly even underwater. Now perish, for this water is filled with the poisonous bane particles. Juvia. Gray called out, and Juvia instantly acted, creating a separate water bubble surrounding her and the rest from Bloodman. Juvia's water bubble even had pockets of air in it for them to breathe. What good would that do? The poison will still reach you in the end. Bloodman mocked as the poisonous black water surrounded Juvia's water bubble. We just need it to hold a second. Gray sent an ice-cold glare at Bloodman, as with one movement of his arm, Gray had frozen the entire water Bloodman had created in ice. While the water bubble Juvia made had remained intact and untouched by the ice. Holy shit, you are much stronger and cooler than our Gray. Edalus Levy started laughing in amazement at the power that emitted from the ice wizard. Gajeel looked in awe as well. Gray had such control over his magic, he was able to freeze all the water besides Juvia's. To manage such a feat, in the blink of an eye one would need incredible control over one's magic power. One person, however, wasn't impressed. Sonic Demon Roar. Sonic energy waves emitted from Bloodman, causing the ice to crack and break apart. Gray looked in shock, he recognized that attack. It had been used to burn his hometown to the ground. I must give you credit, Devil Slayer. You are indeed skilled. But your ice is only second compared to my colleague in the 12, Invul, the Winter General. Gray looked in anger, veins bulging around his temple as he started with killer intent. That attack, it was. Yes, it belonged to Deliora, a former member of the 9 Demon Gates, and the one who originally held the place amongst them that was later taken by that human puppet Silver. Bloodman revealed, Gray officially losing it at hearing Bloodman even mentioning his father, Silver. Ice Devil's Rage. Gray unleashed a breath attack of a massive ice storm. And Bloodman countered with the Sonic Demon Roar attack again. the two breath attacks clashing together, causing a gigantic shockwave to tear the arena around them to pieces. Deliora was probably the only demon I ever considered what you humans call a friend. I really enjoyed his desire for destruction and terror. Although I must admit, I had a good laugh when I heard of his pathetic fate. Beaten by a mere human woman. At Bloodman's taunt, Gray unleashed a massive aura of power. I will slay you, demon trash. Gray's Devil Slayer markings started to spread further across his body. Meanwhile, running through the thick dense forest, Leon, Panther Lily and Levi had their eyes and ears open for any sign of Grim. The echoing laughter of the madman echoing through the trees. The sound of branches bending and moving echoed around them, as Grim jumped from tree to tree. Panther Lily cleared the surrounding trees with one mighty swing of his sword, forcing Grim to come out of hiding. Panther Lily froze as once again he saw an image of Levi getting decapitated. Vile monster. Panther Lily ignored the images. Following his senses he heard someone jump towards him, and smelled a faint scent. Panther Lily's sword clashed with the scythes of Grim. Grim used Panther Lily's sword as a springboard to jump backwards. Leon extended his arm at the fleeing Grim, not willing to let him escape again. Ice Make. Ice Dragon. Gigantic ice shards formed into a long serpent-like body, that turned into a roaring dragon. The ice dragon swapped down towards Grim. Hey, nice one Ice Boy. Grim snickered as he slashed his scythes into thin air sending slash waves at the roaring dragon. The ice dragon broke apart, and Leon was hit with a slash wave going over his shoulder. Leon grunted as blood erupted from his shoulder. Leon. Panther Lily stepped in front of his comrade, to counter an incoming slash wave with his own blade. However, Panther Lily found himself overpowered as the slash wave knocked the sword out of the giant feline's hands. Grim rushed at Panther Lily and was about to decapitate him. Panther Lily however caught the scythe and headbutted Grim. Grim chuckled as the skull mask absorbed most of the damage. Damn kitty cat, you surprise me. Grim looked at Panther Lily's bleeding hand as the scythe had stabbed through. Grim flinched as he heard a crack, before his eyes fell a piece of the skull mask. Josh, Grim mumbled, his eyes widened in anger as he stomped his feet onto Panther Lily's shoulders. Grim pushed himself off of Panther Lily and skidded backwards. Grim stroked the cracked spot of his skull mask. No. Grim looked to be panicking over having his skull mask cracked. Panther Lily flinched as suddenly he got disturbing images of a man eating the flesh of another dead man in his head. Panther Lily rubbed his temple, feeling sick to the stomach at what he saw. Die. Grim jumped at Panther Lily although was prevented from reaching him as a shield of ice got in his way. Ice Boy, Grim hissed as he looked behind him, seeing Leon with both his hands gathered together to create the shield. What's wrong? Thought you wanted to eat my flesh. Why bother playing around with an oversized cat? Leon taunted the psychopath cannibal. Hey, come then, Ice Boy. Grim rushes at Leon, who holds his hand out and creates a sword of ice. Leon clashed his ice sword against Grim's scythes, only for the ice sword to be sliced into pieces, as well as Leon getting sliced in the arm by Grim's scythes. Too bad Ice Boy. Grim kicked Leon in the chest, launching the ice wizard into a tree. Panther Lily jumped over Grim, bringing down the heavy weight of his massive sword onto Grim. Grim with ease slipped from right under the Panther Lily and was about to slash the large kitten with his scythes. Solid script. Iron. A massive block of iron fell in between Grim and Lily. Grim's scythes slashed onto the iron wall, yet he was unable to cut through. Before Grim could jump back, Panther Lily had jumped over the wall and kneed Grim in the face. Grim flew a little above the ground, his bottom lip busted and bloody. Grim backflipped in the air, and gracefully landed on the snowy ground. You pack quite the wallop. Grim spat out some blood, his bloody teeth smirking at Panther Lily. I usually don't eat cats, but you have quite the amount of ethernano in ya. Your meat must be very tender. A snow ice tiger jumped out at Grim, who tucked and rolled to the side avoiding the lunging ice tiger. Grim then slashed his scythes in the air sending slash waves at the tiger. The ice tiger fell apart. But of course, you are the main course, Ice Boy. Grim turned to look at Leon, who had one hand stretched out at Grim. A maker wizard able to use only one hand, he must be quite gifted indeed. Looks delicious. Grim snickered in his mind as he eyed Leon like a hungry predator. For someone who is so obsessed with eating people with a high amount of ethernano. How come you haven't tried to feed off any of the Spriggan 12? Leon tauntingly asked the skull-wearing maniac. Grimm's mood then visibly turned sour as he glared at Leon. "Shut up." Leon smirked as he clearly struck a nerve. "Wipe that smirk of your damn face, you have no idea what you are talking about." Grimm was shaking, trembling. The sound of the ongoing war still taking place beyond this forest, and Leon's taunt about the 12 brought up bad memories. Grimm was experiencing PTSD. Flashback several years ago, Grimm, or rather Leonard as he was known as back then. Leonard's nation was at war with the Alvarez Empire, who wished to claim his nation's resources. Leonard and his special task force had been sent behind enemy lines in an attempt to strike a lethal blow to the Empire's forces. Leonard laid on top of a ridge, looking over a lonely pathway through a dark forest. "Okay there, Leo," a man close to Leonard's own age laid down next to him. "Yeah, just fine, Josh." Leonard didn't have time to chat with his best friend, he needed to look out for the enemy patrol. They had their stealth op assignment. They were to eliminate one of the 12 who was leading the assault against their home nation. "You've been stressed ever since we came here. You have hardly even eaten anything." Josh looked concerned for Leonard's health. "I'm not hungry," was Leonard's simple reply, as he continued to keep a lookout. Well, when this mission is over, how about I treat you to some food?" Josh wouldn't let up, and Leonard knew this. Leonard let out a sigh and smiled at his friend. "Fine, if it will get you to shut up." Leonard quickly redirected his focus, as the sound of marching footsteps drew near. "Hush, here they come, boys." The rest of Leonard's squad moved in closer, hiding in the darkness of the forest. "There's that witch." Leonard looked down on the Spriggan that led the assault on his home nation. She was marching down with a whole platoon of her forces. The warrior queen, Demaria, marched up front with her second-in-command Linda. "All right, here we go, boys," Josh whispered as they waited for Leonard to do his thing. The plan was simple. Leonard would use his telepathy on Demaria and Linda. Show them disturbing images of their whole platoon dying, and then ambush them while they were distracted. Leonard's eyes shined as he began using his telepathy on Demaria. "I hate these kind of sneak attacks," a calm, cold voice came from behind him. Leonard widened his eyes as Demaria wasn't down on the pathway with her squad anymore. A cold sweat ran down Leonard's neck. Demaria stood right behind him and amidst his startled squad mates. "They are no fun." Demaria kicked Leonard down onto the pathway with her squad. Leo, Josh and the rest ran down to their commanding officer. Leonard got up only to discover they were surrounded. Leonard held out his scythes. He was going to go down fighting. "Trying to freak me out. Gross me out with the sight of bodies of my squad. The only gross thing about it is your cowardly fighting style. If my squad were to die, then I wouldn't give a damn." Demaria jumped down before them, wielding her sword as she glared down on them. "Because in the end, I would slaughter those who took my squad down. I'm just too amazing for you losers." Leonard let out a war cry as he lunged himself at Demaria, although instead his scythes clashed with the blades of Linda. Lady Demaria doesn't have to waste her time with trash. More Lindas crawled out from Leonard's shadow, and slashed him across the back with their blades. Leonard span around slashing his scythes at the clones, to which they vanished. As he was about to turn around and face Linda, she was out of sight. Leonard kept his senses open, and swiftly turned around to block Linda's blade. Leonard then attempted to use his second scythe to strike Linda. The nimble white-haired assassin flipped into the air and kicked the scythe out of Leonard's hand. A blade then stuck out from the sole of her foot, as she slashed down on Leonard. Leonard cried out as he was cut right above the eye. Leonard powered through and delivered a kick into Linda, launching her into a tree. Linda groaned as her back hit the tree. "Die." Leonard lunged himself at Linda, picking up his second scythe from the ground as he was rushing her. Leonard jumped up and slashed his scythe, sending slash waves at Linda. Then suddenly a blade slashed at his side. Linda blitzed his field of vision and appeared behind him, as his slash waves cut down various trees. Linda's eyes glowing in a menacing shade of red. "Little bitch." Before Leonard could lunge himself at Linda again, the cries of his squad mates caught his attention. Leonard looked in horror, as Demaria brutally slaughtered his entire squad. Their blood dancing around the crazed, smiling Demaria like red ribbons in the wind, as she slashed her sword down on them. "That's right, face your death like men. Like warriors, head on in direct combat." Their blood sprays rained down onto Demaria's face. Josh was the only one left standing to face Demaria. Trembling, he charged at Demaria. Although in the blink of an eye, the warrior queen had stabbed Josh with a dagger. Josh looked a bit pale as he vomited out blood. No, Leonard cried out and was about to rush at Demaria in blind rage. Like I said, trash like you isn't worth Lady Demaria's time. Linda pinned Leonard down. Despite her tiny frame, she was quite strong. Leonard let out a war cry as he rose up and tossed Linda off his back. Die, Leonard cried out as he slashed his scythe, sending a violent torrent of slash waves at Linda. In a split second, Linda had rushed through the slash waves and pierced Leonard's defenses and slashed her blade at him once more across the chest. Leonard gasped as his blood sprayed into the air like a fountain. She's too fast. Leonard collapsed onto the ground. Not yet, I can't give up. Despite his injuries, Leonard picked himself back up. His willpower was something to behold. Lady Demaria, this one is quite strong. What are we to do with him? Linda asked her mistress, as she knew Demaria always took a shine to strong people. And although Leonard had been easily dealt with, Linda acknowledged the skill and power in Leonard. His telepathy and cloaking skills were incredible. Linda and Demaria in fact hadn't noticed them until Leonard attempted to freak them out with his telepathy magic, showing disturbing images. That and during their short exchange, Linda knew Leonard had been too distracted at the deaths of his comrades to fight properly. If not, he might have lasted longer, but the end result would still be the same. Although I don't mind having some strong men to play with. This one's fighting style doesn't suit my tastes. His Majesty wants us to set an example against these insurgents. Toss him and this one here in the hole, Demaria said as she gave Josh a light kick to check if he was still alive, his groan being all the evidence she needed of the fact. I owe Bloodman a favor, so let's leave their fates up to him. Demaria's cold smirk sent shivers down Leonard's spine. In less than a moment, Demaria had taken out his entire squad without even breaking a sweat. This was the power of the 12. It was dark. Leonard was stuck in darkness, with only a glimmer of a light shining down from the cage above. He was trapped in a warm, stinking hole in the ground, along with his injured friend Josh. He looked up, as the hot sun roasted them from above. These the ones? A calm voice asked as two figures approached the hole, looking down on them. Leonard froze in utter fear, as he looked up at Bloodman, who looked like death itself. Although Leonard had grown a sensation of fear towards the 12, what scared him more was the man next to Bloodman. It was Zirf himself. Yes, Majesty, the insurgents who thought they could infiltrate our kingdom. Bloodman bowed to Zirf. Leonard began breathing heavily. He had never in his whole life felt so close to death. Being in Zerif's presence alone made this warm, stinking hole feel ice cold. Zerif's presence felt like death itself. He felt like something that shouldn't even exist in this world. Now this was one opponent Leonard didn't wish to fight. He would take his life right now if he could, but he felt too afraid to even pick up his scythe and end it all. The image of Zirf stuck with him for days without food and water. But most of all, the feeling he remembered from being in Zerif's presence had driven Leonard to the point of insanity. Josh had long since died in this hole from his injuries. His corpse began to smell. Meat. There was meat right here. Leonard picked up his scythe as he gulped down a nervous lump in his throat. Flashback end. Even the greatest of predators know their limits. Master Bloodman, the 12, His Majesty are all monsters. No, gods that I do not wish to fight. I live to serve them, and annihilate bugs like you that get in the way. Grim, now on a rampage, lunged at Leon, spinning his body back freakishly far. Grim slashed his scythes at Leon. Leon held off the slashes with an ice shield, but eventually the shield broke and his body was slashed some more. Leon was pushed back, his body covered in more bloodied cuts. Ah, is that so? Then come and I will give you something else to fear. Leon smiled like a madman, exciting the insane Grim. Leon then gathers his two hands together. Ice make. Sword. Leon created a massive sword of crystal clear thick ice. Grim looks in confusion, as when he clashed earlier with Leon and his ice sword, Grim's scythes had broken the ice blade. Grim smiled as he rushed at Leon. You're mine, Ice Boy. Grim roared and clashed his scythes with Leon's sword. To Grim's shock, his scythes looked a bit frozen. They were starting to rust. And for some reason, Leon's ice sword felt stronger and more durable than before. What's going on? I broke your ice sword last time we clashed. What's going on? Let me tell you something about maker magic. You need two hands to make something perfect. Using one hand the creation becomes less durable. Leon revealed as Grim gasped, recalling that up until now Leon had mostly used one hand for his creations. It was all a part of his ploy to make Grim gain confidence that his scythes could shatter anything Leon would make. And every time you slashed me with those scythes, I casually added some frost to them. All for this moment, where your scythes would have rusted, and weakened to some degree. Topping off with you underestimating my ice maker skills. Leon let out a battle cry as his ice sword shattered Grim's scythes. This is the moment I was waiting for. Leon raised his ice sword, and slashed Grim through the neck and down into his chest. Grim groans as he takes a few steps backwards. The ice sword spreading ice shards through Grim's body, dealing a killing blow to Grim's heart. The ice sword shatters, and Grim falls onto his back. The skull of Josh over his face cracks, and splits in two, revealing Grim's face as he stares up at the falling snow. So cold, yet warm, Grim's red blood stains the white snow. Grim looks to the cut and beaten up looking Leon, their eyes meeting each other. In that moment, all Grim could think of was his past. How he had ended up here, and in doing so, Grim involuntarily and without knowing showed Leon the images of his past. The torture, starvation, the fear for Zerf and the 12, the pain from losing his friends. The salty tears he cried as he ate Josh's corpse. Leon closes his eyes, reflecting on all he had just seen from Grim's mind through Grim's telepathy. Leon slams his right fist into his left palm, and bows his head for this fallen once noble soldier. Taking in a note, that Leonard's fate could just as easily become theirs should they lose to the Empire. Thank you, for showing me the true importance of winning this war. Grim looks in confusion, although then seems to realize as he cracks a smile before he draws his final breath. And thus, Grim had died. Watching this from afar, Bloodman sighs. Such a shame, it's hard to find someone with such skilled concealment magic and telepathy. Oh well, I suppose I shall manage to find a replacement in Ishgar. Bloodman snickered at the thought of putting someone else through the same torture he put Leonard through. That's what you say when a comrade dies in front of you. Gajeel snarled in disgust at the Spriggan member, creating an iron blade's Gajeel pierced Bloodman only for the demon's body to part away in bane particles. Grey quickly acted and unleashed his magic, to which Bloodman took a leap backwards as he solidified himself to avoid getting frozen. Comrade, Bloodman gave a dark chuckle. I have no need for such things. I am death incarnate. Grim was a useful pawn for as long as he lasted, he served me for many years. Yet all he was a frightened man serving death to avoid it. I am death, I am eternal, therefore, I have no need for comrades. Such things are completely useless, when you have achieved perfection. Gajeel frowned, lowering his gaze to the ground where he saw skeletons beginning to crawl up. Victims of Bloodman and his rampage. Gajeel knew it as he recognized the bones of the Blue Pegasus master, Bob. Hey, man, that's a pretty pathetic existence if you ask me. Gajeel's body turned into steel, with waves of shadows emitting from him. Iron Shadow Dragon mode, Gajeel unleashed a huge surge of power that blew away several skeletons trying to grab onto him. Well, at least no one will mourn or miss your ugly mug when I waste ya. Gajeel smirked at Bloodman, looking like the devil himself with such a wicked smirk. You think you can kill death? Bloodman burst out into laughter. The ground began to rumble as an ocean of bones rose from the snow. Amusing. I shall entertain you, foolish dragon slayer. The rising skeletons were infused with bane particles. If they even touched a mage, their bodies would end up in critical condition. Gajeel and Grey with their enhanced slayer senses could tell as much. Sonic Demon. Echoing Banshee shriek. Bloodman's jaw looked like it broke as his mouth opened widely, unleashing destructive sonic waves. Arg, Grey, Gajeel, Juvia, Edilus Levi, Leon and Panther Lily all cried out as they covered their ears. The forest was rumbling, none but Bloodman could move as their senses were disrupted. Grey and Gajeel tried to move, but their bodies were unable to move as the sound waves shook their bodies to the core. Ahahaha, see, you cannot escape death. Bloodman cackled as he sent his army of the dead, wielding bone swords charging at them. No way in hell. Gajeel focused on his powers, generating a massive shadow beneath him and the rest. Instantly they all sank into the shadow. Using the ability he gained from eating Rogue's shadow, Gajeel was able to save himself and his comrades. Ah, damn, that was loud. Grey rubbed his ears a bit. Being in the shadow they were all able to avoid the effects of the sonic waves. That was Deliora's spell, Grey mumbled. Yeah, what do we do? Leon questioned. He himself was heavily injured from his bout against Grim. Leon had exhausted his magic power and was covered in bloodied cuts. I hate to say this, but I don't think we will be much help out there. Panther Lily said about himself and Leon, both were injured from having fought Grim. But what is more, Panther Lily with his sensitive hearing had suffered the most from those sonic waves. The Exceed having reverted back to his chibi form, unable to even stand. Hey, we got a problem here, Daedalus Levy warned as skeletons began entering the shadow, trying to stab them. Ice Make, Ice Sword. Gray formed a sword of ice and slashed at the skeletons, causing them to fall apart in an instant. Can we even win? We're talking about one of the 12 here. Levy looked frightened. They all had felt Bloodman's power. It was overwhelming and filled with nothing but bloodlust and a sense of death and despair. My god, I can't believe Earthland me is such a coward. Daedalus Levy slapped Levy across the face, grabbing onto her trembling Earthland counterpart's shoulders. Listen, it's not about whether we can or cannot beat this freak. We got to beat him. That freak isn't going to let us escape, he will kill us before that happens. To make sure he doesn't end up being a threat to the rest of us, we have to take him down here and now. Gajil looked in awe at seeing Daedalus Levy yelling. He couldn't help but feel somewhat excited at seeing Levy like this, even if it wasn't his Levy. Juvia agrees, we have to fight. Juvia, like Levy, was frightened, but she knew there was no escape. She also had full faith in Gray and Gajil, their two strongest players in this fight. Gajil, I don't want you to, Levy cried, but before she could finish, Gajil put his hand atop of her head. Listen, Shrimp, I ain't going anywhere. I'm staying with you until the end. Gajil smiled. Even as more skeletons entered the shadow, Gajil crushed them with iron pillars emitting from his body. Bro, cringe. Daedalus Levy reeled back in slight disgust at this lovey-dovey atmosphere. Gajil flinched, as his face turned a bit red. Gajil, you've moved us below him yet? Gray looked up. Although he couldn't see through the shadow, he assumed Gajil could. He's right above us. Gajil nodded with a smirk. Both inhaled their breaths. Iron Shadow Dragon. Roar. Gajil first unleashed his breath attack, penetrating the shadow above them and clashing into Bloodman, who flew into the air. Gray quickly followed up with his attack. Ice Devil. Rage. Gray froze Gajil's breath attack, and blasted into Bloodman, causing him to grunt as he was launched into the air and crash-landed a few feet away. They all climbed out from the shadow, facing down Bloodman, who laid face first into the snow. I see, you have consumed the abilities of another Dragon Slayer. Bloodman rose up to his feet, his skeleton face having gained a crack in it from Gray's attack. You all just unlocked the 3 seals, your deaths are certain. More bone soldiers charged forward at the group, although this time it was the tiny petite Levy who jumped into the fray. Solid script. Shine. Levy unleashed a bright wave of light, causing the skeleton warriors to back away, as some of them turned to dust in the face of this light. This is holy attribute magic. Bloodman looked a tad bit surprised at this light that even caused smoke to emit from his demonic body. Nice going, Earthland me, looks like you actually did some damage. Daedalus Levy cheered in excitement at seeing her counterpart wasn't just a crybaby. Bloodman chuckled as a wave of darkness unleashed from his body. The darkness completely swallowed up the light. Holy magic at that level barely tingles. My level of demonic darkness is at the level of an elite demon. Bloodman's entire body looked to be surrounded by demonic darkness, looking like a cloaked being of darkness with purple glowing eyes. The seals you have unlocked, let me explain them. The first seal, steals your body of magic power from my bane particles. With the second seal, the door of the underworld is opened amongst an endless field of corpses. Bloodman explained, the first seal was opened from the start of the fight due to Bloodman being the bane particles. The second when he created this sea of bones and skeletons around them. Which meant the third was yet to be used. And with the third seal, the Reaper brings hell's judgment upon thine lives. There is no hope of return to the living realm once more. Darkness oozed all around from Bloodman. Gray and Gajil both stepped forward, fearless in the face of this so-called Reaper. That's so. Well, we'll make sure to at least take you down with us. Gray held his dominant arm up. With a flinch of his fingers, ice geysers exploded around Bloodman. The shards spreading out to stab Bloodman. Bloodman threw his arm back, and with a swing unleashed a massive spiral of flashing fiery explosions. Exploding spiral. The spiraling explosions continued to advance onto Gajil and Gray. Gray acted quickly and froze the spiraling wave of fire, making it into a nice-looking sculpture. Gajeel proceeded to jump over it and launch an iron pillar coated in shadows into Bloodman. Bloodman caught the pillar in his claws, and hoisted Gajeel up. You think you can use Tartaros and their curses to beat us? Our guild wasted those wannabe demons. Gajeel unleashed a heavy iron wave breath attack down onto Bloodman. Bloodman swung his arm upwards, making thorny rose vines erupt from the ground beneath him. The vines surrounded Bloodman like a barrier, blocking Gajeel's attack. I have never heard a more fitting name for those failures. But I am different. Bloodman agreed on the wannabe demon statement Gajeel made about the Tartaros members. Bloodman unleashed a wave of demonic darkness, tearing through the vines and powering through Gajeel's breath attack. Gajeel gasped as his attack was overpowered in an instant. The demonic darkness clashed into him, shattering Gajeel's iron-plated armor and bringing him out from his Iron Shadow Dragon mode. As Gajeel cried out in pain, Gray rushed at Bloodman with his two arms thrown back crossing each other as he created two ice swords. Ice Devil. Deadman's Parade Dance. Gray at light speed slashed the ice swords into Bloodman, sending the demon flying, and Gray followed him, continuing to slash at his body. In Gray's path followed waves of ice that emitted from his blades, creating a spiraling sculpture of ice in his wake. Bloodman skidded back a few feet, gaping slash wounds having pierced his demonic darkness and into his body. What seemed like black thick blood squirted out from between the slash marks on his body. I told you, I will slay you. Gray declared as he created an ice cannon, firing purple ice cannon balls into Bloodman. Bloodman grunted as the cannon balls exploded into his body, and through his armor of darkness. That Devil Slayer really is my biggest challenge. I need to kill him first before the rest. Bloodman concocted his battle plan in his head, his sights set on Gray. In the meantime, Levi had rushed over to Gajeel. Gajeel looked bloodied and beaten as he laid in a field of bones. Gajeel. Levi pushed the bones away by shining light from her solid script magic. Gajeel. Levi held onto Gajeel, shaking him awake. Damn, that hurt, Gajeel groaned, his head was spinning and throbbing. Gajeel, you okay? Panther Lily and Leon both joined Levi in helping Gajeel up. Yeah, just got a fucking bitch of a headache. Gajeel looked to Gray clashing with Bloodman. It sort of annoyed him that Gray seemed so much stronger than him. Gajeel didn't openly admit it, but lately he feels that both Natsu and Gray seem to leave him in the dust as they keep growing stronger. Gray is a Devil Slayer, so I get that he is the best bet against Bloodman, but even so, like the Salamander, I am a Dragon Slayer, yet I seem to lag behind. And it pisses me off. Gajeel stood back up, his muscles swelling up a bit, and thus closing up some cuts on his body. Leon also looked to Gray, who had some aid from Juvia and Edilus Levi in keeping Bloodman at bay. Leon had to admit, Gray had surpassed him long ago, and he was supposed to be the senior student of here. Leon, out of all people, understood what Gajeel meant and was going through. But with him and Gajeel there was one difference at this moment. Go on, unlike us, you are still useful in this battle. Gajeel was still strong enough to fight against Bloodman. While Leon knew it, if he joined in on the fight, he would die to Bloodman. Huh, the hell you on about? Gajeel frowned as he looked to Leon, who was a tad bit shocked at Gajeel's attitude. We all gotta fight this guy, do every bit we can to help. Even Levi can help with her masks, and that holy light of hers. Edilus Levi and Juvia are both attacking that freak from a distance, supporting Gray. Even if you think your help won't do much, every bit counts. Gajeel walked past a stunned-looking Leon as he rejoined the battle against Bloodman. If you sit by and do nothing, we all might die. Bloodman with a wave of his arm created a strong current of wind acting like a blade. Gray narrowly avoided the blade, ducking under it as it flew over him and cut down various trees. Whoosh! Bloodman mumbled, creating a massive whirlwind, the spinning tornado growing in immense size and generating up a storm. The ravaging storm tore up the forest, the intense wind dragging Gray towards it. The Ice Devil Slayer froze his own feet into place to avoid getting pulled in. Slamming his fist into his palm, generating demonic energy into his palm as a cold storm brewed within his grasps. Ice Devil Zeroth Destruction, Tower of Babylon. Slamming his hands to the ground, explosions of ice rushed towards the giant twister. The mighty Devil Slayer ice freezing the storm itself into place, replacing it with a massive ice tower. Gray began panting, using so many spells was starting to drain him. I must commend you, Devil Slayer. Had I been any of the 9 demon gates, Mard Gear, or even Deliora himself, I would have been dead by now. Bloodman commended as he gazed upon the massive ice tower. But now, lo and behold, a curse power which surpasses that of the 9 demon gates, Mardgeir, and Deliora. Oozing energy erupted from the ground like snakes, ensnaring themselves onto Gray's legs. To the underworld, the dead eternally walk. The waves surrounded Gray, keeping him locked in place. Gray-sama. Juvia attempted to rush towards Gray, however found a wall of ice blocking her path. Don't come any closer, Gray warned. He knew this wasn't going to end well. Skulls began rising, as the dark oozing energy acted as bodies for them. The cackling skulls surrounded Gray. Third seal released. Over Skelter. The oozing black energy carrying the skulls moved in a vortex, and clashed into Gray, who cried out in pain. The vortex of skulls rose up like Twister itself, dragging Gray down, like it was dragging him down towards the underworld itself. Iron Shadow Dragon. Jet Black Sword. Gajeel jumped into the fray, swinging down a massive iron sword cladded in shadows. The massive blade sliced through the oozing black energy, restraining Gray. Gajeel hoisted Gray into his arms and jumped out from the skull vortex. They escaped from the life-stealing whirlpool. Bloodman looked surprised. These wizards had more spirit and courage than any he had ever met before. You moron, you could have gotten killed. Gray coughed a bit, the bane particles within that life-stealing vortex having entered his body. But to him it didn't matter. Gray froze every single bane particle in his body. Blood leaked from his lips from some damage the particles managed to do before he froze them, but still he managed to stand. You look worse than I do, Gray. Gajeel smirked as despite his bloodied body, Gray looked far paler. That damn Devil Slayer, as long as he is around, my bane particles are useless. Even within his own body, he still managed to freeze them. Bloodman was beyond annoyed with Gray and his ability. Luckily his trap was active. Snares of the black energy suddenly wrapped around Gray's arms, legs and his neck. What the hell? Gray found himself getting pulled into some black hole. My body is getting sucked in. The door to the underworld. Thou shall never return. Never. Bloodman cackled. Gray. Juvia rushed in, even dropping the usual, Sama, honorific she gives her beloved. Leon, Levi, Edilus Levi and Panther Lily all rushed in as well. Gray. Hang on. Gajeel extended his arm into an iron club for Gray to grab onto. Gray held onto for dear life. He wasn't going to die here. Not until he had ended END. That motivation was enough to keep him going. No, it was not the only motivation he had. Gray looked up, seeing Juvia, who looked near tears running up to him. Everything I have done, all that I have become, all my strength, all my love. It was all for you, Juvia. Gray had to tell Juvia, as in this very moment, he knew he might never get the chance again. Gray, you told me. You told Juvia, you would give me a proper answer after the war. So, don't you dare give up and give it now. Not yet. Juvia swung a water whip that ensnared around Gray's wrist. Juvia with all her upper body strength pulled, yet Gray would not budge. It is futile. There is no escape. Bloodman formed a blade of darkness around his forearm, and swung it towards Gajeel. Fire style. Phoenix Flower Bomb. A multi-volley of fire balls blasted into Bloodman. The flames burning into his coat. Edilus Levi jumped before Bloodman and the rest as they attempted to rescue Gray. I will keep Big and Ugly busy. Get your boy out. Edilus Levi slammed her foot into the ground, to which a chunk of earth popped up. Earth style. Stone Fist Meteor Jab. Punching her tiny fist forward, Edilus Levi unleashed a bombardment of stone fists onto Bloodman. It is futile. Bloodman cackled, as the fist slipped right through him. With Gray trapped, he was free to change his body back into bane particles to avoid physical damage. Ain't nothing over here until you are put 6 feet under creep. Edilus Levi flipped dual-wield kunai knives. Gray continued on to struggle, yet his body got sucked in further. The suction is too strong. You can't pull me out. If only I could use magic in this state. A cold breeze suddenly exploded around Gray, but it wasn't Gray's doing. Gray, in a state of shock, looked up, seeing Leon, both his arms held out, generating a cold ice wave onto the vortex. Leon, I will slow this thing down. Keep pulling. I will not let my junior student go out in such a pathetic way. Leon declared, ice starting to grow from around him. It's no use, although, maybe, iced shell would work. Leon contemplated the idea of using the mightiest spell, and also the trump card of his arsenal. Even if it meant sacrificing himself, he could save Gray. Leon, Don't even think about it. Almost as if he read his mind, Gray warned his senior to not use iced shell. Right, Leon nodded. It wasn't time yet to use such a last resolve. Leon kept intensifying the ice onto the vortex. Yet the spiraling speck of darkness holding his friend, kept tearing the ice apart. I'm not done yet, Leon let out a war cry as he added all of his power into the ice. Then suddenly, it came to a halt, the vortex slowed down. Now, Leon signaled as Juvia and Gajeel pulled with all their might. Gray flinched as two massive paws grabbed onto him, and dragged him out from the vortex. Phew, thanks Lily. Gray smirked at the giant exceed, Panther Lily having entered his muscle form for a mere moment to swoop in and grab Gray. You are welcome. Panther Lily turned chibi again, and his wings vanished as he collapsed from exhaustion. Edilus Levy rushed at Bloodman with kunai, chucking one of them at Bloodman. Yet the kunai merely phased through his bane particle body. Levy readied her second kunai and flashed through Bloodman using Shunshin Jutsu to rush Bloodman at blinding speed. Bloodman solidified himself, seeing as Gray was free again. Impossible. None have ever escaped that technique before. Bloodman looked on shock. Edilus Levy panted from behind Bloodman, a smirk on her lips as she no longer held the second kunai in her hand. Within Bloodman's body, laid a kunai knife, with nearly 100 paper bomb tags attached onto it. Boom. Edilus Levy smirked as the very next moment, Bloodman's body began moving strangely. What in the? Bloodman gasped as suddenly he went off like a bomb. The explosion rocked the very earth, causing everyone to fall over. Edilus Levy panted as she saw the wizards from Earthland look in awe at her. Hey, wasted that punk. Edilus Levy smiled brightly at them. Hey, well I will be damned. The Edilus shrimp did it. Gajeel looked in awe, Levy jabbing him with her elbow for the shrimp comment. Well, damn, Gray flinched as his senses picked up something, the scent of a demon in the air. Gray leapt forward and rushed towards the unknowing Edilus Levy, as a dark shadow took shape behind her. Get out of the way! Gray shouted. Edilus Levy, in confusion at seeing the frightened looks on everyone's faces, turned around, although in that moment a bone sword stabbed through her. Edilus Levy flinched, her eyes widened, blood starting to drip from her lips. Gajeel in that moment froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. His vision burning with the image of Levy being stabbed, and that bastard Bloodman hoisting her body up while still on the blade. Levy, Gajeel began shaking. I must commend you, little one, that is the closest anyone has ever come to killing me. Bloodman stood tall, solidifying himself. I was able to turn into bane particles the very brief moment before the explosion, although it was a close call. Bloodman revealed as he had lost his left arm and upper torso. Luckily, my demonic power will fix that right up. Bloodman snickered as darkness emitted from his body, restoring and healing the damaged tissue of his body. Edilus Levy coughed up a puddle of blood, as the blade did further damage to her organs. You bastard! Edilus Levy spat blood onto Bloodman's face. As for you, nothing will heal you. Bloodman swung his arm with the blade to the side, and flung Edilus Levy's body off of it into a violent crash to the ground. Now, as you've witnessed, you all shall fall to the Reaper like this one. Bloodman cackled as he had fully healed himself, standing like a behemoth of a beast. Gajeel trembled, his anger bubbling up. His eyes completely focused on Edilus Levy as she laid there in a puddle of her own blood. Her tiny body trembling as she coughed up more blood. Then I will become the one who reaps the Reaper. Gajeel roared as he slammed an iron club straight into Bloodman, sending him skidding back a few feet. Gajeel, Levy mumbled with a hint of unease in her tone. Gajeel trembled violently, a greenish aura exploding around him. Gajeel's body exploded with a mighty aura as his body entered the perfect dragon force state. His body covered in iron-cladded armor with added scales on his forearms and shoulders. It might not have been his Levy, but seeing any Levy hurt like that, made Gajeel's rage explode into a violent storm of emotions. Shadows emitted around him, and merged with his body. What's this? Bloodman questioned as he looked to Gajeel. His iron armor turning into blackened steel scale armor. Black Steel Dragon King mode. Gajeel's body was surrounded by a black-greenish aura. Gajeel jumped forward and whacked Bloodman across the face with a solid right hook. Bloodman was sent flying. The weight of Gajeel's punch had doubled, no tripled in strength. Bastard! How dare you hurt my Levy! Gajeel's rage exploded as he pushed forward, punching Bloodman in what appeared as a storm of fists. Gajeel, Levi wanted to help Gajeel, but instead quickly rushed over to her fallen counterpart. "Are you okay?" Levi held her Daedalus counterpart in her arms. Daedalus Levi's breathing was slowing down, her voice wheezing out a bit. That's quite the man, you got there." Daedalus Levi smiled, her eyes looking heavy and her skin rather pale. "He's strong, brave, but also stubborn and a damn idiot. But yeah, I am hopelessly in love with him." Levi could tell, there was nothing they could do to save her counterpart. So, instead of bawling her eyes out, Levi began chatting with her counterpart. "Hey, our Gajeel is a lousy reporter, all he's got is his damn looks. Ha, I never thought I would go out this way, in my own arms. It is a weird feeling." Daedalus Levi sighed as she looked up to the sky. "Yeah, it's weird seeing me die in my own arms," Levi agreed, fighting back the tears forming in her eyes. "Hey, tell me, how do you get along with your Lucy?" Daedalus Levi sounded curious, as she and Lucy Ashley were bitter enemies constantly bickering back and forth. "Lu Chan is my best friend, I love her to death." Levi smiled, to which Daedalus Levi giggled a bit. "Lu Chan, huh, my Lucy would punch me if I called her that bitch, I hope she makes it. Tell her, I will kick her ass if I see her in the afterlife too soon." Daedalus Levi shakingly clings onto her life as she makes her final request. "Yeah, I will tell her." Levi shed a tear that fell onto her Daedalus counterpart's pale face. "Hey, if she cries like a bitch, tell her I will be laughing at her." Daedalus Levi lets out a humorous chuckle as she closed her eyes for one last time. When her counterpart had died, Levi unleashed all the tears she had been holding back. Gajeel kept pummeling Bloodman into a bloody pulp. The demon gasped in shock as Gajeel punch tore through his flesh and severed his arm. Bloodman generated a wall of darkness, yet Gajeel ran straight through it. "Inconceivable, how can your attacks hurt me?" Bloodman unleashed a barrage bombardment of spinning projectiles of demonic darkness. Gajeel formed pillars of black steel, smacking into the projectiles sending them flying at Bloodman. Gajeel leapt at the demon and kneed him in the chin. Bloodman was rattled, trying to regain his focus. Gates of Tartaros, rising from the ground, an armada of skeletons that latched themselves onto Gajeel. Gajeel flexed his muscles, unleashing his aura that blew away all the skeletons. "No, impossible, I refuse to accept this reality." Bloodman swung his arm forward, sending a spiraling wave of explosions at Gajeel. The explosions halted Gajeel for a moment, and suddenly a massive bone stabbed up from the ground and pushed into Gajeel. Bloodman appeared behind Gajeel wielding a blade of darkness. He slashed at Gajeel. Gajeel kicked Bloodman in the face, and they both jumped back. Gajeel growled as his black steel armor had suffered a cut through it from Bloodman's demonic blade. "It seems your armor isn't strong enough to hold off my attacks." Bloodman cackled. "Shut your trap," Gajeel hissed. "No human shall ever overcome death." Bloodman unleashed an ocean of bones that rose from the ground, spiraling around Gajeel. Gajeel looked unfazed as he inhaled his breath. Black Steel Dragon King, shredding roar. Gajeel unleashed a mighty destructive breath attack that ripped right through the spiraling vortex of bones coming his way. Gajeel then rushed Bloodman, aiming to take his head. Bloodman, to escape death, quickly liquefied his body into the bane particles. "Huh," Bloodman hissed in pain as suddenly his particles began to freeze. Gray stood beneath them, unleashing his full Devil Slayer power. He was even eating ice from Leon to power up his magic power. "You are going down, demon," Gray declared, and Bloodman quickly solidified himself to avoid getting frozen to death. Bloodman grunted as his leg had been frozen, the ice spreading up from it. Bloodman quickly cut off his own leg with a blade of darkness. "Impossible, to think two humans could push me this far," Bloodman sounded to be in disbelief. None since August had ever injured him to this extent. Having healed his severed arm and leg, Bloodman was taking a quick breather. "My healing powers are slowing down. If I take too big of a hit next time I might actually." Bloodman clenched his claws, enraged at the mere thought. "Never. I am death. I have nothing to fear." "Are you sure about that?" Gajeel elbowed Bloodman in the face, sending him falling to the ground. "Gray," Gajeel signaled, and quickly Gray slammed his hands to the ground. "He is all yours, bud," Gray mumbled as he unleashed a wave of ice. Ice Devil Zeroth Destruction, Tower of Babylon. Walls of purple ice emerged around Gajeel and Bloodman, boxing them in with a very limited space to move. "You dare trap yourself in with death." Bloodman unleashed a wave of darkness, which Gajeel slapped aside. The wave clashed with the wall, but to Bloodman's horror it did nothing. Gray's Devil Slayer ice holding a certain immunity to demonic darkness. No. Bloodman widened his eyes in horror. You got it backwards. I ain't trapped in here with you. You are trapped in here with me. Gajiel roared and slammed his fist into Bloodman. Multiple pillars of steel emerged around Bloodman's body. Bloodman groaned in pain as Gajiel pushed him back. Bloodman for once was worried for his own life, his own safety. Something he had always delighted in seeing in his victims as they despaired in the face of death. Curses. I nearly had the Devil Slayer back there. If only I had managed to kill him back then, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Bloodman cursed, thinking if it wasn't for the interference of that Edilus Levy he would have won by now. Gray was freezing every attack Bloodman made. He had also managed to box Bloodman and Gajiel in together with limited room to move. Bloodman couldn't allow himself to phase through Gajiel's attacks, otherwise Gray would freeze his body of Bane particles and thus Bloodman would die. A thought that had never crossed him his whole life, his own death. He was death incarnate. He inflicted death on others, he wasn't supposed to die himself. He wouldn't die. Bloodman had one last-ditch attempt of survival. If I can't phase through you, I will just overpower you. Having had enough of the rampaging Gajiel's abuse, Bloodman created a massive lance made up out of bones. The lance was enhanced by demonic darkness that emitted from Bloodman. Darkness swirling around the tip of the lance. This is my strongest offense attack. I shall pierce your steel armor and send you to hell. If he couldn't avoid Gajiel's attacks, he was going to overpower them. You are the one going to hell, you bastard. Gajiel roared, the death of Edilus Levy still fresh in his mind. Seeing Levy, any Levy, dead infuriated him. And it only brought up bad memories of his and Levy's past, how he was a jerk and ambushed Levy, Jed and Droy like a coward to crucified them to a tree. Gajiel reared his dominant arm behind his back, creating a green magic circle before his fist. Gajiel's entire being exploded in a mighty dark green aura covered in shadow shades. Gajiel gritted his teeth as his arm turned into a black sword, that expanded into a ridiculous gigantic size to match Bloodman's skeleton lance. Dragon Slayer's secret art. Gajiel roared as he threw his fist, thus his blade forward. Black Steel Dragon King's heavenly sword. Bane Lance of the Grim Reaper. The lance got surrounded as well with the black mist of Bane particles. The two flew towards each other, for one final clash, one last attack. A mere man faced death head-on in a power strike. Their weapons clashed in a mighty thrust, and the shockwave shatters the walls of ice Gray had created around them. Gajiel roars like a dragon as he powers through, putting in all his power, all his strength. Bloodman responded in kind, using all his demonic power against Gajiel. Although, despite Gajiel's efforts, Bloodman was beginning to push him back. The durability of his lance simply enhanced too much by his demonic power, made Bloodman's attack stronger. Die, human, take this lesson to hell. One can never escape death. Bloodman cackled like a madman. Then, however, the air turned chilly. Bloodman gasped as the Bane particles around his lance began freezing, along with the bones of the lance itself. You. Bloodman snapped his face towards Gray. A wise lesson, make sure to take it with you when you die. Gray glared at Bloodman who gasped as he heard something crack. And no. Bloodman screamed as his bone lance started to break apart. Gray's Devil Slayer ice didn't only freeze Bloodman's Bane particles around the lance, but also the spiraling demonic darkness that cloaked the lance itself. Gajiel let out a feral loud dragon's roar, as his sword penetrated the bone lance, breaking it apart. Bloodman looked in disbelief, as his weapon was broken and his body had a giant hole blown through it from Gajiel's blade. Impossible, Bloodman utters, as his body starts to fall apart. He wasn't able to assimilate himself into Bane particles, his body was withering away as if he had just faced a death wave from Zirf himself. Death was beaten, by two humans. Bloodman managed to utter his last words, as his body withered away into nothingness. Elsewhere in the northern continent of Ishgar, Larcade and Irene both felt the death of Bloodman. Larcade was in the middle of a forest when he sensed it. Bloodman, lost. Larcade spoke in disbelief. First Agiel had died, and now Bloodman. Two of the Spriggan 12 had died. Irene, who was in the mountains on the other hand, smiled. My, it seems the perfect opportunity has presented itself in this war. To weed out the weaker links of the 12, and to find suitable replacements, the strongest woman of the Empire, and the second strongest of the 12 was hardly concerned over the loss of Bloodman. She was far more concerned with what was descending from the heavens before her. Black wings blew away the clouds, a black dragon descended from the sky. Hello there, Acknowledgia-san. Gajeel stood in place, over the dead Daedalus Levy. I got him for you, Pipsqueak. We got him really good. Gajeel picked up Daedalus Levy's body and held her tight. Damn it, Gajeel. Levy hugged the now weeping dragon slayer from behind. His cries muffled. It wasn't your fault, besides, I'm sure she would be proud. You took down one of the 12. I'm sorry, even though she ain't you, she is, still, you know. I just hate seeing you get hurt. And I am pissed that I couldn't save her. Gajeel didn't know what to say, he wasn't a guy that would get this emotional. But when it came to Levy, he would just break down. Gajeel-kun, Juvia looked with sympathy towards her oldest friend. Gray held her close by the waist. Leon and Panther Lily shortly joined them. Let's take a moment to honor the sacrifice of Daedalus Levy. Even though she was from Daedalus, she was still a member of Fairy Tail. She's still family. They all stood in silence for a moment, but they couldn't mourn for long. A war was still going on around them after all. We need to meet up with Sting's platoon, they need help against Madara. Leon spoke up. The threat of Madara Uchiha still loomed over their heads. Itachi was on his way, but even with Mest teleporting him, he wouldn't get here in time all the way from the southern continent. To be honest, with us this injured, I'm not sure we'll be much help. Gray added. He and all of Fairy Tail remember witnessing Madara's power during the battle against Tartaros, when Madara fought Eve. We still have to try. Gajeel struggled to get up, as he had exited his Black Steel Dragon King mode. Of course. Gray agreed, although he was still uncertain about facing Madara. Was it fear perhaps, for the Uchiha's power, or learning more of Madara's relationship with his master Before they could move, however, the ground began emitting a red glow. Earlier back with Irene, the massive black dragon began shrinking into the size of a human. Acknowledgia stood tall, the wind blowing his cloak over to cover his missing arm. I shall eliminate all trace of dragons, Acknowledgia snarled, sniffing the air for any sign of a dragon. Acknowledgia flinched and looked up. So, that's your goal. Irene floated over Acknowledgia, who frowned upon laying eyes on her. Get out of my sight. I've got no business with you. Acknowledgia would have brushed Irene off, but she was in his way. Your strength is terrifying indeed. O mighty Dragon King. Irene flew down to face Acknowledgia. You know who I am, yet you still stand in my way. Acknowledgia couldn't decide whether this woman was brave or foolish. But of course, oh great Acknowledgia, Irene casually smiled at the Dragon King. When it comes to men I aim to please. The two unleashed their auras, Acknowledgia's dark menacing blue aura clashing with Irene's bright red aura. Well then, shall we begin? Irene in a swift motion thrusted her staff forward, sending a massive red magma blast wave at Acknowledgia. The Dragon King widened his eyes, blocking the wave with his forearm. Acknowledgia grunted as the earth beneath him sank underneath the weight. Acknowledgia found himself pushed backwards. An atmospheric enchantment. Acknowledgia was sent flying through a mountain. The mountain broke apart as a massive charcoal hole was blown through it. Acknowledgia crashed into a second mountain behind it, nearly causing it to collapse had it not been for him managing to negate Irene's attack. The ability to bestow and affix her magic onto all things, a high enchanter, eh? Acknowledgia smirked and laughed as he raised his arm. Lights emitted from the ground beneath Irene, the lights erupting into a massive explosion. Irene backflipped away from the explosion. Irene looked into the hole left by Acknowledgia's explosion. The hole seemed endless and dark. Acknowledgia through the smoke, seeing Irene standing there unscratched. I must say, considering your magic was taught to you by the Black Wizard, it's fairly impressive. You've caught my interest. Why thank you, you are making me blush. Irene playfully added with a relaxed smile on her face. Your power is as magnificent as the rumors say. I can see why His Majesty fears you. However, once Fairy Heart falls into His Majesty's hands, that will all change. Are you implying the Black Wizard will come to surpass me? Acknowledgia snickered at the thought. I'm acknowledging the possibility. Irene remained calm and collected. If you are about to tell me to leave humanity alone, then save your breath. Acknowledgia had no intention of sparing humanity, he sought for their destruction as much as dragons. Oh my, how strange. Seeing as you were a human once yourself, Doctor. Irene smirked, causing Acknowledgia to flinch, his fist tightening. Acknowledgia launched a blast attack from his hand towards Irene, who who with a twirl of her staff negated the mighty Dragon King's attack. Just who are you? How did you hear of that? Acnologia snarled in anger at Irene. Who am I? Well, in some sense, I am just a woman visiting her home nation. In another sense, I suppose I am just like you. Irene casually brushed off Acnologia's glare. His nose sniffed and picked up a scent, a familiar scent, a scent he hated and was forced to live with for the rest of eternity. I see, I have looked for you for the longest time. You cannot hide your true nature from my nose. Acnologia snarled as he powered up more. At this, Irene's smile faded and turned into a frown. You know, I feel sort of sad for you. Irene twisted her lips back into a smile, followed by a light chuckle. Acnologia looked confused as he thought he had managed to strike a nerve in Irene. You keep boasting that you will win, and destroy all life. Yet, there is one man you will never defeat. Irene snickered as she struck a nerve in Acnologia. That man won't be a problem much longer. After you, he is next on my list. Acnologia snarled as he prepared to lunge at Irene. Is that so? Well, why don't I help you out? Irene slammed her staff into the ground, her magic power rang across the earth. A red dim light beginning to glow and spread across the earth. I will help His Majesty get his act together, and make sure to put a swift end to this war. What is this? A magic unbeknownst to me? Acnologia looked in shock, as the red wave spread further. The earth itself? Do you mean to tell me you are enchanting the entire earth itself? That is correct, all the land of the Kingdom of Fury to be precise. Irene declared as the entire land of Fury was covered in her red magic glow. I am Irene. If you are lucky, maybe we'll meet again. Oh great Acnologia. Irene smirked as her red light lit up the entire sky over Fury as well as the ground. The light blinding everyone. The sky is shining. Gray, Gajiel, Levi, Leon, Panther Lily all gasped as they looked at the heavens. Teleporting at an alarming rate, Itachi and Mest saw the light glowing across all of Fury. What is this? What's happening? Itachi looked in awe at the light that glowed as bright and red as Urza's hair. It's so bright. Mavis covered her eyes along with Makarov, Warad and Laxus as the red light began blinding them a bit. Madara loomed over the forces of Ishgar in the Empire. Itachi's last wood clone laid defeated under his boot. Sting and Rogue looked to be on their last leg as well, while Sasori for once had to be up front on the battlefield. As a puppet master, he always preferred to take the back seat. You know, I know just the jutsu to make this picture perfect. Madara slammed his hands together, his blue Susanoo rising along with his hair, and his eyes morphed into the Rinnegan. The air suddenly shifted direction, everyone awaited in suspense to what Madara's newest attack was going to be. Then a shadow began looming over the battlefield. Seeing the massive shadow eclipsing them, Lucy Ashley looked up and could only gasp in disbelief. Why, you've got to be kidding me, what the hell? Edalus Natsu and Gray both trembled in fear at the sight, cold sweat running down their foreheads. Sting looked frightened, and was frozen in place as he couldn't believe the magnitude of the attack. Is this the power of a god? Rogue found himself asking as he trembled in fear. Free-falling from the heavens was a gigantic meteorite. It's enormous, we can't outrun it. Serrano held onto Sasori in fright, the puppet master was at a loss for words. How the hell were they supposed to deal with that? All of Itachi's clones were gone, so no perfect Susanoo to save them. If it was even possible to be saved from such an attack. We're done. Sasori lowered his arms, there was no point in trying. This was it, this was the end. Where the hell are you, Itachi? Sasori clenched his fists. Don't give up yet, Sting shouted out to his soldiers as they had begun falling into despair. He was their squad leader, he had to get their spirits back up, he couldn't fail them. Never give up without trying. Even if all you can do is throw a rock, do something. Sting ran as coming swooping down was his Exceed partner, Lecter. Lecter, get me as close as possible. Yes, Sting. Lecter and soon Frosh with Rogue followed up and flew up towards the incoming meteorite. Let's go Rogue. Yeah, Rogue couldn't give up, both Minerva and Frosh were here. He needed to protect them. Both Dragon Slayers inhaled their breath. Unison raid. White Shadow Dragon Light Blast Cannon. Both unleashed a mighty breath attack that vibrated across the heavens. The massive combined breath attack still paled in comparison to the meteorite, yet they did their best. The blast hit the meteorite, digging through the dense gigantic falling rock. Rushing in from the side, were Altair and Merity, having just managed to arrive onto the battlefield to aid the rest of their squad. Ice Make. Rose Garden. Altair created a near-endless field of ice rose thorn vines that reached high up into the sky, catching the falling meteorite. That's Ur's strongest spell. Madara flinched as he noticed the massive ice sculpture attempting to catch the meteorite. I can sense it, that perfect combination of chakra and ethernano. My child is down there. Madara for a brief moment contemplated on stopping the meteor. Well, that changes things. Madara's Susanoo roared as it grew armor, generating Yusaka Magatama belts to blast at the meteorite. However, before it evolved any further, the sky and the ground both began glowing red. Madara halted in the evolution of his Susanoo and looked in confusion. What's happening? I sense a lot of ethernano in the air. From the looks of it, everyone else on the battlefield were as confused as Madara as to the origin of this red light. Down in the southern isles, the islands vanish one by one as Inval freezes them over, and Jalal's continued bombardment of raining beams of energy. Jalal continued to keep his distance from Zirf, using long-ranged attacks. Yet Zirf continued to brush off Jalal's attacks. Jalal was filled with motivation to crush Zirf. Jalal's body released a mighty golden aura as he soared through the sky. The one he had once worshipped like a god, the source of all his suffering. Jalal had swore that he would one day take Zirf down for his sins, and the sins cults and dark guilds have committed in his name. Zirf chuckles as he creates multiple black magic circles in the heavens. Anksarum Formula 19, Death Storm. Raining out from the black magic circles were a series of dark lightning bolts, chasing Jalal at the speed of light. Jalal weaved and dodged, like a bird during a storm. The lightning bolts crashed into the ocean, parting the waters aside as the bolt struck the rocky bottom of the ocean. Jalal was growing tired. He had fought the Black Wizard for a long period of time now and was reaching his limit. Whereas Zirf wasn't even sweating. Perhaps due to his immortality, his body didn't follow the natural laws of the human body and never tired. You may not have as much firepower as Natsu, but your wit makes you far more of a challenging opponent. Unfortunately, unless you are a demon, angel or a god, you cannot kill me, an immortal being. Although your heavenly body magic has some divine element to it, it's still not enough. It never was. Zirf taunted as he enjoyed this little chase of cat and mouse. Due to his malice, all Zirf could see was his desire to kill. Now die, and pray for a better chance in your next life. A bolt of lightning was about to strike Jalal, when suddenly 3 layers of magic circles caught the bolt. 3-layered magic circle. Mirror water. Mistogen appeared between the bolt and Jalal through the Kamui dimension. The magic circles let out a clinging noise, and as such the unruly ocean beneath them turned silent and still. The lightning bolt then reflected off of the magic circles and fell onto Zirf himself. Your Majesty. Inval had jumped in, blocking the bolt from hitting Zirf with a wall of ice. Although the ice wall shattered into millions of ice shards. Oh, that was a close one. Although I wouldn't have died, even I would have taken some time to recover from that attack. Zirf looked on with a laid-back smile. Jalal and Mistogen landed a few feet away from Zirf and Inval, both panting and a bit out of breath. What now? Mistogen asked his Earthland counterpart. I have one last bet. Jalal stretched out his right leg, leaning his body downwards with his arms sticking out diagonally. The air around Jalal shifted as the winds grew more intense. Heavenly body magic. Sema. The clouds began closing in on each other, the sky darkened. When suddenly a bright dim light of fire glowed in the dark clouds. The clouds parted, revealing what appeared to be a meteorite falling down onto them. Your Majesty, if we don't get the troops out of here, they will die. Inval warned as he was confident only Zirf would survive if that attack hit. Inval wasn't even so sure if he himself would survive this attack from Jalal. Yes, I suppose so. Zirf looked up at the meteorite, moving his arms in a circular motion as he connected his palms together. A giant black magic circle formed beneath his feet, and a second formed at his hands. Anksarum Formula 15. Spear of the Death God. A wave of dark purple energy blasted out from Zerif's palms. The wave let out a loud vibrating noise as it soared into the sky. The end of the wave looking like that of a spear as it pierced through Jalal's meteorite. The meteorite crumbled and exploded into pieces. Now then, shall we continue? Zirf prepared to launch a death wave at the gaping Jalal and Mistogen. Jalal leapt away from Zirf to gain some distance as the Black Wizard unleashed a death wave. What's going on? Jalal looked in confusion as he saw that the ground and the sky were glowing red. Zirf on the other hand, appeared to know exactly what was going on. This magic, Irene, don't tell me you actually used it. Irene could feel Zerif's anger at her for ruining her fun, but this was for the best. World Reconstruction Magic, Universe 1. Mavis, standing by the door of the Guildhall, shielded her eyes from this blinding light. When the light died down, the ground was rumbling, causing Mavis to trip from this sudden tremor. What happened? Makarov, Warad, Laxus, Kana, where is everyone? Mavis looked around as she was alone. No, she felt a second presence loom behind her. Mavis turned around with a cold look in her eyes, as she sensed death in the air. Mavis, my beloved, I had nearly forgotten how cute you looked. Zirf loomed over Mavis, looking down on the petite first master of fairy tale with a menacing smile. Zirf, what did you do? Mavis snarled at her former lover. Sorry beloved, but this isn't my handiwork. To be honest, this entire situation has left me perplexed as well. Zirf approached Mavis, reaching out to gently touch her cheek. I have missed this sensation, the warmth of touching someone else. Zirf was blown away by a wave of light from Mavis. Zirf held his hand to his injured face, revealing half his face had the flesh melted off from it. My, since when did you like to play rough? Zirf playfully asked. If you didn't cause this, then who did? And what happened to my friends? Mavis glared at Zirf with a dangerous glare. My subordinate, one of the 12, Irene unleashed her spell Universe 1. As for what happened to your friends, they have simply been moved. Or rather, more specifically, all the landmass of fury has been altered. Zirf explained, and Mavis looked more cautious, although felt a sense of relief that her friends were at least alive for now. So, you're saying all the people within the kingdom were split up and sent to various places? Mavis backed away a bit from Zirf. Of course, that applies for my soldiers as well. Zirf walked closer towards Mavis. And that's not all, the very landscape of fury has grown smaller. I'd estimate 1/20th of its former size. Zirf said with his usual calm demeanor and smile. To increase the closeness of our armies and the battles between us and the Empire? Mavis asked. Yes, I'd wager that is Irene's goal. She even brought me to you, all to bring this war to a quicker end. Although I would have preferred for an all-out war, this suits me just fine. As my goal Fairy Heart is right before my eyes. Mavis was backed up against a wall, with Zirf standing right before her. Mavis, if you would be so kind to surrender, it would ease my heart. I do not wish to see you in pain. Never. I will never give Fairy Heart to you. Mavis unleashed a golden aura that clashed with the rotten black aura of Zirf. So be it, Zirf sighed. Irene stood on top of a mountain by herself, with Acnologia now here in sight. However, before her eyes was a massive meteorite crashing into the vast blue ocean, rising gigantic waves that destroyed nearby ships, before sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Madara, Irene giggled a bit at seeing the meteorite. Lady Irene, her 2 second-in-commands jumped down. Hyena, Juliet, how are you darlings? Irene asked the 2 young women as if they were her own children. Wonderful, Juliet said with a cheerful smile. What happened with Acnologia? Hyena asked. Oh, I just put him on a path away from the Emperor. Although, I wonder if we'll ever see Acnologia again. Hey. Irene had a menacing smirk on her face, as she giggled at the predicament Acnologia was currently in. The scenery changes into a deserted wasteland filled with nothing but sand and rocks, only 2 figures standing on opposite ends of each other visible between the gaps of rocks. One of these figures is the Dragon King, Acnologia. The stormy winds blowing through his long hair and cape. Acnologia growls in annoyance as he stares this second figure down. That enchanter, sure has a sick sense of humor. Acnologia looks rather annoyed but also cautious, a cold sweat running down his brow. Oh, so, the caster of this spell is Irene, eh? She most likely even moved Zirf closer to Fairy Heart. I suppose I should call this a minor setback. The second figure sounded relaxed and calm, his tone carrying a weight of power behind it. Standing tall in his red samurai armor, was Madara Uchiha. It's been a while, Acnologia. Madara smirks at seeing the cautious approach of the Dragon King. The tension is high, as these 2 titans stare each other down. Thanks for watching. It's been an incredible journey with all of you. Thank you for all the support throughout this series.